Lin Muheng, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? In front of the teaching building, a girl suddenly rushed out of the crowd and blocked Lin Muheng's path. Her cheeks were flushed like freshly blossomed peach flowers. She tightly clutched the keys to a Maybach in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Lin Muheng already knew the answer in his heart. He was just about to turn her down when a childish, sweet little voice suddenly rang out. No, you can't, Auntie. You can't steal Daddy away from Mommy and me. Adults say that women who steal someone else's husband are bad women. They're called mistresses. Even though my daddy is super amazing, that's definitely not a reason for you to become a mistress, okay? What? You already have a child? The girl was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that one day she would be rendered speechless by a little child. Wah! Perhaps it was because of the sudden heartbreak, or perhaps the little girl's words had completely shattered her emotional defenses. The girl covered her face and fled the scene in embarrassment. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Muheng's lips. It was perfect timing. He hadn't even known how to reject her confession. Only then did he lower his head and take a careful look at the little girl standing in front of him. She looked about 5 or 6 years old. She wore a spotless white shirt paired with a bright red skirt. 2 cute braided pigtails hung playfully on either side of her face, and a white bucket hat completed the outfit, making her look both delicate and adorable. Lin Muheng instantly took a liking to the little girl. Her cuteness struck him right in the heart, making him want to reach out and pinch her rosy cheeks. He even secretly thought to himself that if he could have such a beautiful and adorable daughter, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. So he crouched down, gently patted the little girl on the head, and said softly, "Little girl, thank you for helping Uncle out. You can have this lollipop as a reward." With that, Lin Muheng took a lychee-flavored lollipop from his pocket and handed it to the little girl before turning around and walking away, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, the little girl didn't look happy at all. Instead, she pouted her lips and whimpered aggrievedly. "Daddy, do you not want Wan anymore?" As she spoke, she burst into tears, looking so pitiful that anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. Lin Muheng was most afraid of girls crying, especially a pretty little girl who looked like a tiny angel. He hurriedly crouched down and tried to comfort her in a panic. "Sweetheart, it's not that I don't want you. It's just that I'm really not your daddy. You are my daddy." Wan shook her head while sobbing stubbornly. Unable to shake the little girl off, Lin Muheng helplessly glanced at his watch and said, "Then how did you get here? Do you remember?" Wan shook her little head and continued clinging tightly to his leg. Seeing this, Lin Muheng could only sigh helplessly. "Fine, I'll take you to find your daddy later. I already told you. You're my daddy," Wan stubbornly insisted. Lin Muheng thought the child was simply talking nonsense, so he picked her up and carried her toward the classroom. This was one of his major classes. If he wasn't there when attendance was taken, he might genuinely fail the course at the end of the semester. When they reached the classroom door, Lin Muheng peeked inside through the window. Then he crouched down and said to Wan, "Sweetheart, wait here for Uncle for a little while. I'll be right back, okay?" Seeing Daddy about to leave, Wan immediately became anxious. "Daddy, where are you going?" Lin Muheng felt a massive headache coming on. He was clearly still a single young man. Where had this daughter of his come from? "I'm not your daddy." "Forget it. Fine, I am. Anyway, just stay here and don't move, okay? This lollipop is for you as a reward." The moment Wan saw the lollipop, her eyes lit up. She nodded repeatedly. Wan will be a good girl." Lin Muheng quietly slipped into the classroom and took a seat in the last row. 15 minutes later, the professor began calling attendance. Lin Muheng narrowly made it through without any trouble. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the sound of the classroom microphone suddenly rang out. "Which department are you from? What's your name?" A bad feeling immediately rose in Lin Muheng's heart. He looked up and saw that the little girl had somehow appeared on the podium. "My name is Lin Wan. I'm from your department." The moment she said this, the entire class burst into laughter. "How did you get into the classroom? Who are you looking for?" The professor looked at the soft and adorable little girl in front of him, and his voice unconsciously became much gentler. "I'm looking for Daddy." Lin Wan blinked her big eyes and answered with complete sincerity. "Then who's your daddy?" the professor asked curiously. "Lin Muheng." Lin Wan pointed loudly toward the seats at the back. The moment those words came out, the entire class laughed even harder, nearly doubling over with laughter. Anyone could tell that there was no way this little girl could possibly be Lin Muheng's daughter. Just then, the class bell rang. Lin Wan happily ran over to Lin Muheng. When she saw the stunned look on his face, the little girl instantly became aggrieved. Daddy, you told me to wait outside, but I waited for such a long time and you still didn't come out. So I came inside. You're not mad at Wan Wan, are you? How could I be? Looking at the adorable little girl, Lin Muheng's heart filled with tenderness. You're so cute. How could I possibly be angry with you? On the sports field, Lin Muheng stared intently at Wan Wan. He suddenly noticed that the little girl's facial features actually bore quite a resemblance to his own, especially when she had shouted his name in front of the entire class. A strange thought had quietly surfaced in his mind. Could this child really be his daughter? That couldn't be right. The girl looked 5 or 6 years old, while when he had been 12 or 13, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. So how could he possibly have a daughter this old? Seeing such a pretty little girl must have made me desperate for a daughter. Could I be a natural-born daughter fanatic? Ding. Father and daughter have reunited. The life winner system has been successfully activated. What the hell? The life winner system? Wait, father and daughter. Lin Muheng's gaze shifted back to the beautiful little girl in front of him. She really is my daughter? Being stared at by her daddy like that, Lin Wanwan playfully asked, Daddy, is there a flower on Wanwan's face? No. Lin Muheng answered instinctively. In just this short amount of time, he had already completely accepted himself as Wanwan's father. He then gently asked, Wanwan, you said I'm your daddy. So what's your mommy's name? Name. Daddy is so silly. You don't even know mommy's name anymore. Wanwan teased him before answering. Mommy's name is Xiao Waning. After saying that, she didn't forget to remind Lin Muheng. Daddy, you must remember mommy's name, okay? Mommy is really scary when she gets angry. She'll make you kneel on a washboard. Lin Muheng froze. He never expected that his future self would actually be a henpecked husband. But after thinking about it, he decided that perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing after all. After all, even the gambling king had once said that listening to your wife would bring you prosperity. However, what surprised him most right now was that his future wife was actually Xiao Waning. He might not have known her before, but after entering university, the name he heard most often was Xiao Waning. She was a legendary figure at Moda University, hailed as the most beautiful campus belle in the school's history. He couldn't help becoming curious about how his future self would meet her, how they would fall in love, and how they would eventually end up together. Just then, Lin Wanwan took a photograph out of her backpack and placed it in front of Lin Muheng. ##### Chapter 2. Daddy, Wanwan's tummy is hungry. Daddy, this is Mommy. Grandpa and Grandma are on the left, while Grandma, Grandpa, and Uncle are on the right. Looking at the photograph, Lin Muheng was completely overwhelmed. The elderly couple on the left were unmistakably his parents, except they looked somewhat older than he remembered. At this point, Lin Muheng finally believed that Lin Wanwan really was his daughter. Just then, Lin Wanwan snuggled into his arms like a little kitten. She rubbed her tiny tummy and said in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy, Wanwan's tummy is hungry. Will you make me something to eat? Hearing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. To describe his cooking skills as a complete disaster would actually be putting it mildly. Looking into his daughter's expectant eyes, he could only gently comfort her. Wanwan, how about we go out for lunch today? Wanwan immediately frowned and shook her little head seriously. No. Mommy said food outside isn't healthy. She won't let us eat outside. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. There was nothing he could do except try to persuade his daughter. It's okay. We'll just eat out this once. Wanwan, do you want a hamburger? The moment she heard the word hamburger, Wanwan's eyes lit up. Her little arms waved excitedly. I want one. Then she mischievously leaned closer to Lin Muheng's ear and whispered, Daddy, we can't tell Mommy that we secretly ate it. Okay, I won't tell her. Lin Muheng smiled as he agreed, but secretly made up his mind that he would learn how to cook properly in the future so his daughter could enjoy healthy and delicious meals. He took Wanwan's chubby little hand, and the two of them walked toward the school gate. Across from the university was a KFC. Lin Muheng ordered a kid's meal and brought it over to Wanwan. The moment the little girl saw the hamburger and fries, her eyes immediately lit up. She even couldn't help swallowing hard. Her innocent and adorable appearance made Lin Muheng's heart ache with affection. At that moment, Wanwan held the hamburger out in front of him and asked obediently, Daddy, do you want some? No, you eat it. Lin Muheng smiled happily. Hearing this, Wanwan immediately took a huge bite. It was obvious that the little girl was truly starving. Watching his daughter devour her food, a warm feeling spread through Lin Muheng's heart. After eating her fill, Wanwan leaned against her daddy's shoulder and yawned as sleepiness overcame her. "Daddy, when is Mommy coming back? I miss Mommy." Lin Muheng gently stroked his daughter's head and said softly, "Mommy is busy. Once she's finished, she'll come back and spend time with Wanwan." He knew that a child this young couldn't be without her mother. But how was he supposed to make Xiao Wanning believe something this absurd? Before long, Lin Muheng heard the sound of steady breathing beside him. He turned his head and saw that the little girl had already fallen peacefully asleep. Watching his daughter's long eyelashes gently flutter and her soft, rosy lips slightly part, Lin Muheng's heart was filled with happiness and contentment. However, a very real problem now stood before him. His daughter was asleep. Where was he supposed to put her? Across from the university stood rows of simple but affordable hotels. A room cost only 50 yuan a night. Lin Muheng deliberately booked a room near the school gate and carefully carried the sleeping Wanwan inside, gently settling her onto the bed. Ding! System mission issued. Bring Xiao Wanning before Lin Wanwan. System reward. 1 two-bedroom apartment at Yunwan Mountain Villa. What? The moment he heard the system issue the mission, Lin Muheng instantly developed a headache. How was he supposed to convince Xiao Wanning of something this ridiculous? He could only hope that she wouldn't think he was an idiot. If she stubbornly refused to come, then perhaps dragging her over by force would still count as completing the system mission. Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's chubby little cheek and whispered, "Wanwan, Daddy will bring Mommy to you right now." He carefully tucked the blanket around the little girl. After making sure everything was in order, he locked the door and hurried away. To make his story more convincing, Lin Muheng dug deep into Wanwan's backpack and took out that precious family photograph. He silently prayed that Xiao Wanning wouldn't think he was crazy after seeing it. While searching for Xiao Wanning, Lin Muheng began communicating with the system. "System, what functions do you have?" There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Very well, host. Allow me to explain." After a brief pause, the system spoke in its mechanical voice. In addition to completing missions issued by the system also has a lottery function, where various precious skills can be randomly obtained. Furthermore, the host can use heartbeat points to purchase items from the system store. Heartbeat points. Lin Muheng was slightly taken aback before asking, "What are those?" Heartbeat points refer to the degree of attraction Xiao Wanning feels toward you. After you successfully win Xiao Wanning's heart, the system will undergo a major upgrade, unlocking even more abundant rewards. The system's explanation was simple and straightforward. As for the specific rules, the host must discover them independently. The system reserves the final right of interpretation. No objections will be accepted. The system's voice sounded once again, carrying an unquestionable tone. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Muheng understood. Although pursuing Xiao Wanning and making her fall for him would bring him plenty of rewards, that wasn't his true intention. What mattered most was that his precious daughter needed her mother by her side. Thanks to Xiao Wanning's fame at Moda University, Lin Muheng quickly found her class information, dormitory building number, and detailed class schedule on the university forum. After checking the schedule, he was delighted to discover that Xiao Wanning had no classes that afternoon. That meant she was probably in her dormitory. So Lin Muheng arrived in front of girls' dormitory building number 8. At the time, quite a few male students had gathered downstairs, all eagerly looking up toward the building. But Lin Muheng was different from them. Looking at all the girls coming and going, Lin Muheng was worried that the female students might kick him out. Then he had an idea. He pushed open the window of the dormitory supervisor's office and said sincerely, "Auntie, I'm looking for someone. Could you let me go inside for a moment?" The dormitory supervisor immediately rejected him without mercy. "Every day, there are boys looking for someone. How can we just let boys into the girls' dormitory? Figure it out yourself." With that, she shut the window and locked it tightly. This route was clearly a dead end. Lin Muheng couldn't help falling into deep thought. How can I get Xiao Wanning to come downstairs? He browsed the university forum again, hoping to find Xiao Wanning's contact information. Unfortunately, there was nothing. With no other choice, Lin Muheng could only resort to the most direct and most embarrassing method. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Wanning, I have something to tell you. Come down. Xiao Wanning. Xiao Wanning." His repeated shouts instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although Lin Muheng felt incredibly embarrassed, the moment he thought about how much his daughter longed for her mother, he stopped caring about anything else. For his daughter, this father could only swallow his pride and try everything he could. Chapter 3. We have a 6-year-old daughter. Girls' dormitory, room 308. Xiao Qiao, dressed in a pink nightgown, was busy hanging up the clothes she had just washed on the balcony when a burst of noise suddenly came from downstairs. Curious, Xiao Qiao poked her head out. Then she excitedly turned around and shouted towards Xiao Wanning. Wanning, someone's calling your name downstairs. Come take a look. Xiao Wanning was sitting on a chair beside the bed. A pair of white wireless earbuds rested gently in her ears, blocking out the noise from outside. She wore a simple yet elegant white dress. Her long hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders like a waterfall, while her skin was as fair as snow. She looked like a fairy who had stepped straight out of a painting. Hearing Xiao Qiao's call, she gently removed her earbuds, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Xiao Qiao, what did you say? Someone's calling me. Xiao Qiao grabbed her hand and hurried over to the window, her face full of gossip. Wanting, look. There's a guy downstairs who keeps shouting your name. Could it be another lovesick guy coming to confess his feelings to you? Xiao Wanning smiled faintly, her face showing a hint of helplessness. She had received plenty of confessions before, but this was the first time someone had gone this crazy. She couldn't help feeling a little exasperated. Well, what can you expect? Our Wanning is so beautiful that her admirers probably stretch all the way overseas. Xiao Wanning glanced outside the window before returning to her chair. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao blinked mischievously. Wanning, you're really not going down to take a look? What if he's a super handsome guy? Wouldn't it be a shame to miss out? Xiao Wanning shook her head, a faint smile appearing on her lips. If you want to go, you go. I don't have that kind of free time. Downstairs, Lin Muheng was still shouting Xiao Wanning's name at the top of his lungs, over and over again. His voice echoed across the spacious campus, attracting plenty of curious glances. After shouting for quite a while, no one came downstairs. Lin Muheng couldn't help feeling puzzled. Was I not loud enough? Or is Xiao Wanning not in the dormitory? Unwilling to give up just like that, he suddenly had an idea. He went to the school gate and spent 20 yuan buying a large megaphone from an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes. The old man looked at him with curiosity and confusion, but Lin Muheng had no time to worry about that. He grabbed the megaphone and ran back. Before long, the 3 words Xiao Wanning began playing on a continuous loop outside building number 8. The sound was deafening, and every girl in the entire building could hear it. One after another, girls leaned against the windows, curiously looking downstairs, eager to see who this audacious guy was. Seeing the commotion upstairs, Lin Muheng secretly felt pleased with himself. This should definitely get Xiao Wanning to come down. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of her. He couldn't help wondering. That doesn't make sense. Xiao Wanning should come down after hearing this. Could she really not be in the dorm? Just then, a dormitory supervisor in her 50s, with a head full of curly hair, stormed over. She snatched the megaphone from Lin Muheng's hands and forcefully pressed the power button. Young man, I told you to figure out a way to get her down here, not to disturb everyone. The aunt's voice was sharp and stern, clearly showing how dissatisfied she was with Lin Muheng's behavior. I'm confiscating this megaphone. You'd better behave yourself. With that, she turned around and walked away, leaving Lin Muheng standing there alone. Wait, Auntie, I don't need it anymore. Lin Muheng tried to stop her, but the dormitory supervisor completely ignored him. He hadn't managed to get his future wife downstairs, and now he had even lost a megaphone in the process. He had truly lost the battle and paid the price. Lin Muheng sat on the curb, thinking hard about what to do next. Suddenly, a girl wearing a white dress walked out of the dormitory building. It was Xiao Wanning. She hadn't wanted to come down at first, but the megaphone had kept repeating her name over and over, eventually angering everyone in the dormitory. She had no choice but to come down. Xiao Wanning walked up to Lin Muheng and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Her voice carried a hint of calm curiosity. Are you the one who's been calling my name? What do you want? Lin Muheng looked up. The moment he saw her, he froze. He stared at her in confusion. Who are you? Xiao Wanning was speechless. You've been shouting my name this whole time, but you don't even recognize me? Are you trying to play hard to get? Hearing this, Lin Muheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So this girl really was the person he had been looking for. Oh, so it's you. He gave an awkward smile, looking incredibly happy. In truth, Lin Muheng hadn't deliberately failed to recognize Xiao Wanning. He had only heard her name before and had never actually met her. Moreover, the photograph he had was of the future Xiao Wanning, whose appearance was quite different from how she looked now. So when he first saw her, he hadn't immediately recognized her. His daughter could wake up at any moment. Before getting straight to the point, Lin Muheng decided to prepare her mentally first. Xiao Wanning, I know what I'm about to say may sound unbelievable. I hope you can believe me, and please, don't think I'm crazy, okay? His eyes were filled with sincerity and pleading. Xiao Wanning looked at him and nodded, indicating that she was willing to listen. Okay, go ahead. Lin Muheng took a deep breath before speaking. In the future, the two of us get married, and we have a 6-year-old daughter. Our daughter traveled here from the future to our current world. She really misses you. The more Xiao Wanning listened, the more deeply she frowned. Although she had already mentally prepared herself for something strange, she still couldn't help letting out a cold laugh when she heard such an absurd story. Classmate, if you want to pursue me, you don't have to make up something this ridiculous, do you? Her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Lin Muheng's heart tightened when he heard this, but he didn't give up. I'm sorry. I know this is difficult to believe, but everything I'm saying is true. You can take a look at this photograph. As he spoke, he took the photograph from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Wanning. Xiao Wanning accepted it and carefully examined it. The photograph clearly showed her. However, the her in the photograph looked much more mature and alluring. What shocked her even more was that her parents were also in the photograph. She noticed that her parents looked older than she remembered as well, with several more traces of age etched across their faces. After seeing this, Xiao Wanning's expression became serious. How do you have a photograph of my parents? What exactly are you trying to do? Seeing this, Lin Muheng hurriedly waved his hands and explained. I'm not trying to do anything. Really, I know this whole thing sounds unbelievable, but can you please listen to me? Xiao Wanning silently agreed. Lin Muheng then pointed at the photograph. The people on the left are my parents. The little girl in the middle is our daughter, Lin Wanwan. She looks like you. Xiao Wanning's gaze settled on the little girl in the middle. She studied her carefully and was astonished to discover that the child bore a striking resemblance to herself as a little girl, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. Even so, she still found it incredibly difficult to believe. After all, she hadn't even held a boy's hand yet. How could she possibly have a 6-year-old daughter? Chapter 4. Is the pure and innocent campus belle really this fierce in the future? Seeing this, Lin Muheng pleaded earnestly. I know this is hard to believe, but our daughter really is staying at a small hotel across from the university. Just meet her once, and you'll know. After hearing this, Xiao Wanning instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, in a complicated society like this, there were plenty of news reports about female college students being abducted and trafficked. However, when she saw the sincerity and determination in his eyes, she somehow found herself following Lin Muheng. At the small hotel, Lin Muheng had barely stepped through the entrance when he clearly heard intermittent crying coming from the innermost room on the first floor. The cries carried a sense of helplessness and fear, piercing straight into his heart. The moment he heard the crying, Lin Muheng's heart lurched as if something had suddenly seized it. His expression instantly became anxious, and a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Without another thought, he sprinted toward the room like a 100-meter runner, his hand trembling as he opened the door. The scene before him made Lin Muheng's heart clench. Wanwan was standing barefoot on the floor, her tiny pink feet especially noticeable beneath the dim yellow light. Her little face was drenched in tears, with tear trails running like 2 little streams from the corners of her eyes all the way down to her chin. She looked utterly pitiful. When she had woken up and found the room completely empty, the unfamiliar surroundings had frightened her badly. The moment Wanwan saw Lin Muheng, she immediately threw herself into his arms, tightly wrapping her little arms around his leg. Daddy, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Her voice was filled with grievance and insecurity, making Lin Muheng's heart ache. He immediately picked the little girl up and held her in his arms. Wah wah. Wanwan's tiny body trembled in his embrace as she sobbed like a little kitten that had suffered some terrible injustice. Lin Muheng gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Wanwan is Daddy's precious little girl. How could Daddy ever not want you? Daddy just went out to take care of something. I didn't expect Wanwan to wake up so quickly. Seeing that his daughter was still sobbing, Lin Muheng forced a smile and looked at her. Sweetheart, look who Daddy brought with him. After saying that, he gently turned Wanwan's face toward the doorway. Only then did Xiao Wanning, who had been standing outside, get a clear look at the little girl. She froze. Her eyes widened as if she had just witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she truly would have found it impossible to believe that the child resembled her so closely, perhaps 70 or 80%. Those eyes, that nose, those lips, The little girl was practically a miniature version of herself. Shock filled Xie Waning's sighs, and it felt as though enormous waves were crashing through her mind. Asterisk, how is this possible? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Asterisk. She began to wonder whether her eyes were deceiving her. But the child standing right in front of her was undeniably real, crying so sadly and pitifully. While Xie Waning was still in shock, Wanwan opened her arms and smiled sweetly. Mommy, you're back. Wanwan missed you so much. Her voice was filled with innocence and anticipation, clearly wanting her mommy to hold her. Faced with this unfamiliar little girl, Xie Waning stood frozen in place. She had no idea how to respond. Her emotions were a complete mess: shock, confusion, disbelief, and helplessness all tangled together. She looked at Wanwan's expectant little face, yet somehow couldn't take that final step forward to embrace her. Seeing that mommy remained motionless, Wanwan's little face immediately fell. She pouted, and tears began welling up in her eyes again. Then she opened her mouth and, feeling wronged, leaned against Daddy's shoulder. Does mommy not like Wanwan anymore? Is that why she doesn't want to hug me? Her tiny body rubbed against Lin Muheng's chest as though desperately searching for one last bit of comfort. Did Wanwan do something wrong? Why are Daddy and Mommy pretending not to know me today? Her voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She couldn't understand why her mommy and Daddy had suddenly become so unfamiliar. Hearing his daughter cry, Lin Muheng felt as if needles were stabbing his heart. He hurriedly comforted her. Daddy and Mommy both love Wanwan. Mommy was just thinking about something, so she didn't hug you right away. Wanwan is so adorable. How could anyone not like you? His voice was filled with tenderness and certainty, as though he wanted to give Wanwan the strongest sense of security possible. Really, tears clung to the little girl's eyelashes as she looked at him with tear-filled eyes, a hint of uncertainty in her gaze. Of course it's true. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, holding Wanwan tightly as though he wanted to pour all his love into her. Then he touched Wanwan's little feet. The coldness made him frown. He said affectionately, "Sweetheart, how about Daddy puts your shoes on for you?" Wanwan nodded and obediently sat down on the bed, stretching out her little feet so Daddy could put on her shoes. Throughout the entire process, Xie Waning kept staring at Wanwan, her eyes filled with complicated and conflicting emotions. She didn't know how she was supposed to face this child, a child who looked so much like her. And for some reason, when she had heard the little girl crying just moments ago, her heart had actually ached. That inexplicable pain left her completely at a loss. Could she really be my daughter? The moment this thought appeared, it refused to leave Xie Waning's mind. What exactly is going on? Her thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to sort out. Nearby, Lin Muheng was busy putting Wanwan's shoes on. The little girl was wearing a pair of pink sandals decorated with adorable little flowers. However, no matter how hard Lin Muheng tried, he simply couldn't fasten the buckle. He was sweating from the effort. Who bought these shoes? Why are they so difficult to put on? Lin Muheng couldn't help complaining. After all, he was only an 18-year-old young man who had never raised a child before. He was also rather impatient, so naturally he became irritated over such a small problem. Hearing this, Wanwan hurriedly covered his mouth with her chubby little hand. Then she glanced at Xie Waning. There was a hint of worry and fear in her eyes, as though she was afraid Daddy's words would make Mommy unhappy. A moment later, the little girl leaned close to Lin Muheng's ear and whispered, "Daddy show. Mommy bought these shoes. If you dare complain about something Mommy bought, she won't let you into the bedroom." Wanwan's little face was filled with seriousness, as though this were an extremely important matter. Hearing this, Lin Muheng instinctively glanced at Xie Waning. She was standing there with an awkward expression. Lin Muheng couldn't help secretly grumbling to himself. Is this pure and innocent campus belle really this fierce in the future? Xie Waning had probably heard what Wanwan said as well. She lowered her head, her pretty face turning bright red. Deep down, she was even more incredulous. Is that really me? Chapter 5. Mommy, make Daddy kneel on the washboard. Seeing Lin Muheng fumbling awkwardly with the straps on the sandals, Xie Waning stood gracefully to the side and said in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, "Let me do it." Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Muheng's face. He immediately stepped aside and scratched his head awkwardly. "Okay." His voice was soft, and gratitude flickered in his eyes. Xie Waning crouched down, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. With her nimble fingers, she gently looped and fastened the strap, securing the sandal in place with practiced and graceful movements. Just then, Wanwan jumped off the bed. Her rosy cheeks were puffed up like two plump peaches. Like a cheerful little bird, she spread her tiny arms and ran straight towards Xiao Wanning. She gently planted a kiss on Xiao Wanning's cheek, leaving behind a warm, slightly damp kiss mark. "Mommy, thank you." The little girl's voice was as clear and sweet as a silver bell, making anyone who heard it melt. The soft sensation left Xiao Wanning stunned for a moment. An inexplicable joy surged through her heart. Looking at Wanwan's innocent smile, she found herself in a daze. Could all of this absurd yet beautiful reality actually be true? Just then, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The Life Winner system has detected that the host successfully brought Xiao Wanning before Lin Wanwan. Reward: 1 two-bedroom apartment at Yunwan Mountain Villa. The moment the system's voice faded, Lin Muheng reached into his pocket and pulled out a brand new key. Before he could even celebrate, Xiao Wanning turned toward him and asked calmly, "What are you planning to do next?" Lin Muheng's gaze became firm and profound. He glanced affectionately at Wanwan, who was playing nearby, and said resolutely, "She's my daughter. Of course I'm going to take responsibility for raising her." However, when he noticed the hesitation and inner struggle that still lingered on Xiao Wanning's face, he expressed his understanding. "As for you, if you don't want to take responsibility, that's okay too. My daughter and I won't force you." His tone was filled with tolerance and understanding. Hearing this, Xiao Wanning couldn't help feeling a sense of disappointment. She quickly explained, "If Wanwan really is my daughter, then I'll definitely take responsibility as her mother." Her voice was filled with determination, as if she were trying to prove herself to Lin Muheng. Lin Muheng nodded gently and said, "Then let's go to the hospital now and get a paternity test. That way, you can know for sure." The three of them left the shabby little hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Modu First Central Hospital. The hospital corridors were dimly lit and warm, with the smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. Lin Muheng crouched down and suddenly pointed toward the west. "Wanwan, look. Do you see anything fun over there?" The little girl curiously turned her head. Lin Muheng immediately took advantage of the opportunity and swiftly plucked a strand of hair from her head. The moment Wanwan realized she had been tricked, her little face instantly filled with grievance and anger. Her cheeks puffed up like two soft rice cakes stuffed with air, while her lower lip stuck out so far it looked as though she could hang a weighing scale from it. She put her hands on her hips and angrily complained, "Daddy is bad. You always tease Wanwan. Humph. Wanwan isn't playing with you anymore." With that, the little girl ran straight into Xiao Wanning's arms for comfort. Pointing at Lin Muheng, she complained, "Mommy, Daddy bullied me. Mommy, you have to stand up for me." She looked so adorable and pitiful that it was impossible not to feel sorry for her. Looking at the precious little girl in her arms, Xiao Wanning couldn't help smiling tenderly. She gently pinched Wanwan's chubby cheek and asked indulgently, "How do you want Mommy to stand up for you?" Wanwan thought for a moment before arrogantly declaring, "Make Daddy kneel on the washboard." Her tone was exactly like that of a little queen issuing an imperial decree. Lin Muheng couldn't help touching his knees. Asterisk, there's gold beneath a man's knees. How could my future self possibly kneel so easily? Asterisk. Besides, can a wife like this really be brought home? At the thought of this, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. Xiao Wanning, meanwhile, was utterly embarrassed by what she had just heard. She quickly plucked a strand of hair from her own head and handed it to Lin Muheng. "Hurry up and send them to the lab. Stop wasting time." Lin Muheng took the hair, nodded, and turned toward the laboratory. Time seemed to become unbearably slow at that moment. Every second felt like an entire year. The three of them sat silently on a long bench in the corridor, waiting for the results. Finally, 3 hours later, a nurse appeared in the hallway holding a report. "Is Lin Muheng here?" Lin Muheng immediately stood up. "Here." His voice carried a hint of anticipation and nervousness. "Your test results are ready." With that, the nurse handed the report to him. Lin Muheng took it and immediately handed it to Xiao Wanning. Although he hadn't looked at the result himself, he was already completely certain. Lin Wanwan was his daughter. Xiao Wanning took the report, her fingers trembling slightly as she flipped to the final page. Clearly printed on the report were the words, "Biological parent-child relationship confirmed." Those words were like a weight lifted from her heart. For some reason, seeing the result made her inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. "Wanwan really is my daughter. If this is how the future develops, then the man standing in front of me is actually my future husband?" At the thought of this, Xiao Wanning unconsciously began examining Lin Muheng more carefully. He was dressed in casual sportswear, his tall and straight figure resembling a sturdy pine tree. At 180 centimeters tall, he stood out noticeably among the crowd. Beneath his thick eyebrows were a pair of deep eyes as dark as the night sky. His nose was tall and straight, and his thin lips were gently pressed together. Most striking of all was the dark beauty mark beside his nostril, making him instantly unforgettable. If my future husband is this handsome, that actually doesn't seem too bad. Xiao Wanning secretly smiled with satisfaction. Just then, Wanwan's sweet, childish voice came from beside her. The little girl blinked her big eyes and stood just a hand's breadth away from Xiao Wanning. Mommy, why do you keep staring at Daddy? Did Daddy grow flowers on his face? Hearing this, Xiao Wanning suddenly snapped back to reality. She happened to meet Lin Muheng's deep gaze. Her pretty face instantly flushed red. Asterisk Xiao Wanning, what on earth are you thinking about? Asterisk. By the time they left the hospital, the sky had already turned pitch black. Streetlights gradually illuminated one after another, guiding people home. Just then, Wanwan's little tummy began protesting at the most inconvenient moment. Grrrr. The sound was unusually loud. She shyly stuck out her tongue, her eyes narrowing into crescents as two rosy clouds appeared on her cheeks. Oh, my tummy's hungry. Then the little girl suddenly thought of something. She grabbed Xiao Wanning's warm, jade-like hand and swayed her little body coquettishly. Mommy, Wanwan wants to eat the food you make. ##### Chapter 6. How do two college students raise a 6-year-old? Xiao Wanning stood there in a daze. Cook. She only knew how to eat. Seeing her reaction, Lin Muheng curled his lips into a playful smile and asked, You don't know how to cook? Xiao Wanning scratched her head and answered sincerely, I do. Does boiling instant noodles count? Lin Muheng immediately shook his head in disdain. If boiling instant noodles counted as cooking, then wouldn't that make him a 5-star chef? At least he could add a slice of ham and an egg to his instant noodles, then throw in some vegetables at the end. Xiao Wanning noticed the disdain in his eyes and unhappily muttered, Can you cook? Her eyes carried a hint of challenge, as if saying, If you can, then you do it. Lin Muheng awkwardly waved his hand and smiled bitterly. No. Deep down, he was already regretting it. If he had known he would one day need to cook for his daughter, he would have properly learned some cooking skills from his mother. Now, all he knew how to do was boil instant noodles. What a disgrace. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning rolled her eyes at him before turning gently toward Wanwan. Sweetheart, Mommy will cook for you another day, okay? How about we eat out today? Her voice was filled with apology. The moment Wanwan heard that they could eat out again, her little eyes immediately lit up like two sparkling jewels. Her little head bobbed up and down like a toy drum. Okay. We'll eat outside today, and next time we'll eat Mommy's cooking. Xiao Wanning smiled and gently rubbed Wanwan's head. What would you like to eat, sweetheart? Her eyes were filled with affection, as if she wanted to give Wanwan everything good in the world. Wanwan tilted her little head and thought for a moment before answering in her sweet childish voice. Mommy, can I have noodles? Of course. Xiao Wanning immediately agreed, her eyes glowing with maternal affection. Before long, the three of them arrived at a cozy little noodle shop. Lin Muheng ordered Wanwan a bowl of noodles in clear broth, while he and Xiao Wanning both ordered bowls of noodles topped with minced pork and peas. Wanwan sat on a little stool, resting her chubby hands under her chin as she stared intently toward the kitchen, eagerly waiting for her food. Finally, the noodles arrived. Xiao Wanning carried the bowl over, and a generous pile of cilantro covered the top. Its vibrant green color looked especially appetizing beneath the lights. Lin Muheng immediately felt uncomfortable just looking at it. He couldn't understand how anyone could possibly enjoy eating cilantro. He frowned, a hint of disgust flashing across his face. Wanwan looked at her own bowl. Aside from noodles and some vegetables, there was nothing else. Her little eyes rolled around, and then she spotted the cilantro in Xiao Wanning's bowl. In her sweet little voice, she said, Mommy, I want some cilantro too. Can you give me a little? Xiao Wanning smiled and gently stroked Wanwan's head. Mommy will get some more for you, okay? Wanwan obediently nodded, her little face filled with happiness. A moment later, when Xiao Wanning added some cilantro to Wanwan's bowl, the little girl smiled with satisfaction. Watching this, Lin Muheng secretly grumbled to himself. Like mother, like daughter. I'm just the poor guy who does all the manual labor. Just then, Xiao Wanning suddenly spoke. Lin Muheng, how much did the paternity test cost? I'll send you half later. Later. Her voice was serious, as though they were discussing something very important. Lin Muheng didn't refuse. After all, he was only a freshman who had just started university. When he enrolled, his mother had transferred half a semester's living expenses into his bank account. After paying for the paternity test, his wallet was completely empty. Forget about Wanwan. Even feeding himself was becoming difficult. He nodded. Sure. Hearing Daddy and Mommy talking, Wanwan wrapped both chubby hands around a bowl that was even bigger than her face and began slurping her noodles. She held her chopsticks between her teeth and looked at Xiao Wanning with confusion. Mommy, you usually call Daddy hubby. Why didn't you call him that today? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Hubby. The moment she heard that word, Xiao Wanning shuddered, and her ears instantly turned red. She secretly glanced at Lin Muheng to see his reaction. To her surprise, he acted as though nothing had happened. He simply continued eating and drinking. She was the only one sitting there in embarrassment, not knowing how to respond. Asterisk, how does this little girl know so much? Asterisk. Facing her daughter's confused gaze, Xiao Wanning's eyes darted away. Her heart pounded like a little rabbit was trapped inside her chest. Does she really expect me to call him hubby before she'll let this go? She thought about it, but it was simply too embarrassing to say out loud. Just then, Lin Muheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and teasingly looked at Wanwan. Your noodles are going to get cold. If you don't eat faster, Daddy's going to steal them from you. His voice carried a playful tone. Wanwan immediately pouted. Daddy is bad. You always bully little kids. Her eyes were filled with grievance, as if she were accusing Lin Muheng of some terrible crime. When we go back to Grandpa and Grandma's house, I'm going to tell on you. She continued threatening him, her little face filled with indignation. Lin Muheng laughed even harder. He rubbed Wanwan's little head and said, Sure, Daddy will be waiting for you to go complain about me. Because her daddy was sitting right beside her and might steal her noodles at any moment, Wanwan ate incredibly quickly. Her little mouth kept chewing, making her look like an adorable little hamster. Before long, only 1/3 of the large bowl of noodles remained. For a 6-year-old child, that was already an impressively large appetite. After finishing, Wanwan rubbed her round little tummy and said contentedly, Wanwan is all full now. Daddy can eat all the noodles that are left. I won't be mad at you. Her voice was filled with childish innocence. Okay. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded as he rubbed Wanwan's head. He picked up the noodles she had left and began eating them in big mouthfuls. Seeing how happily Lin Muheng was eating, Wanwan couldn't help laughing too. Sitting beside them, Xiao Wanning watched the two of them, and a warm feeling suddenly spread through her heart. Then she suddenly realized a very serious problem. They were both college students. How were they supposed to raise a 6-year-old child? She frowned, worry flashing through her eyes. Our university has dorm inspections. It won't be convenient for Wanwan to stay either at your place or mine. What are we going to do? Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muheng, her voice filled with concern. Lin Muheng immediately reassured her. It's fine. I have an apartment across from the university. Wanwan can stay with me. He had already thought of this when the system gave him the apartment as a reward. Xiao Wanning nodded, slightly relieved. However, she still asked worriedly, What about your dorm inspections? Lin Muheng smiled and answered casually, My roommate is the class monitor. I'll have him find someone to cover for me. No one will notice. His voice was full of confidence, as though everything was already under control. After hearing this, Xiao Wanning finally relaxed. She nodded. That's probably for the best. After dinner, the three of them got into a taxi and prepared to return to Lin Muheng's apartment across from the university. Wanwan sat between them, holding Xiao Wanning's hand with one of her own and Lin Muheng's hand with the other. Her little face was filled with a blissful smile. Hashtag Chapter 7. Why is Daddy so silly today? Yunwan Villa, Building 8, Unit 1, 1201. As Lin Muheng opened the door, he was greeted by an incredibly cozy home. The entire place was spotlessly clean, with a faint, refreshing fragrance lingering in the air. All the furniture and appliances were fully furnished and neatly arranged. The house had clearly just been renovated and showed no signs of having been lived in. Everything looked brand new. Wanyu took tiny steps around the room, curiously looking at her unfamiliar surroundings. Her clear, watery eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. She looked at Lin Muheng and asked in her soft, sweet voice, Daddy, why are we here instead of going back to our own home? Her little brows furrowed slightly, her face filled with confusion. Lin Muheng felt a little awkward. Of course he wanted to go home, but this was the present, not the future. He bent down, gently rubbed Wanyu's head, and asked softly, Wanyu, do you know what our neighborhood is called? I do. The little girl nodded vigorously. Her tiny finger unconsciously poked her daddy's nose, and an innocent smile appeared on her face, as if she had discovered some great secret. Why are you so silly today, Daddy? Our home is in Thompson Riviera. Hearing the name, Thompson Riviera, Lin Muheng couldn't help taking a sharp breath. That was one of the most famous luxury residential communities in Shanghai, and even in all of China. Anyone who could afford to live there was either rich or powerful. It seemed that his future career must have been incredibly successful for him to provide his daughter with such a luxurious living environment. Thinking about this, Lin Muheng secretly made up his mind. If he wanted his daughter to enjoy the carefree, comfortable life she would have in the future, then he would have to work twice as hard from now on. He gently picked Wan Yu up, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Sweetheart, we're going to live here for a while in the future. Is that okay? As long as Daddy and Mommy are here, Wan Yu is okay with anywhere. Her soft, childish voice was filled with happiness. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing two adorable little canine teeth and making her look especially playful and cute. Lin Muheng gently placed Wan Yu on the soft sofa and affectionately rubbed her little head. Sweetheart, play here for a while. Daddy and Mommy have something to talk about. Okay. Wan Yu obediently nodded. Her chubby little hands pulled a colorful storybook from her backpack. She curled up comfortably on the sofa and began reading quietly. Every now and then, her little hands turned a page. Her face was filled with concentration, as if she had completely immersed herself in the wonderful story. Watching this scene, Xia Wanning felt a warm current flow through her heart. Her precious little girl was just too well-behaved. So sensible, so adorable. She couldn't help wanting to give her all the love in the world. #### in the dining room. Lin Muheng and Xia Wanning sat facing each other. Lin Muheng looked at her and said calmly, "Now that we've agreed to raise Wan Yu together, you don't have any objections, right?" "No." Xia Wanning gently shook her head before adding, "Whatever happens in the future doesn't count for now. The present is the present. I'm Wan Yu's mother, and you're Wan Yu's father. Other than that, we have no relationship with each other." "Agreed." Lin Muheng nodded. "We won't interfere with each other's personal lives." "No problem." Both of them were quite satisfied with the arrangement. They then added each other on WeChat, and Xia Wanning transferred half of the cost of the paternity test to Lin Muheng. It was already getting late, and Xia Wanning knew she had to leave. Otherwise, the school gates would be locked soon. She glanced reluctantly at Wan Yu before standing up and walking over to the little girl. She gently stroked her head. "Sweetheart, Mommy has something to take care of. I'll come see you tomorrow, okay?" Wan Yu immediately looked up, her little face filled with reluctance and worry. "Mommy, where are you going? You're not going to leave Wan Yu and Daddy, are you?" Her voice trembled slightly, and tears glistened in her eyes as though she could burst into tears at any moment. "I don't want you to go, Mommy." She tightly hugged Xia Wanning's leg, her little face filled with attachment and reluctance. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly crouched down and comforted her. "Mommy has some work to take care of. She won't leave Wan Yu and Daddy." After saying that, he looked at Xia Wanning and subtly raised his eyebrows. She immediately understood what he meant and hurriedly nodded in agreement. "That's right, Wan Yu. How could Mommy bear to leave you?" Her voice was filled with affection and reluctance as she tried to convince Wan Yu that she really would come back. "Mommy will come back first thing tomorrow morning and bring you some yummy food, okay?" Xia Wanning gently coaxed her, trying to distract her with the promise of delicious food. "Okay then." The little girl pouted and reluctantly nodded. Although she hated seeing Mommy leave, she knew Mommy had work to do. Still, she couldn't help reminding her. "Mommy, come back early tomorrow." "Of course." Xia Wanning smiled and nodded before gently opening the door. Just as she was about to leave, Wan Yu suddenly rushed out like a little swallow and threw herself into her mother's arms. Smack! She planted a kiss on her mother's cheek, then smiled sweetly. "Bye-bye, Mommy." "Bye-bye." Xia Wanning waved at her, a blissful smile spreading across her face. She gently touched the spot where Wan Yu had kissed her, unable to shake the feeling for a long time. At that moment, she seemed to have experienced the purest happiness and contentment in the world. "Let's go home." Lin Muheng took Wan Yu's little hand and led her back inside. Wan Yu was kneeling on the bed, her little face hazy with sleepiness. Her eyelids looked so heavy that she seemed ready to fall asleep at any moment. She rubbed her eyes with her tiny hands, her little head bobbing up and down. She looked incredibly adorable. Although the apartment was fully furnished with all the necessary appliances and furniture, there were no clothes or pajamas for Wan Yu. Lin Muheng decided that tomorrow he would take his daughter shopping for some new clothes and pajamas. For tonight, they would just have to make do. He took off his t-shirt and gently slipped it over Wanyu. The shirt was much too large for her, but it happened to work perfectly as a night dress. Wearing her daddy's t-shirt, Wanyu looked especially tiny and adorable, like a little fairy. Wanyu, lie down. Daddy will pat you to sleep. Lin Muheng spoke softly, hoping to help her fall asleep as quickly as possible. The little girl obediently crawled under the covers. Her eyes were already barely open. She sweetly said to Lin Muheng, "Daddy, do we have any milk? I drink a glass of milk every night before bed." Lin Muheng had checked the refrigerator earlier, but there wasn't anything inside. He shook his head and promised, "Sweetheart, we don't have any milk at home today. Daddy will buy some tomorrow, okay?" He spoke gently, trying to soothe her. Right now, he knew nothing about Wanyu's habits or preferences. He would have to slowly figure them out over time. The little girl gave a soft response before pleading in her sweet, childish voice. "Daddy, then can you read me a bedtime story?" "Of course." Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, then searched his phone for a bedtime story suitable for children. Soon, a warm, magnetic voice filled the bedroom. Once upon a time, there was a little kitten who loved eating fish. No matter how much it ate, it was never enough. It was always thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful if one fish could turn into lots and lots of fish? Lin Muheng's voice was gentle and captivating, almost magical. Wanyu gradually drifted off into dreamland. A contented, blissful smile lingered on her little face, as if she were having the sweetest dream. Before long, her breathing became slow and steady. She had clearly fallen fast asleep. Lin Muheng looked at his daughter, and warmth once again filled his heart. He gently tucked the blanket around Wanyu, then quietly left the bedroom. Hashtag Chapter 8. Creative ability? Can this thing even put food on the table? At the same time, a crisp system notification suddenly rang out in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host read a bedtime story to his daughter. This warm and loving act is worthy of praise. The host is hereby rewarded with the ability to create children's stories. As soon as the system finished speaking, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened inside Lin Muheng's mind. Countless fascinating bedtime stories flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Every single one was filled with imagination and creativity. His newfound storytelling ability was practically the pinnacle of literary inspiration. Creative ability? Can this thing even put food on the table? Lin Muheng silently complained to himself while thinking about ways to make money. Thinking about how good Wanyu's living conditions would be in the future, he swore that he had to give his precious daughter an even better life. But how could he make money quickly? Lin Muheng first checked the part-time job groups on his phone. He discovered that working as a waiter paid a decent hourly wage, 20 yuan an hour. But even after working 10 hours, he would only make 200 yuan. Although that would barely be enough to get by, it would leave him with no time to take care of Wanyu. And with so many child traffickers out there was no way he could feel comfortable leaving his daughter in someone else's care. For a while, he rejected every seemingly viable way of making money one by one. Just as Lin Muheng was deep in thought, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Hadn't the system just rewarded him with the ability to create stories? Perhaps he could try writing bedtime stories and see if anyone was willing to buy them. The moment this thought occurred to him, he immediately took action and began searching online for relevant information. To his surprise, he actually found a website called Tongxiu, which specialized in purchasing high-quality children's stories. The prices were surprisingly generous. A good story could sell for as much as 1,000 yuan, with no upper limit on how much an outstanding story could earn. Lin Muheng secretly rejoiced. With the creative ability granted by the system, he was confident that he could write high-quality stories that would satisfy readers. So, he quickly registered as an author on the Tongxiu website and began working on his first story. In less than an hour, he successfully wrote and published 3 imaginative and entertaining bedtime stories. After publishing them, he logged off with satisfaction and looked forward to hearing from an editor the next day. Meanwhile, back at the girls' dormitory, Xia Wanning was tossing and turning in bed. For some reason, she felt strangely empty inside. She stared at her phone, wondering what Wanyu and her daddy were doing at that very moment. She opened her WeChat chat with Lin Muheng. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She wanted to ask what he was doing, but she was worried that taking the initiative might seem too abrupt or inappropriate. Am I being too forward? Xia Wanning muttered to herself, her finger lingering uncertainly over the send button. Forget it. I'll see them tomorrow anyway. She tried to convince herself to let go of her worries. But her longing for Wanyu only grew stronger, like wild grass spreading uncontrollably. Wanyu is my daughter. It's perfectly normal for me to ask about her. After struggling with herself for a while, Xia Wanning finally mustered up the courage to send Lin Muheng a message. Is Wanyu asleep? Lin Muheng quickly replied, along with a photo. In the photo, Wanyu was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes rested gently against her cheeks, while a blissful, contented smile adorned her chubby little face. Anyone who saw her would feel an irresistible urge to give her a kiss. She's been asleep for a while. Lin Muheng answered honestly. After replying to the message, perhaps because he had been busy all day, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning looked at the photo and message Lin Muheng had sent her, and a warm feeling spread through her heart. After thinking for a moment, she decided to ask what the two of them wanted for breakfast tomorrow. So she sent another message. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll bring breakfast for you and Wanyu when I come over. This time, however, she didn't receive an immediate reply. Time passed second by second, but her phone screen remained completely silent. Did he fall asleep? Xia Wanning grumbled inwardly. Since she wasn't sleepy at all, she angrily pulled the blanket over her head. Usually a good sleeper, she unexpectedly found herself unable to sleep that night. At the same time, the 3 bedtime stories Lin Muheng had published quietly set off a storm among groups of mothers. Zhang Meiyan was a full-time stay-at-home mom with 2 children. Her youngest was 5 years old. Every night before bed, the little girl would pester her mother to read her a story. And there was nothing Zhang Meiyan wanted to do less. When she started reading The Wolf Grandmother, her daughter helplessly sighed. Mommy, you've already read this story 8 times. I already know what happens next. The little girl pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Then how about Mommy reads Little Red Riding Hood again? Zhang Meiyan asked helplessly. To her surprise, her daughter shook her head and complained. I want to hear a story you haven't told me before. This left Zhang Meiyan completely stumped. Looking at her daughter's stubborn expression, she reluctantly opened the new stories section of the Tongsu website. Among the many stories, one titled Star Candies in the Moonlight Forest caught her attention. She clicked on it, intending to give it a try. Unexpectedly, once she started reading, she couldn't stop. The story wasn't just entertaining. It also taught children practical life lessons and valuable principles. Most importantly, after listening to the entire story, her daughter didn't complain or resist. Instead, she happily fell asleep. After leaving her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan excitedly shared her discovery in her mom group. Ladies, I found an amazing bedtime story. You all have to read it to your kids. The moment the message was sent, the group exploded. One mother immediately replied, Girl, you're a lifesaver. I was just wondering what story to read my daughter. She's basically heard everything already. Being a mom is seriously hard. Another mother chimed in. My daughter is exactly the same. Every time I look for a story, it takes forever, and she refuses to sleep unless she hears a bedtime story first. Being a woman is hard enough. Being a mom is even harder. The women in the group all chimed in, sharing their own frustrations and struggles. Before long, Lin Muheng's bedtime stories became a sensation among mothers. People began forwarding, liking, and commenting on them. Some even directly sent the author a virtual cruise ship worth more than 2,000 yuan as encouragement and support. And these mothers didn't belong to just one group. They were connected through countless other channels, local groups, out-of-town groups, friends, acquaintances, and even complete strangers. One person told 10, and 10 told 100. Before long, Lin Muheng's bedtime stories spread rapidly across the internet. In just 2 hours after going online, the 3 stories had accumulated more than 100,000 views. That kind of traffic was practically terrifying compared with other works in the same category. And yet, the author himself, Lin Muheng, was fast asleep at that very moment. He had absolutely no idea that his stories had already become such a huge hit. #### Chapter 9. Mommy, I dreamed about you last night. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains, Lin Muheng woke from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, his first reaction was to turn his head and check whether Wawen was still beside him. Fortunately, the little girl was curled up into a ball, sleeping soundly. However, the little rascal was an extremely restless sleeper. The blanket he had carefully tucked around her had somehow been kicked all the way down to her feet. She had also completely changed her sleeping position after tossing and turning all night. She was now lying with her head toward the foot of the bed. Thankfully, She hadn't actually fallen onto the floor, which made Lin Muheng secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He gently pulled the blanket back over her, then quietly slipped out of the room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Muheng suddenly remembered the stories he had uploaded the previous day. He opened the Tongxiu app, and the moment he logged in, a flood of notifications poured in from the back end, catching him completely off guard. When he opened the comments, he was greeted by an overwhelming number of positive reviews. Readers were full of praise for his stories. Even more surprising was the fact that he had received more than 3,000 yuan in tips in just one night. At this moment, Lin Muheng sincerely apologized for doubting his creative ability yesterday. Not only could this ability make money, it could even help him save enough to buy a Land Rover. He tried converting the virtual gifts into cash, and to his surprise, the money was transferred into his account almost instantly. This unexpected windfall finally put his mind at ease. At least his precious daughter wouldn't have to struggle through a tight financial situation with him anymore. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door broke the peaceful morning silence. Lin Muheng was puzzled. Who could possibly be here this early? He hurriedly slipped on his slippers and went to the door. Looking through the peephole, he was surprised to see that it was Xia Wanling. She was wearing a pink floral dress, the hem swaying gently with every step. Her long black hair cascaded beside her ears like a waterfall, with a few loose strands dancing softly in the breeze, adding an extra touch of grace to her already beautiful appearance. A pair of simple white low-heeled sandals adorned her feet, making her look even more elegant and charming. However, when Xia Wanling saw Lin Muheng behind the door, she suddenly reacted as if she had been burned. She hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, her pretty face turning bright red. Pervert! Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Her voice was filled with embarrassment and panic. I am wearing clothes. I just don't have a shirt on, Lin Muheng helplessly explained. He stepped aside and continued. Wawen didn't have any pajamas, so I gave her my t-shirt to wear as pajamas. She hasn't woken up yet, and there aren't any other clothes here, so this was the only option. He spread his hands helplessly, looking completely innocent. Xia Wanling gave a soft response. She slowly lowered her hand and, after realizing that Lin Muheng was no longer standing directly in front of her, finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that brief glance just now, she had vaguely caught sight of his well-defined abs, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. She gently placed the breakfast she was carrying on the dining table, then shyly glanced toward the living room. Yesterday, I asked what you wanted to eat, but you didn't reply, so I just bought whatever I thought would be okay. The food is still warm. Come eat first. Hearing this, Lin Muheng quickly took out his phone and checked WeChat. Sure enough, he found the message Xia Wanling had sent him the previous night. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I was too tired yesterday and fell asleep. I wasn't deliberately ignoring you. It's okay. Xia Wanling gently shook her head, a warm smile appearing on her lips. She picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, but her eyes involuntarily drifted toward the living room, as if she were looking for something. She lowered her head and secretly glanced at Lin Muheng, looking like a thief caught red-handed. When her gaze once again landed on his vaguely visible abs, her cheeks turned even redder. For some reason, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. I wonder what they feel like. She secretly wondered, her heart fluttering inexplicably. How much was breakfast? I'll transfer you the money. Lin Muheng looked up at Xia Wanling and asked. Her thoughts interrupted. Xia Wanling shyly lowered her head and murmured, It wasn't much. I'll pay today. You can buy it tomorrow. Sounds good. Lin Muheng nodded and lowered his head to look at his phone again. He was secretly wondering why the editor from Tongxiu hadn't contacted him yet. Could it be that they haven't started work yet? Just as he was thinking about it, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Wawen walked out barefoot, wearing the oversized white nightgown that Lin Muheng had given her. Her hair was slightly messy, making her look like a little elf who had just escaped from a dream. The little girl frowned and rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, looking adorably sleepy and not quite fully awake yet. However, the moment her eyes landed on Xia Wanling, they instantly lit up. Wawen smiled excitedly and ran towards Xia Wanling like a cheerful little bird. Mommy, you're back. I dreamed about you last night. The little girl blinked her big, watery eyes, her face glowing with a sweet smile. Xia Wanling lovingly picked Wawen up and gently stroked her hair. You dreamed about Mommy last night? What kind of dream was it? Can you tell Mommy about it? Hearing that, Wawen playfully poked her little fingers together, her smile becoming even brighter. Then, in her sweet, childish voice, she said, Mommy took Wawan shopping and bought me ice cream. The ice cream was pink, and it was strawberry flavored. She added this with delight, as if she could already smell the sweet aroma. Xiao Wanling smiled warmly, then gently pinched the little girl's nose. I think it's just the little glutton in Wawan's tummy craving ice cream again. The little girl grinned, revealing two adorable dimples. Her cute expression was enough to melt anyone's heart. At this moment, Lin Muheng looked at Xiao Wanling and asked, "Do you have any plans today?" "No." Xiao Wanling gently shook her head. Shanghai University didn't have classes on Saturdays and Sundays, so she planned to spend the next 2 days with her precious daughter. Besides, there were no dorm inspections over the weekend, so she didn't need to hurry back. "Do you have something to do?" Xiao Wanling asked in return. "If you're busy, I can take care of Wawan today." "I don't have anything to do either." Lin Muheng shook his head before continuing. "When Wawan came here, she only had the clothes she was wearing. She doesn't have any spare clothes or daily necessities. Let's take her shopping today and get her some new clothes and other things she needs." Before Xiao Wanling could answer, Wawan excitedly jumped up and clapped her hands, her eyes curving into adorable crescents. "Yay! Wawan loves going shopping for clothes. Mommy, let's go, okay?" She shook Xiao Wanling's arm and acted so adorably that it was impossible to refuse. Hashtag Chapter 10. Daddy, who's prettier, Mommy or me? Seeing how adorable she looked, Xiao Wanling felt a warm current flow through her heart. She smiled and nodded. "Mommy never said I wouldn't take you. Yay! Mommy is the best. Wawan loves Mommy the most." The little girl happily shouted and planted a loud kiss on Xiao Wanling's cheek with a cheerful smack, making her grin from ear to ear. Seeing this, Lin Muheng pretended to be upset and looked at Wawan. "Daddy was the one who suggested taking you shopping. But Wawan only loves Mommy and doesn't love Daddy. Daddy is so sad." "No, that's not true." Wawan anxiously waved her little hands and hurried over to Lin Muheng, giving him a kiss as well. Smack. Wawan loves Daddy the most too. Daddy and Mommy are both Wawan's favorite people. Only after seeing Daddy finally smile did Wawan breathe a sigh of relief. She patted her chubby little chest, as if reassuring herself. At this moment, Xiao Wanling gently stroked Wawan's head and smiled. "Sweetie, hurry up and finish your breakfast. After that, we'll go buy you some new clothes." Wawan nodded and eagerly gobbled down her steamed buns, even bobbing her little head back and forth as she ate. She looked absolutely delighted. After breakfast, Xiao Wanling gently helped Wawan change clothes and carefully fixed her little braids. Once she was dressed, Wawan put her little backpack on and happily ran out. Xiao Wanling glanced at the white t-shirt lying on the bed. Without realizing it, she picked it up and gave it a gentle sniff. A faint, pleasant scent wafted into her nose, the unique scent of Lin Muheng. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and an inexplicable shyness welled up inside her. After folding the shirt neatly, Xiao Wanling walked over to Lin Muheng and shyly held it out. "Your shirt." Lin Muheng took it, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "Thanks." He immediately put it back on, then took Wawan's hand and headed out. With her father's large hand holding hers, Wawan couldn't have been happier. She skipped and hopped along beside him like a cheerful little elf. They hailed a taxi outside the residential complex, and before long, the family of 3 arrived at a nearby shopping mall. The moment they entered, Wawan was captivated by an ice cream shop nearby. She grabbed both of Xiao Wanling's hands, her eyes widening as she sweetly reminded her, "Mommy, you promised Wawan strawberry ice cream this morning." "Fine, you little glutton." Xiao Wanling gently pinched Wawan's nose before taking her little hand and walking over to the shop. She smiled at the employee. "1 strawberry ice cream, please." The employee quickly prepared it, and before long, a pink strawberry ice cream was handed to Wawan. Wawan's eyes lit up as she held it in her hands, her little face filled with happiness and satisfaction. Although she desperately wanted to take a bite right away, she obediently asked, "Mommy, you bought the ice cream, so you should have the first bite." Xiao Wanling's heart warmed. "Mommy doesn't want any. You eat it." But after Wawan enthusiastically insisted, she finally took a small bite. "Okay, Mommy's had some. Now you can eat." The little girl then ran over to Lin Muheng with the ice cream. "Daddy, you should try some too. Strawberry ice cream is super delicious." Lin Muheng bent down and took a small lick before giving her a thumbs up. "It's really delicious." Hearing Daddy approve of her favorite flavor, Wawan was overjoyed and smiled even more brightly. Standing nearby, Xiao Wanling watched the heartwarming interaction between father and daughter, feeling an inexplicable sense of happiness. However, When she noticed that Lin Muheng had licked the exact same spot where she had just taken a bite, her cheeks flushed again, and her heart began pounding like a startled rabbit. Does this count as an indirect kiss? She touched her lips, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Realizing what she was thinking, she patted her cheeks and scolded herself. What am I even thinking about? After finishing their ice cream, the family headed straight to the children's clothing section on the third floor. The mall was bustling with people, but Wawen wasn't frightened at all. Instead, she curiously looked around at everything. Xiao Wanling gently asked her daughter, "Sweetie, what kind of clothes do you like?" Wawen tilted her little head and thought carefully before answering. I like pink clothes with little animals on them." "Oh." Xiao Wanling nodded and began looking for clothes that matched her daughter's preferences. As she walked among the various children's outfits, she noticed a pink tutu dress in a shop on her right. It had little bunny designs on it and was absolutely adorable. Her eyes lit up. "Sweetie, do you like that dress?" Wawen followed her mother's finger and immediately became captivated by the pink tutu dress. She nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I like it." The sales assistant noticed them and quickly came over with a bright smile. "The little girl has great taste. That pink tutu dress is one of our newest styles. It only arrived yesterday. We still have all the sizes. Why don't you let her try it on?" Xiao Wanling nodded and took Wawen into the fitting room. A short while later, the fitting room door gently opened, and a little fairy-like figure came bouncing out. Wawen was wearing the pink tutu dress, its skirt swaying gently with every movement like a blooming flower. She walked up to Lin Muheng, blinked her big eyes, and smiled. "Daddy, am I pretty?" She looked so adorable that anyone would want to scoop her into their arms and give her a dozen kisses. Looking at the beautiful and adorable little girl before him, Lin Muheng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He sincerely praised her. "You're beautiful. Our Wawen looks just like a little fairy in this dress." Wawen became a little shy after hearing that. She lowered her head and nervously played with the hem of her skirt, making her look even more endearing. Suddenly, Wawen raised her head and mischievously asked Lin Muheng, "Daddy, who's prettier, Mommy or Wawen?" The question immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Xiao Wanling also turned her gaze toward Lin Muheng, feeling both expectant and nervous as she waited to see how he would answer this deadly question. Being watched by the two girls, Lin Muheng suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Then, inspiration struck. He smiled and answered, "Of course Mommy is prettier. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a beautiful daughter as Wawen?" The moment he said this, the people nearby burst into applause and praise. Someone even exclaimed, "How did I not think of that answer?" However, at that moment, a woman beside them suddenly called out, "I'll take the dress the little girl is wearing." Chapter 11. Daughters should be raised in abundance. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's fair and delicate face instantly filled with worry. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lin Muheng and Xiao Wanling, as if she were begging her parents not to give the pink tutu to someone else. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently patted Wanwan's little head and nodded. He then turned to the woman and spoke politely, but his voice carried an undeniable firmness. "Sorry, we liked this dress first." Seeing this, the saleswoman quickly put on a smile and explained to the woman who had spoken earlier, "Madam, I'm very sorry. There's only one of these dresses, and the person who came first was also the one who received it." Her tone was somewhat apologetic, but she tried her best to maintain a professional smile. "Don't worry, we have many other beautiful dresses in our store. You can take your time to choose, and you're sure to find one you like," the saleswoman said enthusiastically, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled gently, waved her hand lightly, and said, "I want this dress, but I need a size smaller than this little girl's." Her gaze lingered on Wanwan for a moment, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. "I haven't seen my daughter in a long time. When I saw this little girl trying on the dress, I couldn't help but think of my daughter. She would look so beautiful in this dress." The woman's voice was filled with longing for her daughter. "By the way, my daughter is 4.5 years old this year. Should she be able to wear a size smaller?" she asked the sales clerk again to confirm. "Yes, you can wear it. Of course you can wear it." The sales clerk nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng and Xiao Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the lady wasn't trying to take the dress from their precious daughter, but rather choosing a gift for her. As a mother herself, Xiao Wanning couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the woman. However, she knew she would be unable to bear not seeing Wanwan for a long time. No matter how bitter or difficult it was, she would keep Wanwan by her side. Thinking of this, She secretly glanced at Lin Muheng, muttering to herself, for Wanwan's sake, should I try to find out more about him? Besides the pink tutu, Xia Wanning carefully selected several other fresh and cute dresses for Wanwan from the shelf. Thinking of Lin Muheng's shirtless appearance that morning, Xia Wanning suddenly remembered that there was still an important thing she hadn't chosen. So she looked at the sales clerk, smiled, and asked, "Hello, where are the pajamas?" "This way, please follow me." The sales clerk warmly guided Xia Wanning to the pajama shelf. Wanwan followed behind her mother curiously, her eyes wide open like two shining black gems. She looked at the various patterns on the pajamas on the shelf, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Pointing to a pink cat-patterned pajama, she said, "Mommy, I like this pajama." "Okay, this one will do." Xia Wanning smiled and nodded, taking the kitten pajamas off the shelf. Xia Wanning carefully selected clothes for Wanwan, from top to bottom and inside to outside. Looking at her overflowing shopping bags, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Muheng took the initiative to handle the checkout. He carried the clothes to the front desk and prepared to pay. A moment later, the sales clerk looked up at him, smiled, and said, "Hello, sir. Your total bill is 1,288 yuan." Upon hearing the price, Lin Muheng couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that just a few children's clothes would cost more than 1,000 yuan. Kids are money-devouring beasts. However, despite the high price, Lin Muheng didn't feel the pinch at all. After all, you should buy the best for your daughter so that she can feel your love and care from a young age. Moreover, daughters should be raised in comfort so that they won't be easily tricked away by other boys with a flick of their fingers. Meanwhile, the employees of Tongchu.com had just started working. Data clerk Xiao Li, holding his laptop, excitedly knocked on the editor-in-chief's office door. "Come in." Editor-in-chief Song Qianyue's voice came from inside the door, carrying a hint of authority and competence. Xiao Li pushed open the door and walked in, placing the computer in front of Song Qianyue. He said, "Editor-in-chief, last night an author named Zhong Qianyi posted 3 bedtime stories, which have already garnered 500,000 views." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Song Qianyue's face showed an expression of disbelief. She pulled the computer closer to her eyes, carefully examining the numbers displayed on it, still feeling a sense of unreality. It's worth noting that even after all these years, those popular bedtime stories and fables have only garnered around 10 million views. And these 3 stories by Zhong Qianyi garnered 500,000 clicks in less than one night, which is simply terrifying. A surge of excitement welled up in Song Qianyue's heart. She thought that if they could sign Zhong Qianyi as an exclusive author for Tongchu.com, their website would definitely secure its position as the industry leader. Thinking of this, she could no longer contain her excitement and hurriedly instructed Xiao Li to quickly find out Zhong Qianyi's contact information. Soon, Xiao Li quickly approached Song Qianyue with a piece of paper and said, "Editor-in-chief, this is the mobile phone number left when Zhong Qianyi registered on the website." "Okay, I understand." Song Qianyue took the note, suppressed her excitement, and quickly dialed the other party's phone number. A male voice came from the other end of the line very quickly. "Hello, are you the author, Zhong Qianyi?" "I am." Lin Muheng nodded, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Who are you?" "I'm Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com. I'd like to discuss a contract with you. Are you available now?" Song Qianyue's voice was filled with urgency and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng glanced at Wanwan, grinned, and said, "I'm busy right now. Add me on WeChat first, and I'll get back to you when I have time." After hanging up the phone, Song Qianyue quickly submitted a request to add the contact, silently praying that the other party would approve it soon. On the other side, Wanwan walked excitedly ahead, like a lively and adorable little rabbit. She kept turning back to look at Lin Muheng, and seeing that he was still standing there, she waved to him in her childish voice and said, "Daddy, come quick." Looking at his daughter's adorable appearance, Lin Muheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, Dad will catch up with you soon." Xia Wanning sensed that he was busy, so she said understandingly, "Lin Muheng, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll keep Wanwan company. I'm fine." After saying that, he strode over and ran towards Wanwan. When the little guy saw his dad chasing after him, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away, giggling as he ran, as if he was playing hide-and-seek with his dad. Looking at Lin Muheng and Wanwan's warm and lovely backs, Xia Wanning also smiled. However, When she thought about how excited and happy Lin Muheng was when he answered the phone, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She snorted and muttered to herself, "The girl has already called to urge you, and you're still acting like nothing's wrong. Pa, I even wanted to get to know you. What a scumbag." Chapter 12. I'm not just any ordinary girl. After buying clothes, the family of three went to the supermarket to select some household items. Excitedly, Wanwan grabbed her parents' hands and skipped and hopped among the dazzling array of goods on the shelves. When the group walked to the vegetable and seafood section, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a treasure. She pointed to the lively, wriggling shrimp on the shelf, her chubby little face full of anticipation. Wanwan looked at Xiao Wanning and said in her sweet, childlike voice, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to eat your shrimp and tofu stew. Can you make it for Wanwan for lunch?" The little one's eyes seemed to sparkle like stars, a sweet smile played on his lips, and his chubby little hands would occasionally make a please, please gesture. Xiao Wanning looked down at Wanwan's coquettish appearance, and her heart was melting. She couldn't resist the little guy's onslaught and nodded indulgently. "Okay, Mom will make it for you." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Wanwan was so happy she almost jumped for joy, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Smack Mommy, you're the best. Wanwan loves you." She kissed Xiao Wanning on the cheek, and her chubby little hands made a big heart shape. That pure and innocent love completely warmed Xiao Wanning's heart. At this moment, she would be willing to pluck the stars from the sky if her daughter wanted them. Immediately, she took out her phone and began searching for recipes for shrimp and tofu casserole. The words on the screen danced before her eyes, and she nodded as she read, seemingly confident in her ability to make the dish. What's so difficult about that? It's just cooking. How could it be difficult for a top student like me? Xiao Wanning thought to herself. After buying all the ingredients needed to make shrimp and tofu stew, the family of three went for another walk to make sure they had all the other necessities before returning to Yunwan Villa. After arriving home, Xiao Wanning rolled up her sleeves, took the ingredients, and went into the kitchen. Lin Muheng carefully put Wanwan's new clothes into the washing machine to wash them. After finishing tidying up, Lin Muheng went to the kitchen, a hint of worry in his eyes, and asked softly, "Are you sure you can handle lunch?" He didn't have high hopes for Xiao Wanning's cooking skills, since she usually only knew how to cook instant noodles and knew almost nothing else. "Okay." Xiao Wanning nodded readily, sensing Lin Muheng's worry, and thought to herself, "Who do you think you are? I'll blind you with my brilliance in a bit." However, Lin Muheng still asked again, "Are you sure there's nothing I can help with?" "No," Xiao Wanning replied without turning her head, then said sourly, "You should contact that girl instead. Don't keep her waiting." Upon hearing Xiao Wanning's words, Lin Muheng suddenly remembered that the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com was waiting for his reply. He smiled and nodded, then took out his phone to contact the other party. Just then, a loud chopping sound came from the kitchen. Lin Muheng turned to look at the kitchen, thinking to himself, "Why is the school beauty so temperamental? Has she taken a tantrum?" In the living room, Wanwan was watching cartoons intently, occasionally letting out a silvery laugh. Lin Muheng entered the room and accepted the other party's WeChat request. Soon, a detailed contract arrived. He read the contents of the contract carefully, his brows furrowing more and more. Although this contract is nominally a formal agreement, it is in reality more like a contract of servitude. The signing fee was high, but the conditions were extremely harsh. 30 fairy tales must be created within a month, and each story must be at least grade B, with the highest grade being S. If you create fewer than 30 pieces or your work is rated below B, you will face hefty fines. Lin Muheng was well aware of his creative abilities, and he was indeed capable of fulfilling these requirements. The problem is that he only wants to create part-time and doesn't want to be restricted by this contract, limiting his freedom and time. More importantly, he doesn't want to neglect his daughter because of work. Therefore, he declined the invitation without hesitation. Meanwhile, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, was smugly waiting for Lin Muheng's reply. She was confident that no one could resist such an attractive signing fee. However, when she received Lin Muheng's rejection message, the smile on her face froze instantly, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Song Qianyue clenched her fists, her face flushed red with anger. Even the fish in the fish tank sensed her murderous aura and scurried to the corner. She snorted coldly. This Zhong Qianyi is really ungrateful. He won't sign such a high signing fee. Who does he think he is? After calming down, Song Qianyue suppressed her anger and dialed Lin Muheng's number. Her voice carried a hint of displeasure, yet she maintained her professional politeness and courtesy. Sir, Tongchu.com is very sincere in wanting to cooperate with you. If you are not satisfied with the signing fee, we are willing to pay $3 million a year, and we will give you 20% of the revenue share. This is the highest offer we can make. You should really consider our terms. However, Lin Muheng's attitude remained firm. I'm sorry, I still can't sign. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Song Qianyue on the other end of the phone was furious, her face turning ashen. She never expected to be rejected so decisively by an online writer. She gripped her phone tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. Seeing the editor-in-chief's angry expression, Xiaoli cautiously asked, "Has the other party still not signed?" Song Qianyue shook her head. Seeing this, Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a genius in creating fairy tales. It's such a pity he didn't sign in. What a pity. Song Qianyue looked sharply into the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. If he can't be used by us, then let him remain unknown for the rest of his life. Let's see how long he can be arrogant. Her decisiveness and ruthlessness sent chills down one's spine, as if she wanted to completely suppress Lin Muheng. See? Soon he'll be begging us to sign him. Song Qianyue smiled, her eyes gleaming with determination. After leaving the room, Lin Muheng suddenly heard a scream, sharp and urgent, seemingly coming from the kitchen. His heart tightened, and he rushed inside to check the situation. Xiao Wanning frowned, her voice tinged with grievance, and blood streamed from her index finger. Just now, she accidentally cut her finger while handling shrimp, and blood instantly stained her fingertip. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly put Xiao Wanning's hand into his mouth and gently sucked on the wound. Xiao Wanning's eyes widened instantly upon witnessing this scene, and her cheeks burned as if on fire, the sensation spreading rapidly to her ears, her embarrassment barely concealed. She spoke softly, with a hint of panic and embarrassment. "What are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of girl." Chapter 13, Are You Living Together So Soon? Lin Muheng was somewhat puzzled by these words. He gently tapped Xiao Wanning's head with a hint of helplessness. "What strange and wonderful things do you think about with your little head all day long? I was stopping your bleeding, you idiot." Lin Muheng shook his head speechlessly, taking Xiao Wanning's hand out as he spoke. "See, the bleeding has stopped." After hearing Lin Muheng's explanation, Xiao Wanning felt a surge of heat in her heart, and her face flushed red, like a ripe apple. Being so bluntly criticized made her want to disappear into the ground. How could she have had such a thought? She dared not think any further and simply lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. Then, Lin Muheng's gaze fell on Xiao Wanning's fingers. The wound was still very deep, with a faint trace of blood, which made his heart tighten. "Sit here for a while. I'll go downstairs and buy you a Band-Aid. Don't move." His words were full of concern, but his eyes revealed an undeniable domineering air. "Okay." Xiao Wanning nodded, her heart fluttering inexplicably. Just then, Wanwan heard the noise and ran from the living room to Lin Muheng's side, her big eyes blinking like two shining black gems. She tugged at her father's clothes and asked in a childish voice, "Daddy, are you going out?" Lin Muheng squatted down and affectionately pinched Wanwan's little cheek. "Mommy's hand is hurt. Daddy will go buy a Band-Aid. You stay home and take good care of Mommy, okay?" Wanwan listened to her father's words and nodded obediently, her little face full of seriousness. "Don't worry, Dad. Wanwan will take good care of Mom." After her father left, Wanwan immediately ran to Xiao Wanning like a little adult. The little girl stared at her mother's injured hand, her eyes instantly turning red. She touched her mother's hand tenderly and said in a tearful voice, "Mommy, does your hand hurt? Wanwan will soothe it for you." As he spoke, the little guy gently blew on Xiao Wanning's hand. The warm breath brushed against the wound, melting Xiao Wanning's heart. She gently stroked Wanwan's head, her eyes filled with relief and emotion. "Baby, Mommy's hand doesn't hurt. It'll be fine in a little while. Don't worry, Wanwan, really." Upon hearing this, Wanwan shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes before finally spilling out and rolling down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. It's all Wanwan's fault. If Wanwan doesn't eat shrimp and tofu stew anymore, Mommy won't get hurt. Her little voice was full of self-blame and guilt, which made Xiao Wanning feel heartbroken. She shook her head, smiled, and gently touched Wanwan's cheek, saying softly, "Mommy's injury has nothing to do with Wanwan. It's just that Mommy was too careless. Besides, Mommy also likes to make shrimp and tofu stew for Wanwan, but I'm afraid I can't make it today. How about I make it for you next time? After hearing her mother's words, Wanwan nodded vigorously, her eyes still filled with tears, and a look of expectation appeared on her little face. Okay, Wanwan likes anything Mom makes. Soon, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and then Lin Muheng walked in carrying a plastic bag. He walked over to Xia Wanning and then opened the packaging of the Band-Aid. Afraid of hurting Xia Wanning, he carefully placed the Band-Aid on her finger, his gentle manner warming Xia Wanning's heart. Then he instructed, "Don't get it wet during this time, or you'll get sick. If you need any help, just let me know." His words were full of concern and thoughtfulness, which made Xia Wanning feel extremely at ease. Xia Wanning nodded, looking at the other person's tall back. A strange feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. She spoke hesitantly, her voice tinged with shyness. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng turned around, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Why are you being so polite with me? You're Wanwan's mother, after all." His eyes were full of tenderness, making Xia Wanning's heart skip a beat. After saying that, he took the plastic bag and went into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Soon, a flurry of activity filled the kitchen, followed by an enticing aroma. A short while later, Lin Muheng came out carrying 3 steaming bowls of instant noodles. "I'll just have some instant noodles for lunch today." Each person had a bowl of instant noodles, topped with a golden egg, which looked incredibly tempting. Wanwan smelled the aroma and nodded in satisfaction. As she ate, she praised, "Daddy's noodles are so delicious." Suddenly, Wanwan's little eyes widened as if she had discovered a new continent. "Wow, there are shrimp in there," she exclaimed excitedly, then happily put the shrimp into her mouth, her little face full of happiness. Xia Wanning took a bite of the instant noodles, and perhaps because of the fresh shrimp, the delicious flavor immediately spread throughout her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells delicious and tastes great." However, Lin Muheng was somewhat flattered by the school beauty's sudden praise. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but wonder to himself, could she have taken a liking to me? After eating and drinking her fill, Wanwan played for a while before getting sleepy. Her eyelids started to droop, and finally, unable to resist the sleepiness, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the little one had fallen asleep, Xia Wanning felt a little awkward being there. After thinking for a moment, she went to Lin Muheng and said softly, "Wanwan is asleep, so I'll go back to school first. Tell me when she wakes up so I can come over." After hearing this, Lin Muheng frowned and said, "It's too much trouble to come back and forth. Just treat this place as your own home. Wanwan was very reluctant to see you leave last night." Then, he pointed to the room and continued, "There are 2 rooms here. You and Wanwan can sleep in the master bedroom tonight, and I'll sleep in the second bedroom. What do you think?" A hint of expectation flickered in his eyes. After all, children are very attached to their mothers. It might be easy to fool them at first, but Wanwan would definitely become suspicious over time. Xia Wanning frowned upon hearing this, a wave of panic washing over her. They were moving in together so soon? She wasn't ready at all. Seeing Xia Wanning's hesitation, Lin Muheng assumed she had concerns, so he said with utmost sincerity, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just hope you can stay here and keep Wanwan company." His eyes were full of earnestness. Looking into Lin Muheng's sincere eyes, Xia Wanning thought for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, then I'll stay." To avoid making Lin Muheng overthink things, she continued, "Don't think I stayed because of you. I just didn't want Wanwan to wake up and not see me." Hearing this, Lin Muheng was speechless. This person really knew how to flatter himself. Chapter 14 was banned across the entire industry. Inside the room, Lin Muheng stared at his bank balance and instantly felt a pang of heartache. This morning, he happily withdrew the money from the tips and bought Wanwan some pretty clothes and daily necessities. Now he has less than 1,000 yuan left in his account. Adding the money Xia Wanning transferred, the total amount was less than 3,000. Lin Muheng gave a wry smile. You really don't know the cost of living until you're in charge of the household. He used to think that as long as he had enough money, it was fine, and he never did the math. Now he realizes that money is needed for everything in life. He believes that if he succeeds in his career in the future, he can fulfill any wish his daughter has, but he can't do that now, and he doesn't want his daughter to suffer. Without his daughter, he could live on that 3,000 yuan for 2 months. With Wanwan, he'd be lucky to live on it for 20 days. Lin Muheng wondered if he should call his mother and ask her to spin some gold coins to help him out. As soon as the thought popped into his head, he immediately shook his head. Although his parents were always willing to help him unconditionally, how could he continue to rely on them? Wouldn't that make him a freeloader? He originally wanted to get rich quick by selling children's bedtime stories, but he cut off that path himself. He didn't want to ruin his future for some signing fees. He'd rather continue living a poor but free life. At this moment, Lin Muheng thought to himself, there shouldn't be only one website for making children's books, tongchu.com. My stories are so popular, submitting them to other websites shouldn't be a problem. Lin Muheng believes in her talent and that her story can touch more people. He then immediately took action, searching online for contact information for companies that wanted to acquire children's story websites. Before long, he found several websites that looked good and added them on WeChat. Next, Lin Muheng immersed himself in the world of creation. He wrote 3 bedtime stories full of childlike fun and imagination, which he prepared to submit to these websites. Soon, the person in charge of a website called Tree Baby approved his request to add him. Lin Muheng was overjoyed, and soon the other party sent a message. Hello, would you like to submit a manuscript? Yes. Lin Muheng's heart tightened. He sent over his 3 latest stories and waited anxiously for the other party's reply. He stared at his phone screen, afraid of missing any messages. A short while later, the other party replied. Hello, I've read your 3 stories. They're really good articles. Excellent. When Lin Muheng saw the message, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He knew that his efforts had not been in vain and that his story had been recognized. Then, the other party sent another message. I can offer 3,000 yuan for an article. Are you willing to sell it? Lin Muheng's eyes lit up when he saw the reply, and he was filled with surprise. He was very satisfied with the price of 3,000 yuan for an article. Lin Muheng pondered. If he could create 10 bedtime stories of this quality a day, each worth 3,000, 10 stories worth 30,000, wouldn't he be rich? He quickly replied, yes, absolutely. The other party replied quickly, okay, I'll prepare the contract and get back to you in a bit. However, at that moment, an accident occurred. As Zhou Shudong, the person in charge of Tree Baby, was preparing the contract, his boss suddenly sent a message in the work group. Attention all editors, this author named Zhong Qianni cannot be signed, and his articles cannot be bought. Please forward this message to each other. When Zhou Shudong saw the message, he felt a chill. The profile picture looked very familiar to him, and he suddenly remembered that the author who had just contacted him had the same profile picture. He quickly checked his WeChat messages and found that it really was the same person. Zhou Shudong felt a pang of regret. He had finally encountered such a talented author, but he never expected that his boss would refuse to sign him. Although the boss sent a message in the group, Zhou Shudong really didn't want to miss out on such a talented author. He took the 3 articles sent by the other party and knocked on the door of his boss's office. The boss, Su Guorin, was dressed in a sharp suit, with his legs propped up on the desk. The large gold chain on his chest gleamed brightly, making him stand out. Seeing Zhou Shudong enter, Su Guorin asked with a smile, Editor-in-Chief Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Shudong mustered his courage and said, President Su, the author Zhong Qianni has contacted me. Every story of his is a bestseller. It would be like a fool not to sign someone like that, to not pick up money off the ground. He spoke with some excitement because he was very confident in his judgment. Su Guorin listened with a frown for a while, then said with a helpless expression, Zhong Qianni has offended tongchu.com. Is it worth it for a small company like ours to offend the industry leader for one person? Editor-in-Chief Zhou, I want our website to survive for another 2 years. Let's forget about signing Zhong Qianni. There's no point in discussing that. Zhou Shudong felt a pang of disappointment. He knew he couldn't persuade his boss. He silently turned and walked out of the office, his heart filled with helplessness and regret. Soon, Lin Muheng received a reply from the other party. He thought it was a contract and was overjoyed. However, he was stunned when he saw the contents. Lin Muheng asked, puzzled, didn't you take a liking to my article? Why aren't you cooperating with me now? Zhou Shudong was also very helpless. He replied, did you offend someone? They're going to blacklist you from the entire industry. I'm sorry, although your article is well written, we have to bow our heads when we're under someone else's roof. It's unlikely that other websites will accept your article. When Lin Muheng saw this message, his face was full of surprise. He never expected to be blacklisted by the entire industry, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. He carefully recalled his recent experiences, and if he had offended anyone, it could only be tongchu.com. He gave a bitter laugh, his heart filled with indignation. It's really wicked to retaliate like this just because I refused their invitation to sign a contract. He was glad he hadn't signed a contract with the other party. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of predicament he would be in now. However, with the manuscript not selling, how to make money became a problem, and Lin Muheng fell into deep thought. Just then, Wanwan pushed open the door and walked in. She tilted her head and looked at her father curiously, asking, "Dad, what are you busy with? Why do you look unhappy?" Lin Muheng felt a warmth in his heart when he saw his daughter's innocent smile. He forced himself to remain calm and said with a smile, "Daddy isn't busy with anything. I'm just thinking about some things. Don't worry, Wanwan." He patted his daughter's head as he spoke, trying to reassure her. However, Wanwan seemed to sense her father's troubles. She took his hand and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, don't be sad. Let's go to the park, okay?" Chapter 15. Lin Muheng discovers a new business opportunity. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's lips unconsciously curled into a gentle smile. Making money is something you can't rush. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. As they left home, Wanwan held her father's hand with her left hand and her mother's hand with her right, her steps light and quick as if she were jumping musical notes, each step filled with laughter. The park is located not far from Yunwan Villa, just a 15-minute walk away. Upon arriving at the park, the little one immediately spotted the swings. Like a little rabbit, she hopped and skipped over to them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sitting on the swing, she gently swung her legs, her smile blooming like a flower. At this moment, she waved to Lin Muheng, her voice as soft and sweet as cotton candy. "Daddy, come push me, I want to fly high." "Okay." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile and quickly stepped forward. As the swing swayed, Wanwan's laughter was as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Her laughter seemed to have a magical power, instantly dispelling the gloom in Lin Muheng's heart and making him feel that all his troubles had vanished. As night falls, the lights in the park gradually come on. The park was bustling with activity, especially with the children, whose laughter and chatter filled the air. Wanwan quickly became friends with everyone, and her lively and adorable appearance made people want to get close to her. Xia Wanning and Lin Muheng sat on a bench nearby, quietly watching their daughter's carefree smile, their hearts filled with happiness. "I'll transfer the money to you how much I spent on clothes for Wanwan this morning. It cost less than 1,300, just transfer 600 to me," Lin Muheng said. "Okay, I've turned it over. Please take it." Xia Wanning quickly completed the transfer on her phone. However, when she saw the balance information sent by the bank, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. It seemed that she would have to do some part-time work to earn money. So she sent Xiao Qiao a message. "Xiao Qiao, let me know if there are any part-time jobs that pay well. I want to earn some money." Just then, Wanwan came running back, panting, and buried her face in her parents' arms. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, "Wow, it smells so good over there. There must be something delicious. Shall we go check it out? Is your little glutton hungry?" Xia Wanning gently tidied Wanwan's hair, lightly brushed the tip of her nose, her tone full of affection. Upon hearing this, Wanwan lowered her head shyly and buried it in her mother's arms. Then, Lin Muheng held Wanwan in his arms, and the family of three walked towards the snack street. The food street was bustling with noise and excitement. Wanwan clung tightly to her father's neck, afraid that they might be separated by the crowd at any moment. Since none of them had eaten dinner yet, and neither Lin Muheng nor Xia Wanning were particularly good at cooking, they decided to have dinner at the food street. Suddenly, Wanwan sniffed and excitedly pointed to a stall in front of her, saying, "Daddy, Wanwan wants to eat those noodles. They look so delicious." Lin Muheng looked in the direction the little guy was pointing and saw that it was a stall selling hot dry noodles. He smiled and nodded, then went to the stall and ordered 3 bowls of hot dry noodles. While waiting, the family of 3 sat down on a small stool. Soon, the owner placed 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the small table and said warmly, "If you're not full, I'll give you more noodles." "Oh, thank you, boss," Lin Muheng replied with a smile. Wanwan ate with great relish, her little face beaming with a satisfied smile. She skillfully picked up the noodles with her chopsticks and ate them bite by bite, making slurping sounds from time to time. Lin Muheng felt gratified seeing his daughter eating so happily. At this moment, he was surprised to find that since his daughter found him, the little one had eaten several meals, mostly noodles. However, he couldn't help but wonder. He was from the south and didn't usually like eating noodles, so why did Wanwan have such a fondness for them? He turned to look at Xia Wanning and asked in confusion, "Where is your hometown?" Lin Muheng asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Xishan Province, Xiao Wanning replied briefly. Then seeing Lin Muheng's look of sudden realization, she asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No, no. Lin Muheng waved his hand with a smile, thinking to himself, so that's it. No wonder my daughter loves noodles. It turns out her mother comes from a province famous for its noodles. I heard that people in Xishan Province can eat noodles 3 times a day, but I don't know if it's true or not. Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muheng's furtive behavior and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Soon, the hot dry noodles were all gone. Wanwan patted her little tummy and smiled contentedly. As the family of 3 walked home, Xiao Wanning was lost in thought, thinking that this kind of life was actually quite good. Just then, Wanwan suddenly pointed to the bookstore next door and said, Daddy, shall we go in and take a look? Wanwan has finished reading all her storybooks. Her voice carried a hint of pleading and expectation, making it impossible to refuse. Okay, Dad will take you inside. Lin Muheng looked at the bookstore in front of him, a strange excitement welling up in his heart. It's a good thing that he loves reading, and as a father, I must do my best to satisfy that. Inside the bookstore, the walls and aisles were piled high with all kinds of books. Wanwan excitedly wandered among the bookshelves, picking out her favorite books. Lin Muheng followed behind his daughter and said with a smile, Take whichever book you want to read. Dad will buy it for you. Yay, Daddy is the best. Wanwan cheered happily, and then started choosing. Xiao Wanning also picked up a storybook and looked at it. When she saw the price at the back, she was stunned. She couldn't help but complain. These children's storybooks are really expensive. One book has more than 50 pages, yet it costs more than 40 yuan. That's outrageous. But nowadays children are very precious. As long as they love reading, parents are very willing to spend money. After hearing Xiao Wanning's words, Lin Muheng seemed to have been awakened. He excitedly grabbed Xiao Wanning's shoulders and asked, What did you just say? Xiao Wanning was a little stunned, then repeated, As long as the children love reading, they are very willing to spend money. Lin Muheng shook his head and continued to press. No, the first sentence. The storybook is expensive. It has more than 50 pages and costs more than 40 yuan. Xiao Wanning replied patiently. Yes. Lin Muheng nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He thought to himself, if Tongchu.com has blocked me, can I sell online or offline? With such high profit margins in children's books, so many cities across the country, and so many children, the market potential is enormous. Growing increasingly excited as he calculated, Lin Muheng hugged Xiao Wanning tightly, saying, Thank you. Chapter 16 Dad and Mom sleep with me. Suddenly being held in someone's arms, Xiao Wanning felt extremely flustered, her heart pounding wildly like a deer. She stood there, stunned, her hands awkwardly held out at her sides. She had never been so close to a man before, and her cheeks quickly warmed up, as if 2 flames were burning inside her. She was so hot that she almost wondered if she had a fever. Just then, a delicate little figure came skipping over, clutching several carefully selected storybooks tightly in her hands. When Wanwan saw her parents hugging, her bright eyes instantly narrowed into crescent shapes, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? As Wanwan spoke, she playfully poked her chubby little face with her soft, delicate hand. We're outside. You 2 are being shy. Her words carried a touch of childish teasing, making people chuckle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's cheeks instantly flushed red to her neck. As if she had been burned, she quickly and gently pushed Lin Muheng away. Lin Muheng realized his lapse in composure. He scratched his head sheepishly, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. I was too excited just now. I'm really sorry. It's nothing. Xiao Wanning lowered her head and shook her head shyly. Recalling the moment she was tightly hugged just now, a warm current welled up in her heart. It turned out that being held in someone's arms was so warm and reassuring. Seeing his beloved daughter's mischievous antics, Lin Muheng quickly hugged her and gently pinched her little nose, scolding her. You little brat, you don't understand anything. Daddy will take you to pay the bill. His tone was a mix of doting and helplessness. After her father said that, Wanwan immediately became proud and arrogant. She raised her round little head, pouted her pink lips, and began to complain. How could Wanwan not understand? Her little face was full of grievance and confusion. Dad and Mom used to hug each other a lot at home, and I even saw you bullying Mom. Her words carried a sense of justice, and her eyes shone with a resentful light, as if she were speaking up for her mother. Hearing this, Lin Muheng was taken aback and asked in confusion, "How did I bully your mother?" "You spank mommy's bottom," Wanwan answered without hesitation, her eyes full of innocence and naivety. Although her words were simple and direct, they made Lin Muheng and Xia Wanning feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Muheng glanced at Xia Wanning subconsciously, only to see that her cheeks were even redder, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He smiled somewhat awkwardly and quickly continued to ask, "Wanwan, do you know what happened next?" "I don't know. Wanwan is asleep," the little one replied in a childish voice. But Lin Muheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his daughter didn't see what happened next, otherwise it would have been truly inappropriate for children. It seems that in the future, I'll need to be in a separate room when doing some embarrassing things. Lin Muheng thought to himself, a mixture of relief and helplessness on his face. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized, this is something that will happen in the future, why am I worrying about it? After paying the bill, the family of 3 walked home hand in hand, their shadows stretched long under the streetlights. After returning home, Wanwan sat obediently on the sofa, quietly flipping through the storybook in her hands. The weather was lovely today, sunny and bright. The sheets and duvet covers I washed at noon are now dry and have a light, pleasant fragrance. Lin Muheng spread the clean sheets and duvet cover on the bed. Watching him bustling about, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Soon, Lin Muheng finished tidying up the room. He came to Xia Wanning and said with a smile, "The master bedroom is ready for you. You can sleep there with your daughter tonight." "Okay, sure." Xia Wanning nodded gently. At the same time, a crisp system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xia Wanning's affection level. Her current affection level is 25, and she can draw a prize once. "Would you like to participate in the lottery now?" "Draw," Lin Muheng answered without hesitation, his mind filled with only a few thoughts. Winning $1 billion jackpot, or 1,000-fold return. He thought to himself, it would be great if the grand prize I won was not only a lot of money, but I wouldn't have to work hard at all. The turntable began to spin slowly, its speed increasing, and Lin Muheng's heart pounded along with it. Finally, the speed of the spinning wheel gradually decreased, and the pointer began to slowly approach those tempting grand prizes. However, just when Lin Muheng thought the grand prize was about to be his, the pointer predictably passed over the $1 billion prize and then settled steadily on the small reward. 100% ownership of the publishing house. Lin Muheng was stunned. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but roar in his heart. However, at that moment, he suddenly remembered his great business of selling books. If the system grants publishers equity, wouldn't selling children's storybooks be much more convenient? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This system was actually somewhat reliable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muheng held a warm cup of milk, looked at Wanwan tenderly, and said softly, "Baby, you can read the book tomorrow. Let's go to sleep." "Oh." Wanwan blinked her bright eyes, obediently closed the book gently, placed it on the table, and then hopped over to Lin Muheng's side like a little rabbit. "Here, drink this glass of milk." Wanwan obediently drank the milk in big gulps, and soon the milk was all gone. Lin Muheng carefully wiped away the milk stains left on the corners of her mouth with a tissue, his actions full of affection. He took Wanwan's little hand and led her into the master bedroom, whispering, "Baby, you'll sleep with mommy tonight." "Daddy, where are you going?" "Going?" Wanwan asked anxiously, her little face full of worry. "Dad isn't going anywhere." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's big, bright eyes darted back and forth between Xia Wanning and Lin Muheng. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Daddy, did you and mommy have a fight?" "No, that's not true." Lin Muheng quickly waved his hand, his smile tinged with helplessness. "Dad and mom are doing well." "You're lying." Wanwan pouted and said angrily, pushing her father with her little hands. "We only sleep in separate rooms when you two are arguing. Can you two stop fighting? Wanwan doesn't like seeing you like this." As she spoke, Wanwan suddenly grabbed her father's hand, her eyes shining with pleading light. "Dad, if you kneel on the board, Mom will forgive you. Please, please." "Baby, Daddy and Mommy really didn't fight," Lin Muheng explained, both amused and exasperated. But Wanwan didn't believe him at all. She put her hands on her hips, her little face puffed up with anger. "I don't believe you. I won't believe you two didn't fight unless Dad and Mom sleep with me together." Chapter 17 Tongchu.com trips us up. In the master bedroom, on the big bed, Wanwan held her mother's hand with her left hand and her father's hand with her right hand, her little face beaming with a satisfied smile, as if she owned the whole world. Suddenly, the little guy turned his head cleverly, his clear, watery eyes looking at Lin Muheng, his soft voice carrying a hint of coquetry. "Daddy, can you tell me a story?" Lin Muheng smiled slightly. "Well, then Daddy will tell you a story about a little bear looking for honey. Once upon a time, in a dense forest lived a cute little bear named Sambu. His favorite thing to do was to explore the forest and search for sweet honey." As Lin Muheng's deep and magnetic voice rang out, even Xiao Wanning, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but drift off to sleep. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently covered the two of them with the blankets, then lay down beside them and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, at the same time, Tongchu.com was bustling with activity. Since Lin Muheng started publishing his bedtime stories, they have quickly attracted the attention and love of a large number of fans, with the number of clicks continuing to soar. Some people have even left messages below urging him to update with new stories as soon as possible. Some enthusiastic fans, in order to express their love and support for Lin Muheng, did not hesitate to give several gifts worth more than 2,000 yuan. However, this is not good news for the management of Tongchu.com. The next day, Song Qianyue sat in a chair, her bright red lips and cold expression giving off a strong sense of oppression. She looked at Xiao Li standing opposite her, her eyes revealing a condescending attitude, and asked in an icy tone, "Has the news been spread? What's the situation?" Xiao Li bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Zhong Qianyi did contact several websites, but because of us, none of them signed him." "Very good." Song Qianyue crossed her arms, propped her elbows on the table, and her eyes gleamed with smugness. "I'd like to see how long he can hold out." Then she pressed on, asking, "What about the website's data?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li shook his head, glanced at the data on the screen, and then replied softly, "Zhong Qianyi's 3 stories are still getting a crazy number of clicks. He's incredibly good at making money, and there are many stay-at-home moms urging him to update. In comparison, the data of other authors is mediocre, just like usual." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue's face instantly darkened. She glared at Xiao Li, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Isn't there anyone else on our website?" Xiao Li shrank back in fright, not daring to look Song Qianyue in the eye. After calming down for a moment, Song Qianyue took a deep breath and ordered, "Block Zhong Qianyi's account. He can forget about withdrawing the money from those tips. Also, don't allow fans and stay-at-home moms to comment on his account and his works. Make him reject our conditions. This is the consequence of going against Tongchu.com." "Yes." Xiao Li nodded, and then quickly went to carry out the order. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning run, Lin Muheng bought breakfast from outside, his face covered in sweat. With nothing else to do, he opened the back end of Tongchu.com to check the account status. However, when he saw that the amount of tips in his account had reached 7 or 8,000, he couldn't help but smile with surprise. He was overjoyed and wanted to withdraw the money, but no matter what he did, he couldn't withdraw it successfully. Shortly after, his account was also forcibly logged out, and he could no longer log in. Lin Muheng immediately realized that this must be the work of Tongchu.com. They really went to great lengths to force him to sign an unequal treaty. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "You have your clever schemes, and I have my own ways to get around them. We'll see." During the meal, Lin Muheng's cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He answered the phone, and a man's voice came through. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muheng?" "Yes, that's me." Lin Muheng nodded. Upon hearing this, the other party smiled and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Guangping, the owner of Worry-Free Publishing House. You bought my publishing house yesterday. When will you come over so we can sign a transfer agreement?" Lin Muheng then remembered that the system had rewarded him with a publishing house yesterday. After thinking about it, he replied, "In a little while, I'll go there." "Then I'll send you the address," Zhang Guangping replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muheng looked at Xiao Wanning and stammered, "I have to go out for a while, and I might need you to look after Wanwan. I'm Wanwan's mother. This is no trouble at all." Xiao Wanning waved her hand and then blurted out, "Come back soon." Lin Muheng nodded, not knowing why, but he felt like he needed to inform his wife before going out. After leaving home, Lin Muheng hailed a taxi and headed straight for Worry-Free Publishing House. The publishing house is located in a building within the 5th Ring Road. The elevator doors on the 12th floor slowly opened, revealing a young man in a suit with his hair parted in the middle. He stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with a mixture of doubt and anticipation. Upon seeing Lin Muheng, he tentatively approached and asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muheng?" "Yes, that's me." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. Upon seeing this, the young man immediately extended his hand and warmly introduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhang Guangping." Lin Muheng smiled and shook hands with him, and then the two walked into the office together. Zhang Guangping personally made a cup of coffee for Lin Muheng and handed it to him, saying, "President Lin, please." Lin Muheng took the coffee and took a sip. At that moment, the other party placed a folder in front of him and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, this is the transfer contract. Take a look at it first, and if there are no problems, you can sign it." Lin Muheng nodded and picked up the contract to read it carefully. Seeing that there were no problems with the contract, he picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on it. Seeing this, Zhang Guangping said with a smile, "President Lin, let me show you around the publishing house." Soon, the two arrived at a spacious office. A woman with a slender figure, wearing a red bodycon skirt, was seen sitting at her desk, busy at work. Her long, wavy hair was casually draped over both sides of her neck, and her makeup was exquisite and charming. However, the perfume she wore was a bit too strong, making Lin Muheng want to sneeze. Hearing the noise, the woman looked up at the doorway. When she saw Zhang Guangping and Lin Muheng, she immediately stood up and greeted them politely. "Mr. Zhang, you've arrived." Chapter 18. That's not my sister, it's my daughter. Zhang Guangping smiled and nodded, then introduced Lin Muheng. "Xiao Hu, let me introduce you. This is our publishing house's new boss, President Lin Muheng. You'll have to work hard for him from now on." Upon hearing this, Hu Lili immediately turned her gaze to Lin Muheng. She scrutinized him carefully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and surprise. She was surprised to find that her new boss was so young. He looked like a college student who hadn't graduated yet. A moment later, she extended her hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Hu Lili." "Hello." Seeing this, Zhang Guangping smiled and said, "President Lin, Xiao Hu is the head of our publishing house, so don't mistreat him." "That's for sure." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. Soon, Zhang Guangping excused himself and left the office. Looking at Lin Muheng's young and handsome face, Hu Lili couldn't help but tease, "President Lin, you can always ask me for anything." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng gave an awkward smile and then instructed, "Then call everyone to my office, and we'll have a meeting together." Seeing the other party's reaction, Hu Lili covered her mouth and smiled, then stood up and replied, "Okay, President Lin, I'll arrange it right away." Soon, the conference room was filled with people, and Hu Lili followed closely behind Lin Muheng. Then, she stood in front of everyone, clapped her hands lightly, and introduced everyone with a smile. "This is President Lin Muheng, the new boss of our worry-free magazine. Let's give him a warm welcome." Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other, clearly not expecting that the boss had changed. Some employees stared in astonishment, while others whispered amongst themselves. After a moment, everyone snapped out of their shock and began to applaud, saying, "Hello, President Lin." "Hello, everyone." Lin Muheng sat on the bench and looked at everyone, saying, "Everyone is still doing their job. Apart from the change of boss, nothing has changed." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. After giving some instructions, Lin Muheng called Hu Lili to his office and asked, "Editor-in-Chief Hu, I have a children's storybook. How long will it take to get it on the market?" "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Hu." Hu Lili smiled charmingly, and when she saw the other party's serious expression, she also became professional. From topic selection, typesetting, printing, transportation, sales, etc., it will take at least a week. Lin Muheng nodded. "Okay, I'll send you the story tonight. You can organize it and then start printing and selling it." "Okay, no problem." Hu Lili nodded. Although it was her first day working with this new boss, she felt a strange sense of trust. Perhaps it was the confidence in his bones that made her want to follow him. On the other side, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Wanning took Wanwan's little hand and came out of the house. Wanwan was wearing a pink dress with two cute bows in her hair, and her face was beaming with an innocent smile. She held her mother's hand tightly with her little hand and skipped along. At that moment, from a distance, Xiao Wanning saw a familiar figure and waved, smiling as she called out, "Xiao Qiao, over here." Xiao Qiao looked up at the sound and saw Xiao Wanning leading a little girl who looked about 70 to 80% like her walking towards her. As she approached, she smiled and pinched Wanwan's chubby little face, then praised. Ningning, is this your little sister? She's so pretty. Wanwan giggled as she was pinched, her eyes curving into crescent shapes and revealing 2 adorable dimples. She excitedly tugged at Xiao Qiao's skirt and called out in a sweet, childlike voice. Hello, Aunt Xiao Qiao. Wanwan missed you so much. Her voice was soft and sweet, making one's heart flutter. Xiao Qiao was amused by Wanwan's adorable appearance and laughed heartily. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Xiao Wanning with wide eyes and confusion. Ningning, didn't you say that there was only you and your brother and sister in your family? When did you get a little sister? Upon hearing this, Wanwan blinked her big, bright eyes and asked playfully, Mommy, what is Aunt Xiao saying? I don't understand. What little sister? Her little face was full of confusion and curiosity. The most confused was Xiao Qiao. When she heard Wanwan's words, she pointed at the 2 of them incredulously. Mom? You too? Her brows furrowed, her face filled with disbelief. Ningning, when did you have such a big daughter? Is she your biological daughter? Xiao Wanning rolled her eyes in annoyance. Of course he's her biological son, but it's a long story. Xiao Qiao blinked her eyes with a gossipy look on her face and asked curiously, Who is the child's father? Do I know him? Is he from our school? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning couldn't help but think of Lin Muheng. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. I'll introduce you to her if we meet again in the future. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao grinned and said, All right, I'll have to see who this amazing person is who can win over our school beauty. Suddenly, she changed the subject, raised her eyebrows, and asked lecherously, You didn't go back to the dorm last night because you were with your child's father, right? Haha, I didn't expect you to be the first in our dorm to find a partner. You'll have to ask your boyfriend to treat you to a meal. Xiao Qiao grinned from ear to ear, seemingly even happier than if she had found a partner herself. Oh dear, let's talk about this later. Xiao Wanning was so embarrassed by her best friend's words that she could barely lift her head. Suddenly, she changed the subject and asked, Xiao Qiao, you said there's a high-paying part-time job. What kind of part-time job is it? Wearing a mascot costume and handing out flyers, 300 a day, and they have to do it for 2 days straight. After saying that, Xiao Qiao frowned and added, This job is not easy. Wearing a mascot costume in the middle of summer is very hot and very hard. Can you do it? Ningning, how much money do you need? Should I lend it to you first? Xiao Qiao asked with concern, her eyes full of worry, afraid that her best friend would suffer. No need. Xiao Wanning looked at Wanwan and gently shook her head. Relying on borrowed money to raise her child is not a long-term solution. She must find a way to earn money herself. I don't have classes tomorrow or the day after, so I'll take this part-time job. Xiao Wanning gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Send me the contact information. Raising a child is not a one-person job, and besides, she didn't want to put all the pressure on Lin Muheng. Seeing that her best friend was determined, Xiao Qiao could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll send you the information in a bit. She knew Xiao Wanning's temperament. Once she made up her mind, it was difficult to change it. Chapter 19, You are Ningning's boyfriend? As the 2 were talking, Wanwan suddenly pointed excitedly out the window with her chubby little hand. Hey, Daddy. Immediately, the little one, like a cheerful little bird, patted Xiao Wanning's shoulder and excitedly said, Mommy, Daddy's outside. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her little face flushed slightly with excitement, as if she were sharing a huge secret. I'm going to find my dad. After saying that, the little guy couldn't wait to jump off his seat and skip out the door. At the door, she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, Daddy, Wanwan is here. Then, she waved her chubby little hands, as if afraid her father hadn't seen her. Daddy, look here, look here. Fearing that Wanwan might fall, Xiao Wanning quickly followed after her, her eyes full of worry. As she walked, she kept reminding him from behind, Wanwan, slow down, slow down. Having overheard their conversation, Xiao Qiao looked out the window curiously. A tall and imposing man stood by the roadside. Although he was some distance away and his features were not clearly visible, it was still obvious that he was handsome. Xiao Qiao couldn't help but wonder where she had seen this face before. Since they happened to meet this opportunity, Xiao Qiao naturally wouldn't let it slip by. She ran up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with gossip, and shouted, Ningning, you have to give me a proper introduction this time. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Xiao Qiao winked mischievously, looking smug. After getting out of the car, Lin Muheng seemed to hear his daughter calling out, He looked around, and his gaze quickly settled on the entrance of the milk tea shop next to the school. There stood the little guy, waving his chubby little hand at him. Upon seeing this, he smiled and said happily, "Wan, stand there and don't move. Daddy will come find you." Soon, Lin Muheng crossed the road and walked over from the other side. He happily hugged Wan in his arms and said affectionately, "Wan, what are you doing here? Where's Mommy?" "Mommy's inside," Wan answered in her childish voice, pointing her little finger inside the milk tea shop. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wanning walked out of the milk tea shop. When she saw Lin Muheng, she smiled faintly and said softly, "You're back so soon." Lin Muheng nodded. Just then, a rough yet enthusiastic voice came from behind them. "You're Ningning's boyfriend?" After Xiao finished speaking, she looked Lin Muheng up and down. She saw that he was very tall. Standing next to him, Xiao suddenly looked like a dwarf, with a height difference of more than a head and a half. Lin Muheng has distinct features and a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, especially the beauty mark on the tip of his nose, which makes it impossible to look away. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "He's so incredibly handsome. I never knew there was such a good-looking guy in school before." Seeing Xiao Wanning and Lin Muheng standing together, Xiao nodded in approval. Especially with the adorable Wan in the middle, they look more like a family of three. After reading it, Xiao silently gave Xiao Wanning a thumbs up, raised her eyebrows, and looked at her with a teasing expression, as if to say, "Well done, sister. You have good taste. I agree to this marriage." Lin Muheng looked at Xiao Wanning with confusion and bewilderment at the suddenly appearing little girl in front of him. "Boyfriend? Hee, she's talking nonsense." Xiao Wanning laughed awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly winked at Xiao, signaling her not to say anything inappropriate. Moreover, she only said that the other person was the father of her child, not her boyfriend. She frowned, glancing worriedly at Lin Muheng, thinking to herself, "Does he think I have any improper thoughts about him?" Xiao smiled and nodded at her best friend's subtle suggestion, indicating that she understood. Her way of addressing him was indeed a bit problematic. She shouldn't have simply called him boyfriend. She should have called him husband. She knows all about the fun and romance between husband and wife. "Xiao, don't you have something to do? Go ahead and get busy," Xiao Wanning urged, wanting to end this awkward topic as soon as possible. However, Xiao looked at the other person with a puzzled expression and asked, seemingly unaware, "Is something wrong with me?" Her expression was full of innocence and confusion. How could she not know that something was wrong with her? Seeing her best friend's dismissal, Xiao quickly smiled and nodded. "Look at my forgetful mind. I get so busy I forget things. I have things to do, so I won't bother your family any longer." As she spoke, she affectionately waved to Wan, "Bye-bye." "Goodbye, Wan." "Goodbye, Aunt Xiao." Wan waved her chubby little hand and said in her childish voice. Xiao Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched her best friend's departing figure. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled and looked at Xiao Wanning, asking, "Is she your roommate?" Xiao Wanning nodded, an awkward smile on her face. She seemed to want to explain the boyfriend thing from earlier, and then said, "She knows Wan is my daughter, that's why she called you that. Don't take it to heart." "It's nothing." Lin Muheng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. For some reason, he felt inexplicably happy and satisfied to be called Xiao Wanning's boyfriend. He smiled as he looked at Xiao Wanning and Wan, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Muheng slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, "I must be crazy. The school beauty is so fierce, she might even become abusive in the future." In order to make the storybook available to readers offline as soon as possible, Lin Muheng started writing the story after Wan fell asleep. Fortunately, the system gave him creative talent. Otherwise, he would have been writing these 50 fairy tales in a million years. The 3 articles he previously published on Tongchu.com did not get a contract, but he created 3 more stories when he submitted them later. Now he only needs to write 44 more. Time passed by, and before 6 o'clock, the 44 fairy tales were finally finished. He stretched, let out a long sigh, and smiled with satisfaction. Then Lin Muheng sent the 50 fairy tales to Lily's WeChat. Editor-in-Chief Hu, thank you for working overtime. Please finish this as soon as possible. Soon, the other party received the document and then sent a voice message. "No problem, Mr. Lin. Just remember to treat them well. When sales are good, all employees at our publishing house receive bonuses." Lin Muheng replied, then quickly put his phone aside. Listening to Lily speak, he couldn't help but shudder. That affected, pretentious voice gave him goosebumps. His future wife's voice was much nicer. Chapter 20. Xia Wanting distributes flyers. At night, in the cramped rented room, the lights illuminated every corner. Lily, wearing loose pajamas and black-rimmed glasses, nestled on the bed. She turned on her computer and started reading the fairy tales her boss had sent her. This image is so different from her alluring self during the day. It's as if they are two completely different people. Gradually, she became immersed in the world of the story. The stories are interesting and imaginative, and they cleverly incorporate profound truths and everyday knowledge, which is really great. Her lips unconsciously curled up, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was initially worried that the stories chosen by her boss might be questionable, but she was surprised to find that they were both interesting and educational, and that mothers would definitely love them. With this in mind, Lily began to carefully organize the story, carrying out a series of tasks such as typesetting and proofreading. Then came the nightmare time for every new mother, telling bedtime stories to her babies. Zhang Meiyan picked up her phone and opened the Tongchu.com website. A few days ago, she read all the stories uploaded by Zhong Qianyi to her baby, who listened with great interest. A few days passed, and she thought that the other person might upload new stories. However, when she clicked on Zhong Qianyi's profile picture, she found that she couldn't open it and couldn't even comment on the story. She frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. What's wrong with this children's website? Why can't I even leave a comment? She tried refreshing the page, but the result was the same. I finally found an author I like. What's going on here? I think this website is going to ruin itself sooner or later. Zhang Meiyan muttered with some dissatisfaction. I had just finished complaining when I heard my daughter's impatient voice. Mommy, why aren't you reading me a story yet? I can't wait. Zhang Meiyan turned to look at her daughter and comforted her. Okay, Mom will read it to you right away. In desperation, she could only find another story to replace it. However, the new story didn't seem to suit the little one's taste. She listened somewhat absent-mindedly and occasionally frowned. It took Zhang Meiyan a lot of effort to finally coax the little one to sleep. She tiptoed out of her daughter's room, turned on her phone, and found that the mother's group was in an uproar, all discussing the Zhong Qianyi account being blocked. Sisters, I was reading a story to my daughter tonight when I was surprised to find that Zhong Qianyi's account was banned and I can't comment anymore. What happened? Who knows? My daughter loves his stories, and now she can't hear any new ones. It's really worrying me. Do any of you ladies know why someone's account got banned? Could it be that the website blocked it? No way, his story is so good. The website would be crazy to block him. The mothers were discussing it animatedly in the group chat, with all sorts of speculations and worries filling the chat. At this time, a mother sent a message saying, my husband works at Tongchu.com, and he told me that Zhong Qianyi has been blacklisted by the industry. The moment those words were spoken, the group chat exploded. Sister, what's going on? Tell me the details. Upon hearing about the gossip, the lurking mothers instantly perked up and urged the mother to reveal more information. I heard that Tongchu.com offered an astronomical signing fee. In the early morning, just as dawn was breaking, Xia Wanning woke up and carefully removed Wan Wan's chubby little hand from her body. Little Wan Wan was sleeping soundly, her little face rosy like a little apple, and a sweet smile on her lips. Looking at her daughter's adorable appearance, Xia Wanning felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. After tucking Wan Wan in, she quietly left the room. After washing up, she slung her bag over her shoulder and quietly closed the door, afraid of waking the two of them. Today is her first day of part-time work, and she needs to arrive at work early. Fortunately, the place I worked part-time wasn't far. It was only 2 subway stops away. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Xia Wanning was the only girl, the rest were all boys. They stood aside, waiting for the boss to arrive. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed in a well-fitting modern Chinese-style outfit and wearing a bright green jade pendant around her neck walked over. This woman was the boss. Upon seeing a young woman working part-time, the boss looked at her with concern and said, Young lady, wearing a mascot costume is tiring and hot. Are you sure you can handle it? Her eyes were full of concern. Xia Wanning patted her chest and said confidently, I'm fine. Her eyes were firm and bright, as if she were proving to her boss that she was definitely capable of handling the job. The boss nodded and began to explain the job duties and work location. A short while later, Xia Wanning appeared at the intersection of the park where they had been a few days ago, carrying a teddy bear costume. This is where she distributed flyers today. The intersection is bustling with people. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and because it's a bright sunny day, the sun is very dazzling. She put on the bear costume and immediately felt like she was in a sauna, incredibly hot and stuffy. However, Xiao Wanning did not back down at all, but quickly got into work mode. Hello, are you interested in buying a house? She held up a flyer and smiled as she handed it to passersby. At the same time, Lin Muheng had just woken up. She sat on the bed rubbing her eyes. The little one seemed to realize something was missing, blinking his big eyes and looking around. Upon seeing this, Lin Muheng affectionately pinched her cheek and said gently, Wan, you're awake. Wan looked around but couldn't see her mother. She asked Yawoda, Daddy, where did Mommy go? Mom went out on something. Lin Muheng replied with a smile, reaching out to tidy his daughter's messy hair, his eyes full of doting affection. When he woke up, Xiao Wanning had already left, but she left him a message. I have something to do these next 2 days. I need you to look after Wan. Thank you. After hearing her father's words, Wan breathed a sigh of relief, and a bright smile appeared on her little face. Seeing this, Lin Muheng said softly, Baby, hurry up and get dressed. Let's go out for breakfast. Great. Wan's tummy is hungry, the little one said excitedly, putting on the princess dress her dad bought her, slinging her little backpack over her shoulder, and heading out the door. After breakfast, Lin Muheng brought Wan to the classroom. The little girl sat next to her father, watching cartoons intently. Before long, more and more students entered the classroom. One of the boys with dyed red hair pointed at Lin Muheng excitedly when he saw him. There's a hangover there. I haven't seen him for days, and he still knows to come to class. As he spoke, the man walked towards Lin Muheng, and his 2 roommates followed him with smiles. The 3 of them sat down next to Lin Muheng, laughing and saying, Aheng, what have you been up to these past few days? You don't even go back to the dorm at night now. You're not in a relationship, are you? You don't want to live with us anymore, are you? The red-haired boy joked. Just then, a soft, sweet baby voice rang out from all around. Daddy, this cartoon has finished airing. Chapter 21:3 Bad Uncles. Upon hearing this, a hint of tenderness flashed in Lin Muheng's eyes. He affectionately stroked Wan's head and said softly, Daddy is playing the next episode for you. At this moment, the 3 people who were standing to the side were instantly stunned, their eyes wide open and their mouths seemingly big enough to fit an egg. They hadn't even noticed that there was a cute little girl next to Aheng, and the way she addressed him just now had left them momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Zijuan, with his red hair, looked at Lin Muheng in disbelief and exclaimed in shock, Dad. His voice was filled with doubt and disbelief. And upon hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled smugly and nodded happily. He was overjoyed that someone called him Dad, feeling as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan gave him a push, his eyes full of suspicion. Don't change the subject. What's the deal with this little girl? Seeing this, Lin Muheng said with a helpless yet sincere expression, Just as you heard, she is my daughter. His expression made it seem as if he were saying something perfectly natural. However, all 3 of them looked incredulous, their eyes filled with suspicion and astonishment. The boy wearing the baseball cap was named Lu Xiaorong. He looked at Lin Muheng with a playful expression, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Aheng, this little girl looks about 5 or 6 years old. You're only 18 this year. Did you start messing with little girls when you were 12? What a beast. After he finished speaking, the other 2 were also indignant and cast reproachful glances at Lin Muheng. He shook his head and shouted, Get out. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm such a beast? Yes. The 3 nodded with smiles, but they didn't actually believe that the little girl was Aheng's daughter. Just then, the professor carrying a backpack walked in. Upon seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly turned down the volume on his phone, afraid of disturbing everyone. He looked down at Wan and said, Sweetie, let's watch TV when we get home. Why don't you read a storybook first? Okay. Wan nodded obediently and took out a storybook that her father had bought for her from her little backpack with her chubby little hands and began to look through it carefully. Her focused little face is so adorable. You just want to give her a kiss. Sitting at the southernmost end, Wang Kailuan's eyes were full of affection as he watched Wan. Seeing how well-behaved she was, he couldn't help but complain to the others. My little nephew seems to be about her age, and he's never still for a moment. Is there really such a big difference between boys and girls? It's made me want to have a daughter from now on. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan rolled his eyes and retorted, You don't even have a girlfriend. What are you going to do about having a baby? Each professional class lasted for more than 2 hours, during which Wanwan was very quiet and not naughty at all. She sat there, flipping through the storybook in her hands from time to time, her little face full of seriousness. Soon, the bell rang, but Wanwan was still engrossed in her storybook. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently patted the little one's shoulder and whispered, Wanwan, let's go home. Okay. Wanwan blinked playfully, looking incredibly cute. She put the storybook into her little backpack, like a little adult. There were many students leaving it out of class, causing some congestion. Wanwan was held in Lin Muheng's arms, and only then could Zhao Zijuan and the other two really see what the little one looked like. Her face was fair and chubby, with round, blinking eyes and pink lips below her small nose. She was as cute as a Barbie doll. Who wouldn't love such a pretty little dumpling? Zhao Zijuan grinned and said to Lin Muheng, Aheng, let me hug you. His eyes were full of expectation and pleading, as if he was afraid that Lin Muheng would reject him. No, let me hold her first, Lu Xiaorong said, reaching out to grab Wanwan. Wang Kailuan, who spends all his time at the gym and has a rather muscular build, pushed the two of them aside and said with a grin, Hengji, let me hug you first. Seeing the three of them grinning, Lin Muheng couldn't help but find it funny. However, when Wanwan saw the three of them, a hint of panic flashed across her little face. She waved her hand anxiously, saying, Wanwan doesn't want the bad uncle to hug her. No, no. Huh? Bad uncle? What's this all about? The group was very disappointed. They didn't know where they had offended the little dumpling. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and confusion. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled smugly. See? It's not that I don't want you to hug her, it's that she doesn't want to. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory building. Lin Muheng remembered that he didn't have any clean clothes at home and had to go back to the dormitory to get some. He thought to himself, he couldn't bring Wanwan into the boys' dormitory. After all, she was a girl. After thinking it over, he squatted down and said to Wanwan, Sweetie, Daddy's going back to the dorm to get some clothes. Can you play with those three uncles for a while? Those three uncles are all Dad's good friends. You don't need to be afraid. He continued to comfort Wanwan, hoping that she could let down her guard. Wanwan frowned upon hearing this, her little face full of confusion. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said in a soft, cooing voice, Daddy, didn't you tell me to stay away from these bad uncles? Why do you still want me to play with them? Her voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Did I say that? Lin Muheng frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered that it might have been his future self who had instructed Wanwan. He asked with a smile, Do you know why? His eyes were full of curiosity. Wanwan nodded, then said in a soft, sweet voice, These uncles all have big brothers, and they all want me to be their daughter-in-law. So Dad told me to stay away from them. Her little face was full of seriousness. Daddy, what does daughter-in-law mean? Is there anything delicious? She continued to ask, her little eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hearing this, Lin Muheng clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. You can't even have a daughter, so you want to take advantage of my precious daughter, your animals. Although he was very angry, he was still very proud of himself because he had a daughter, which made him 1,000,000 times better than them. However, there's no need to worry about that now. They don't even know where their wives are, so there's nothing to fear. Lin Muheng comforted Wanwan. Baby, you can stay with these uncles for a while. Daddy will come down to find you soon. Be good, and Daddy will buy you ice cream when we get back. Wanwan, be a good girl. The little one's eyes lit up immediately when she heard about ice cream. She couldn't help but lick her tongue, her little face full of excitement. Then, Lin Muheng looked at Zhao Zijuan and the other two behind him and said, I'm going upstairs to get some clothes. You three take care of her. Okay, no problem. The three nodded happily. At this moment, Ren Kailuan asked Wanwan curiously, Little baby, where did your dad and mom go? Chapter 22 Huahua, the school beauty? Wanwan pursed her cherry-like lips, two shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks, and said playfully, My dad just went upstairs to get something, and my mom went out. After saying that, the little girl rolled up the bag on top of her backpack, looking quite bored. Upon hearing this, Ren Kailuan glanced at the dormitory building across the street, then exchanged a look with the other two, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He asked again, incredulously, Is your father really Lin Muheng? Upon hearing this, Wanwan stuck out her little tongue, made a face, and said playfully, I won't tell you, hee. The little girl remembered her father telling her not to talk to these bad uncles. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan's eyes lit up and a plan came to mind. He walked into the supermarket, and soon he had several colorful lollipops in his hand. He smiled and walked over to Wan Wan, squatted down, waved the lollipop in front of her, and said gently, "If you answer Uncle's question, Uncle will give you a lollipop, okay?" Wan Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a new continent, and her little face was filled with joy. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the lollipop, so Wan Wan nodded readily and said with a smile, "Okay." He looked exactly like a little foodie. Seeing Wan Wan's reaction, Zhao Zijuan smiled smugly. He cleared his throat and asked, "Sweetie, is your dad really Lin Muheng? Don't lie to your uncle." Wan Wan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. My dad is Lin Muheng." Immediately, her chubby little finger pointed at the lollipop in Zhao Zijuan's hand, as if afraid that he would change his mind. Wan Wan smiled happily after receiving the lollipop, but Zhao Zijuan and the other two looked incredulous upon hearing it. They might have thought Lin Muheng was joking before, but these words came from a child, so they couldn't be wrong, right? They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but think to himself, did Ah Heng really mess around with that young girl? "Should keep your voice down," Rin Kailuan quickly reminded him, then continued. "So, what's your mother's name?" Wan Wan's little eyes lit up again. She pointed to the lollipop, indicating to Zhao Zijuan to give it to her first. Zhao Zijuan understood immediately and quickly handed one over. Wan Wan took the lollipop, squinted her eyes contentedly, and then said, "My mom's name is Xia Wanning." Huh. Upon hearing this name, the three were both shocked and surprised, and almost exclaimed in unison, "Xia Wanning? Isn't that our school's most beautiful girl?" Rin Kailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that Lin Muheng's wife would be their senior, and even 2 years ahead of them. Did Ah Heng and Xia Wanning know each other before? Zhao Zijuan frowned, his face full of doubt. "That's not right. Ah Heng is from Shanghai, and I heard that Xia Wanning is from Shaanxi province. They shouldn't have any connection, right? What's going on? Could it be someone with the same name?" Lu Xiaorong guessed. So, the group turned their attention to Wan Wan, trying to get more information from her. "Wan Wan, where is your mother from?" Rin Kailuan asked softly. Wan Wan held the lollipop with satisfaction and said with a smile, "This is the one." The little guy's answer was as good as nothing, but they also knew that he was only 5 or 6 years old and didn't know much. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Zijuan asked again, "Wan Wan, is your mother pretty?" A proud smile spread across Wan Wan's little face as she said in a soft, sweet voice, "Of course you're beautiful. Mommy is the most beautiful, just like a fairy." The group still had many questions to ask, and the little guy answered them all as long as there were snacks to be had. A short while later, Lin Muheng came down from the dormitory building with a backpack on his back. He looked up and saw his beloved daughter and her roommates sitting at the entrance of the supermarket across the street. When Wan Wan saw her father coming over, she jumped off the stool with joy and ran into his arms. She hugged her father's neck and said softly, "Daddy, you're back. Wan Wan missed you so much." After saying that, she kissed her father on the cheek. "Daddy misses you too," Lin Muheng said with a smile. When he noticed that his daughter was carrying a lot of snacks, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Wan Wan, where did all these snacks come from?" "They were all bought for me by my uncles," Wan Wan said proudly. Afraid that her father would misunderstand, she quickly explained, "It wasn't Wan Wan who begged for them. It was my uncles who gave them to me on their own initiative." After saying that, she proudly waved the snacks in her hand, as if showing off her trophies to her father. "Is that right, uncles?" Wan Wan asked playfully, her little face full of a sly smile. After seeing this, Zhao Zijuan and the others could only nod bitterly, acknowledging that what he said was indeed true. They had given it to them voluntarily. At this moment, the three of them pulled Lin Muheng aside, their hearts filled with doubts, as if they had 1,000 questions they wanted to ask. Seeing this, Lin Muheng looked at the group in confusion. "Why did you pull me aside?" Lu Xiaorong asked impatiently. "Is your wife Xia Wanning the school beauty?" The three men's eyes gleamed with gossip as they stared intently at Lin Muheng's face, as if trying to glean something from his expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng saw Wan Wan happily sucking on a lollipop beside him and immediately understood where her snacks came from. He smiled helplessly, then confessed, "Xia Wanning is indeed Wan Wan's mother, so she's also my wife." "You're a beast," Zhao Zijuan said through gritted teeth, but his eyes were full of envy. "What do you mean also counts? She's the school beauty." At this moment, Lu Xiaorong put his arm around Lin Muheng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Aren't we good brothers? Tell us the details." Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. "It's a long story." "Then let's get to the point." The three of them pulled Lin Muheng along, wanting to know more details. As they kept whispering in his ear, Lin Muheng had a sudden inspiration and came up with a plan. With a feint, he grabbed Wan and ran away. The three realized they had been tricked, but it was too late. As her father carried her along, Wan asked with some confusion, "Daddy, why are we running?" Lin Muheng smiled helplessly and said, "Those uncles are crazy. From now on, avoid them if you see them, understand?" Wan understands. The little one nodded obediently, then hugged her father's neck tightly. After leaving the school, the father and daughter ate dumplings at a small restaurant near the school gate before returning home. Sitting on the sofa, facing her favorite cartoon, Wan couldn't muster any interest. She turned to Lin Muheng and asked, "Dad, when is Mom coming back? I miss her so much." Chapter 23. Dad, talk to your wife. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng tenderly patted Wan's head and gently comforted her. "Mom is busy today. She'll come back to see Wan when she's done." Wan pouted, her little face full of sadness, her ears drooping down like a sad little rabbit. A moment later, the little one's eyes suddenly lit up and she tugged at Lin Muheng's arm, saying sweetly, "Daddy, we can video chat with Mommy. Wan misses Mommy so much. Dad, why don't you make a video call to Mom?" Her little hands gripped Lin Muheng's sleeve tightly, her face full of anticipation. Seeing the little one's determined look, her face flushed red, Lin Muheng could only helplessly flick Wan's nose and say, "All right, you're such a clever little devil. Daddy, you're so nice." Wan pouted and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, then sat up straight, her big eyes glued to the phone, eagerly awaiting her mother's arrival. Buzz, buzz, the phone started vibrating. Xia Waning was eating her boxed lunch when she heard the sound and glanced down at her phone. When she saw that it was Lin Muheng who had called to invite her to video chat, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly put the lunchbox on the ground, frantically grabbed her phone, and quickly tidied her hair, which was soaked with sweat. Only after confirming that the other party wouldn't notice anything amiss did she cautiously press the call button. As soon as the screen lit up, Wan's adorable little face appeared before my eyes. "Mom, what are you doing? Wan missed you so much." Wan shouted excitedly as soon as she saw her mother, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. Upon hearing this, Xia Waning's eyes flashed with a smile, and she replied gently, "Mom misses Wan too. How about I come back to be with you as soon as I'm done with my work?" She could tell the little one was very unhappy. Her little mouth was pouting so much it could hold a weight. So she smiled and said, "Wan, be good. Mommy will bring you a little bear when we get back, okay?" When Wan heard about dolls, her eyes immediately lit up like two sparkling gems. She excitedly hugged her phone, her little face full of anticipation as she asked, "Really? Of course it's true. How could Mommy bear to lie to Wan?" Xia Waning replied with a smile, her eyes full of doting affection. "Okay then, Wan will wait for Mommy at home." "Love you," Wan said, sending a kiss from afar, her little face beaming with a happy smile. Xia Waning was overjoyed when she saw it. All the hard work was worth it. Immediately afterwards, Wan handed the phone to Lin Muheng and said softly, "Daddy, you talk to your wife. I won't eavesdrop." After saying that, she blinked her big eyes, smiled mischievously, and ran into the bedroom. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly and then picked up his phone. Feeling awkward under her gaze, Xia Waning asked, Wan, were you well-behaved today?" She tried to change the subject, not wanting Lin Muheng to see her disheveled state. "Very obedient." Lin Muheng nodded, then asked after a moment, "When will you be finished today?" "Around 8 or 9 o'clock, Xia Waning replied. "Oh, okay." A sudden silence fell between them, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. At this moment, Xia Waning's voice urged, "Time's up. Let's get to work." Upon hearing this, she hurriedly replied, "I'm busy now. I'll hang up first." Without waiting for Lin Muheng's response, she quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muheng recalled the scene from earlier and couldn't help but wonder, Xia Waning has something to do today. Could she be working a part-time job? He didn't think about it any further, since the two of them had agreed from the beginning not to disturb each other's lives. At 8 p.m., Xia Waning finally finished get-off work. Her boss handed her 300 yuan and praised her. "You look so delicate. I didn't expect you to be so hard-working." "Are you coming again tomorrow?" the boss asked. "Come on." Xia Wanning nodded. her eyes full of determination. After all, 300 a day for a part-time job wasn't much, especially since she also had to support Wanwan. Okay, then come at the same time tomorrow, the boss said with a smile, and then left. Looking at the 300 yuan in her hand, Xiao Wanning was very happy. This was her first time working a part-time job. Although it was tiring, it was worth it. On her way home, Xiao Wanning saw a toy store next door and immediately thought of the teddy bear she had promised to buy for Wanwan. So she went inside right away. The store has a wide variety of dolls, all in different colors and shapes. Xiao Wanning immediately noticed the pink teddy bear hanging on the wall. It was fluffy, and she thought Wanwan would definitely like it. "Boss, how much is that doll?" Xiao Wanning asked, pointing to the pink bear. The shopkeeper glanced up and said, 128. "Okay, I'll take it," Xiao Wanning said without hesitation. Although it was a bit too expensive to buy a teddy bear at this price, she felt it was well worth it when she thought about the happy look on her daughter's face. Carrying the packaging bag, Xiao Wanning couldn't wait to see Wanwan. At the same time, Lin Muheng stood up from the park bench, looked at Wanwan who was having fun in the distance, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He called softly, "Wanwan, it's time for us to go home." "Here you are," the little guy called out, then waved goodbye to the other children with reluctance. Holding her father's little hand, she skipped and hopped along. "Daddy, is Mommy back yet?" Wanwan asked curiously. "She should be back by now. Wanwan will see her mother when she gets home," Lin Muheng replied with a smile. "Great." Wanwan clapped her hands happily, eagerly anticipating going home to see her mother. On the other side, Xiao Wanning was walking along when she suddenly felt someone following her from behind. Her heart tightened suddenly, and fear surged into her heart. She dared not turn around and could only quicken her pace. But no matter how fast she walked, that figure followed closely behind her, and her heart beat faster and faster, almost as if it would jump out of her chest. Suddenly, a man reeking of alcohol staggered into her eyes, a grin on his face, and said, "Little sister, you're really pretty. How about having a couple of drinks with me?" Haha. Xiao Wanning's heart tightened, and she replied timidly, "I really can't drink. You should find someone else." As soon as she finished speaking, she tried to leave. However, the man suddenly grabbed her arm, his eyes gleaming with ill intent, and chuckled, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's okay if you can't drink, I'll teach you." His strength was astonishing. Xiao Wanning struggled a few times, but she couldn't break free at all. "Come on, I've got plenty of money. Follow me, and I guarantee you won't suffer any losses." The man continued his seduction. Xiao Wanning's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. "I don't know you. I won't go with you. Chapter 24. From now on, my son and I will protect you." Xiao Wanning struggled to break free from the other party's pull, but due to the vast difference in strength, she couldn't escape at all. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, she kicked him hard in the groin. The man cried out in pain and let go of her. Immediately, she quickly took out a pepper spray from her bag and started spraying it indiscriminately at the man. The man was sprayed and forced to retreat, covering his eyes and screaming in pain. Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough, she quickly grabbed a stick from the side and started hitting the drunk man wildly, shouting, "You think you're someone just because you've had a few drinks? You dare make me drink with you? Bah, I'll hit you for harassing a young girl. I'll hit you for being so audacious. Let's see if you dare to do it again." With each slap, Xiao Wanning seemed to be venting her anger with all her might. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me." The drunk man finally felt the pain as the stick struck him hard. He quickly begged for mercy, his voice trembling. At that moment, the alcohol seemed to be jolted awake by the sudden pain, and the man became a little more sober. He quickly apologized, then limped away as fast as he could, afraid of being caught and beaten again. Watching the man's disheveled figure leave, Xiao Wanning breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She immediately collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. What she had just witnessed had truly terrified her. She doesn't know where she got the courage from, and even now, thinking about it, she's still terrified, her heart pounding in her chest. Just then, a soft, sweet voice came from behind. "Mom, why are you walking so fast? Dad and I can't keep up with you." Xiao Wanning was taken aback when she heard this, and then realized that it was her father and daughter behind her. She had thought they were bad guys. Wanwan ran happily to her mother's side, took her hand, and asked in her childish voice, "Mommy, why are you sitting on the ground? Isn't the ground cold?" The little guy's face was full of worry. Then he waved to Lin Muheng and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Daddy, quickly help Mommy up." Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly ran to Xiao Wanning's side, gently placed Xiao Wanning's arm on his shoulder, and carefully helped her up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Wanning stood up, she hugged Lin Muheng's shoulders and started crying. Her tears fell like broken beads, soaking Lin Muheng's clothes, as if she wanted to vent all her fear. Wah, wah, why did it take you so long to get here? Xiao Wanning's voice was choked with sobs, making it sound especially heartbreaking. Lin Muheng's mind went blank, and he just let the other person hold him. He was at a loss and didn't know how to comfort her. Seeing this, Wanwan looked at her father with a resentful expression and said angrily, "Dad, did you bully Mom? Why is Mom crying so sadly?" "Dad didn't." Lin Muheng shook his head innocently. What on earth happened? After a while, Xiao Wanning finally vented her emotions. She shyly pushed Lin Muheng away and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "I'm sorry, I got your clothes wet." Xiao Wanning's voice was still a little choked up. "It's all right. Are you feeling better now?" Lin Muheng asked worriedly. Xiao Wanning nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muheng frowned and asked in confusion, "What just happened? Did you suffer some injustice?" Fearing that the other person would think he was meddling, he quickly explained, "You don't want Wanwan to worry, do you?" After listening, Xiao Wanning described in detail what had just happened. Her voice was still trembling slightly, but it was much calmer than before. Lin Muheng was furious when he heard this, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Then, looking at Xiao Wanning, he said firmly, "Don't worry, we'll protect you from now on." Then, he looked at Xiao Wanning, held out his hand, and said, "Give me your phone." "What are you doing?" Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muheng with a puzzled expression, only to see him operating something on his phone. After a while, he looked up and smiled. "I changed my emergency contact in your phone to me. Call me if you're in danger, and I'll be there immediately." Fearing that his actions might make Xiao Wanning uncomfortable, he added, "After all, you are the child's mother. Wanwan doesn't want anything to happen to you, and I don't want anything to happen to you either." Xiao Wanning was deeply moved upon hearing this. She smiled and nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you." At this moment, the clever little Wanwan tugged at her mother's hand and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, you have to be sincere when you express your gratitude." Her little face was full of earnestness and innocence. Wanwan kisses her dad when she thanks him, so let's kiss Mommy too. Lin Muheng was quite looking forward to what his daughter had said. A smile flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Wanning with feigned composure, but he was already overjoyed inside. Urged on by her daughter, Xiao Wanning's face turned so red it looked like it could bleed. She shyly looked up at Lin Muheng and found him secretly smiling. Xiao Wanning's heart was pounding like a deer's. Wouldn't kissing like this seem too forward? Seeing that her mother wasn't moving, Wanwan gently nudged her, her little face full of anxiety. Xiao Wanning was pushed by her daughter and lost her balance. She leaned forward and her lips pressed against Lin Muheng's face. The soft touch made them both feel dizzy and confused, as if an electric current was flowing between them. Lin Muheng, in particular, touched the spot where the other person had just kissed him and pondered to himself, "What kind of lipstick is that? The smell is really strong." At this moment, Xiao Wanning blushed deeply and fled in panic, then grabbed Wanwan's hand and walked ahead, saying, "Baby, Mommy bought you a little bear, shall we open it when we get home?" Watching the mother and daughter's retreating figures, Lin Muheng felt very content. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his head. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xiao Wanning's affection level, currently at 40. The system shop is now open. Lin Muheng was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He couldn't wait to open the system shop. The store was filled with a dazzling array of goods, including luxury villas, limited edition sports cars, private jets, and more. Looking at the heartbeat value above, Lin Muheng felt like he had stood up. A limited edition sports car only cost 30 heartbeat values, and a luxury villa cost 35. My God, this system is too generous. Last time, I used 25 heart points to draw a publishing house. After deducting the heart points from last time, I only have 15 heart points left to spend. If you save up, you can drive home a limited edition sports car. That's awesome. Chapter 25, picking up the car from the 4S store. Just as Lin Muheng was having a good time, the system's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Note: if your heart points are not redeemed within 24 hours, you will be considered to have forfeited the reward. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but curse. What a jerk. The system must have learned from those unscrupulous merchants. Since the item would expire, Lin Muheng chose the one with the best value for money. After looking around, he realized that he could only redeem a car with 4 rings. He was utterly exasperated. System, why don't you just give me this car directly? Why go through all this trouble? We must prioritize the host's experience. The system then fell silent. Lin Muheng was speechless. This system must be asking for a beating. However, it would be very convenient to get a new car, but cars need to burn gas, and filling up with 98-octane gasoline would bankrupt you. Oh no, I have to work hard to earn money again. The next day, Lin Muheng was tidying up the room when suddenly, a crisp cell phone ringtone broke the silence. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Muheng? A gentle female voice came from inside. I am. The car you ordered from our company has arrived. You can come and pick it up. When can you come? Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng exclaimed excitedly. I'll go pick up the car in a bit. Okay, I'll wait for you at the company. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muheng was very happy. Although the car was not a limited edition sports car, it was still a car worth several 100,000 yuan, and its performance and appearance were quite good. He called out towards the living room. Wan, come back and change your clothes. We're going out. Oh, we're going out to play again? That's great. Wan ran over excitedly and obediently changed her clothes. After putting on her shoes, she stood up abruptly, slung her beloved little backpack over her shoulder, took her father's big hand, and went out. I hailed a taxi at the entrance of the residential area, and the Dior 4S store arrived in less than 30 minutes. Lin Muheng led Wan's little hand and walked inside. The salesperson saw a customer and smiled as she stepped forward to ask, Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? I'm here to pick up my car, Lin Muheng said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. You must be Mr. Lin. Please wait here for a moment, the saleswoman said cheerfully, then walked towards the office in her high heels. Lin Muheng sat on a chair to the side, while Wan looked around curiously, her eyes wide open like 2 black gems. She was overwhelmed by the variety of cars on display in the showroom. Suddenly, she saw a small bug fly onto the body of a car. The little one's eyes widened immediately, and she carefully walked over and gently shooed the bug away with her little hand, afraid of getting the beautiful car body dirty. At this moment, a man in a suit saw this, frowned, walked over irritably, and pulled Wan away. His movements were somewhat rough, which startled Wan. What are you doing, kid? Get your dirty hands off me right now. If you damage the car, can you afford to pay for it? The man said in a deep voice, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Wan felt very wronged after being scolded. She pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and looked at the other person's aggressive posture with some fear. Her little hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, too scared to make a sound. Hearing the commotion, Lin Muheng looked up and saw his precious daughter being scolded by a man, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. He raised his hand and called out gently, Wan, come to Daddy. Daddy, upon hearing his father's voice, the little guy immediately threw himself into Lin Muheng's arms, looking aggrieved. Held in her father's arms, she said softly, Daddy, I didn't touch that car. Her little face was pressed against her father's chest, and her voice trembled slightly. Yes, Dad knows. Lin Muheng nodded, his eyes revealing complete trust. He then looked at the male salesman and said, You heard that. My daughter didn't touch the car. You're not only slandering her, but also insulting her, so apologize to my daughter. His voice was serious and left no room for argument. The man first sized up Lin Muheng. Seeing how young he was and how plainly he was dressed, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Who knows if she's telling the truth or lying? You saw it, didn't you? His tone was laced with provocation and disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow and said coldly, If you don't believe me, then check the surveillance footage. I have plenty of time before things are cleared up. Seeing that Lin Muheng wouldn't budge, the man grinned, trying to ease the tension. Let's just say you didn't touch the car, okay? It's such a small thing. Why bother checking the surveillance footage? His smile carried a hint of helplessness and perfunctoriness. No, if we don't get to the bottom of this, my daughter will be criticized, Lin Muheng said firmly. He knew that not being able to clarify things would be a huge blow to a child's mental health. Just then, the woman walked over in high heels. She was dressed in a professional suit, looking capable and elegant. Upon seeing her, the man immediately adopted a respectful expression and greeted her, Manager Sunday. The woman ignored him and went straight to Lin Muheng's side, saying respectfully, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The paperwork for your dear car is being processed. What happened that upset you? The woman asked with concern, her eyes showing a hint of worry. When the man heard what the supervisor said, he felt a little guilty. He had originally thought the other party was a poor guy, but he didn't expect him to be a big client of the company. He was suddenly a little scared. Seeing this, Lin Muheng nodded and said, "This person insulted my daughter and falsely accused her of hitting a car. I'm making him apologize to my daughter." His voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the woman gave the male salesman a sharp look, her eyes conveying, "You'd better apologize right now." Upon seeing this, the man said to Lin Muheng with great fear, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand the situation just now. I'm so sorry." Lin Muheng replied with disdain, "Don't be like that. What if it really was my daughter who hit the car? Wouldn't you feel very wrong?" His tone was laced with sarcasm and dissatisfaction. "Please show me the surveillance footage and clear my daughter's name." Upon seeing this, the woman quickly replied, Okay, okay, I'll check the surveillance footage right away." As she spoke, she immediately turned and walked towards the surveillance room. Soon after, the surveillance footage was brought up, clearly showing that Wan had only gently shooed away the insects and had not touched the car body. Upon seeing this, the man quickly apologized, "Sir, I misjudged you. I'm so sorry." His voice was filled with fear. "Please, don't hold a grudge against me." The man continued to plead. "Shouldn't you apologize to me?" Lin Muheng said firmly, because he knew he had the backing of his precious daughter. Chapter 26. I'll pick you up tonight. Upon hearing this, the male salesman immediately bent down and squatted in front of Wan, smiling as he explained, "Little girl, I made a mistake just now. I apologize to you." "I'm sorry." After hearing this, Wan did not respond. She hugged her father's leg tightly, her little face pressed against his body, her eyes still showing some fear and unease, clearly frightened by what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently hugged his precious daughter tightly in his arms, stroking her back softly to comfort her. Then, he looked at the supervisor and said, "How are the paperwork going? Can I drive it away?" "Any time is fine." The woman nodded and said with a smile. Soon, Lin Muheng completed the formalities and drove away in his brand new Dior with his daughter. The supervisor saw them off with a smile, then came up to the man, his face darkening, and said coldly, "From now on, you're fired from the company. Pack your things and get out of here. Manager, please give me another chance." "I promise I won't do it again," the man pleaded, hoping his manager would show leniency. But the supervisor remained unmoved. Offending clients is a major taboo in the sales industry, especially since he had offended one of the company's major clients. He simply couldn't stay there any longer. After leaving the 4S store, Lin Muheng drove Wan around. The little one sat in the spacious back seat, kicking her little feet excitedly. The window was wide open, and a gentle breeze blew in, brushing against her cheeks. Wan closed her eyes comfortably. Children's minds are always so simple and pure. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the little incident that had just happened at the 4S store. Suddenly, Wan leaned on the seat, stretched out her chubby little hand, patted Lin Muheng's shoulder, and excitedly shouted, "Daddy, let's go find Mommy." Looking at his daughter's expectant face in the rearview mirror, Lin Muheng patiently persuaded her, "Mommy must be busy. How about Daddy takes you to the amusement park?" He thought Wan would excitedly agree as before, but this time the little one shook her head and said anxiously, No, Wan wants to go to the amusement park with Daddy and Mommy." Her little face was slightly flushed with anxiety, and her big eyes sparkled with a stubborn light. Seeing her daughter's insistence, Lin Muheng had no choice but to give up. Then, Wan leaned closer and asked, "Dad, can you ask Mom if she's done with her work? Let's go to the amusement park together." Wan blinked her big eyes, which were full of anticipation. Seeing the expectant look in his daughter's eyes, Lin Muheng couldn't bear to refuse. So he gently tapped on Xia Waning's WeChat video call interface. At this moment, Xia Waning had just finished a busy morning of work and had just taken off the heavy mascot costume she was wearing and was about to have lunch. Just then, her phone rang in her pocket. She took it out and saw that it was a video call request from Lin Muheng. She was slightly taken aback, then answered the phone. As soon as the connection was established, Wan's chubby little face eagerly came closer, instantly taking up the entire screen. She called out sweetly, "Mommy, are you done with work? Wan misses you so much." As she spoke, she made a big heart shape in the air with her little hands, looking incredibly cute. When Xia Waning saw her daughter's adorable little face, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She said gently, "Mommy misses Wan too." After I'm done with work today, Mommy will spend some quality time with you, okay? Upon hearing this, Wanwan pouted and nodded obediently. Suddenly, she blinked her big eyes and asked, Mommy, what are you doing now? Can Daddy and I come to see you? Wanwan asked eagerly, her little hands gripping the phone tightly, afraid that her mother would refuse. Xiao Wanning checked the time and then said, Mom is going to eat. Have you eaten yet? The little guy's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he shook his head with a smile. I haven't eaten yet. How about Dad and I come find you to eat now? Xiao Wanning thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, give the phone to Dad. Her voice carried a hint of shyness and anticipation. When she saw Lin Muheng appear in front of the camera, she asked shyly, Are you free to come over now? I have to start work at 2 o'clock, so I don't have much time to spend with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng quickly replied, That's convenient. We haven't eaten yet. Send us your address, and we'll come find you. Xiao Wanning nodded, and after hanging up the phone, she waited at the bus stop. Less than 15 minutes later, a black sedan slowly stopped in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the car window rolled down, and a familiar little head popped out. When Wanwan saw her mother, her eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. She called out in a soft, cute voice, Mommy, get in the car quickly. She looked like an adorable little angel. At this moment, Xiao Wanning sat in the car, her face full of doubt. She looked at the brand new car and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. As soon as Wanwan got in the car, she grabbed her mother's arm and said with great pride, Mom, this is the new car Dad bought. Although it's not as comfortable as our old car, it can pick you up. Her little face was beaming with a happy smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng involuntarily coughed lightly, secretly thinking to himself that in the future, he would live in a luxury mansion in Thompson Riviera and drive a car that was priceless and extraordinary. However, at this moment, he knows that he needs to work even harder to give his daughter the same comfortable life she used to have. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xiao Wanning's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Lin Muheng, a shy blush rising on her face, as beautiful and charming as a peach blossom in spring. At this moment, Lin Muheng asked, When will you be finished with your work today? Xiao Wanning smiled slightly and replied, Around 8 o'clock. After hearing this, Lin Muheng said calmly, Then Wanwan and I will drive to pick you up tonight. Fearing she might refuse, he cautiously added, Don't overthink it. I just think it's unsafe for you to come back so late and walk alone, especially after what happened yesterday. His voice was full of concern and worry for Xiao Wanning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's face lit up with a bright smile, and she said gratefully, Thank you. Lin Muheng waved his hand and replied with a smile, Don't be so polite. It's because you're Wanwan's biological mother. Just my biological mother? Xiao Wanning blurted out, her mind in turmoil. She couldn't understand why she had that thought just now. Could it be that she was falling for him? Lin Muheng was busy driving and didn't notice. He turned his head and asked, What did you just say? Chapter 27 Tongchu.com called again. Inside the office, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, and her employees sat together in a somber atmosphere. The employees were all very careful, afraid that they might accidentally run into the editor-in-chief's gun that could explode at any moment. At that moment, Song Qianyue looked around, her eyes filled with suppressed anger, and asked in a low voice, Is there anything else to report? An employee responded timidly in a low voice. These past 2 days, users have been spamming Zhong Qiani under the author's story, and there are so many comments that we can't even delete them all. We can't exactly ban user comments, another employee added cautiously. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, and she forced herself to finish the meeting while suppressing her anger. After the meeting, Song Qianyue suddenly pushed open the office door, strode to her desk, and in a fit of anger swept the documents, pen holder, and even the computer mouse off the floor. You, Zhong Qiani, how dare you go against the website? You really don't know your place, she growled through gritted teeth. Xiao Li, who witnessed this scene, didn't dare to breathe and stood quietly to the side, afraid of becoming the next target of anger. After a while, Song Qianyue finally calmed down. She slowly sat down in the chair, took a deep breath, and asked, Is there any latest news about Zhong Qiani online? Xiao Li quickly replied, No, since we banned him, other websites haven't dared to sign him either, so there's been no news about him. Upon hearing this reply, Song Qianyue's lips curled into a cold smile. It doesn't feel good to be suppressed, does it? Let's see if you dare to refuse my conditions this time. A moment later, she stood up, walked to the French windows, gazed at the bustling scene outside, and pondered in her heart. She dialed Lin Muheng's number, her eyes gleaming with determination. On the other end of the phone, Lin Muheng picked up his phone and saw that it was an unnumbered account. He hesitated for a moment before answering. "Zhong Qianyi, how have you been?" Song Qianyue's voice came, carrying a hint of provocation and smugness. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng frowned, his face full of disdain. "You are the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com? What? Do you need me for something?" Song Qianyue grinned, her voice full of temptation. "Being blacklisted isn't a pleasant experience, is it? As long as you agree to my signing terms, a signing fee of 10 million will be deposited into your account immediately. You know, many people can't earn that much money in their entire lives, so I advise you to think it over carefully." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's eyes were full of disdain, and he firmly replied, "I've already made up my mind." "Haha, I knew you'd agree." Song Qianyue laughed triumphantly, as if victory was already in her grasp. Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly, shocked by the woman's shamelessness. "You haven't heard my formal answer yet. Go ahead and tell me. I'm listening." Song Qianyue was full of confidence. She believed that any normal person would make the right choice. Lin Muheng smiled, his tone firm and resolute. "I don't want to. This stupid Tongchu.com is for whoever wants to go. Even if you call me Dad, I won't go." After saying that, Lin Muheng hung up the phone without hesitation. He didn't want to get entangled with Song Qianyue any further. She was probably seriously ill. Hearing the busy tone of the line, Song Qianyue was still in shock, wondering if she had been rejected again. She stared in disbelief, a nameless fire rising within her. Recalling Lin Muheng's arrogant demeanor, she angrily slammed her phone to the ground and shouted, "Shaoli!" Hearing the editor-in-chief shout, Shaoli hurried to the office and cautiously asked, "Editor-in-chief, what can I do for you?" Song Qianyue said through gritted teeth, "The words Zhong Qianyi are not allowed to appear on the website. Delete them immediately. Ban accounts that post too much." Shaoli asked worriedly, "Editor-in-chief, won't this provoke public outrage among our users?" Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue coldly shook her head. "No, we're a top website. They can't do without us. A dog will come back when it's hungry." After receiving the instructions, Shaoli began to handle the relevant matters. At this moment, Lin Muheng had just come out of the classroom, feeling extremely relieved. Just then, his phone rang again. He thought it was Song Qianyue calling, and after answering impatiently, he started cursing. "I already said I'm not going. Do you really want to be a coward?" However, the voice on the other end of the phone was Hu Lily's sweet, coquettish voice. "President Lin, what are you saying?" Lin Muheng got goosebumps after hearing this and said impatiently, "Stop speaking in a rude manner and speak properly." "Oh," Hu Lily responded, then began her report. "President Lin, the sample of the storybook is ready. I'll take it over for you to see." "Okay, then bring it over now, and I'll send you the address," Lin Muheng said. Going to and from the company takes a lot of time, not to mention that he and Xiao Wanning had made an appointment to take Wanwan out for grilled fish later. In the office, Hu Lily looked at the address sent by President Lin, which showed that it was Shanghai University, and her eyes were full of doubt. Is President Lin really a college student who hasn't graduated yet? After taking the storybook sample, Hu Lily hailed a taxi and arrived at the gate of Shanghai University in less than 30 minutes. After getting out of the car, she sent a voice message to Lin Muheng. "President Lin, I've arrived. Where are you?" "Turn around. To the coffee shop," Lin Muheng replied briefly. Hu Lily turned her head and saw that Lin Muheng was sitting by the window. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels and swaying her waist as she walked in. As soon as the coffee shop door opened, all eyes turned to Hu Lily. Although she wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful, she had a hot figure and dressed sexily. Today, she was wearing a black strapless bodycon dress, and her chest bounced as she walked, attracting a lot of attention. However, Lin Muheng was unmoved by this. In fact, he was somewhat disgusted by it. He glanced at Hu Lily indifferently and gestured for her to sit down. Hu Lily walked over to Lin Muheng with a charming smile and sat down, saying, "Mr. Lin, you need to reimburse me for my taxi fare to and from here. It's business." Lin Muheng nodded, but felt somewhat displeased. He hadn't even made much money yet, but he was already putting his own money into it. It was really tough. Then he looked at the other person and asked, "Where's the storybook?" "Let me see." Hu Lily took out a storybook from her bag and placed it in front of Lin Muheng. He carefully flipped through it, examining every detail from the color scheme of the illustrations to the accompanying pictures. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. When can it be put on the market? I've asked the factory to speed up production, and it should be available in the bookstore as early as tomorrow night, Hu Lili replied. Okay, let's make it according to this version. Lin Muheng nodded. The work is done well, and if sales are good, we'll give everyone a bonus. Then I'll thank President Lin on behalf of everyone, Hu Lili said sweetly. Chapter 28. Oh no, Dad's made Mom angry. Seeing this, Lin Muheng frowned slightly, shrank back a little awkwardly, and asked, Is this how you always talk? Hu Lili was taken aback for a moment, only to see Lin Muheng continue. Do whatever makes you comfortable. You don't need to pretend in front of me, just be yourself. Hearing this, Hu Lili was somewhat dazed. Be yourself? That seems like a long way off. She came from a small town, and in order to be liked, helped, and noticed by others, she seemed to have been unable to be herself for a long time. As Hu Lili left the coffee shop, she was very grateful for what Mr. Lin had said. She suddenly hugged Lin Muheng gratefully and said, Mr. Lin, thank you. However, Lin Muheng, who was being held, was very flustered. He hurriedly pushed Hu Lili away, his cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. Let go quickly. It won't be good if someone sees us. Seeing Lin Muheng's nervous expression, Hu Lili chuckled. President Lin, you really are a naive and innocent young man. Immediately afterwards, Hu Lili handed over her WeChat payment QR code, a playful smile playing on her lips. Boss, I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Lin Muheng glanced at it, and then swept the money over. After seeing the transfer amount, Hu Lili asked in confusion, Isn't the round-trip fare 80? Why did you only transfer 55? Go back and take the subway, Lin Muheng said irritably. Who told her to touch him inappropriately? What if his future wife saw it? His reputation would be ruined. However, in the distance, there were indeed two pairs of eyes staring intently at him. Wanwan looked up, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. Mommy, who is that Auntie? Why is she hugging Daddy? Oh, that's probably Dad's good friend, Xiao Wanning said calmly, but she felt a tightness in her chest, as if a large stone was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. She scrutinized Hu Lili closely, noticing that the woman had a pert bottom and a full bust, and that she herself would definitely prefer her type if she were a man. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanning couldn't help but look down at herself. Her buttocks weren't perky, and she didn't even have a cleavage. How could she compare to others? I guess Lin Muheng probably likes this too, she thought to herself, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Wanwan didn't seem to notice her mother's strange behavior. She happily ran into her father's arms and said in a babyish voice, Daddy. Her little face was rosy, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Lin Muheng affectionately pinched Wanwan's chubby little face, his eyes full of love. Baby, did you listen to Mommy today? Wanwan is very obedient. She just misses her dad so much, the little girl said sweetly, and Lin Muheng's heart melted when he heard it. The thought that all of his roommates would have sons filled Lin Muheng with immense pride and joy. I am so lucky to have such a lovely daughter. Seeing Xiao Wanning come to his side, Lin Muheng said with a smile, I don't have class this afternoon, I'll take Wanwan with me. Okay. Xiao Wanning nodded, then followed the two of them toward the grilled fish restaurant. However, her steps were somewhat heavy, as if she were stepping on cotton, and she seemed a little absent-minded. Inside the grilled fish restaurant, Wanwan sat with Lin Muheng, her little body ramrod straight, like a little adult. Seeing that Xiao Wanning had only eaten a few bites before putting down her chopsticks, Lin Muheng quietly asked Wanwan, Baby, Mommy looks listless. Is she sick? Upon hearing this, Wanwan frowned and asked doubtfully, No way, Mom was very happy when she was with me. She didn't seem sick. Her little hand was supporting her chin, and she looked like she was thinking seriously, which made people smile. After hearing her daughter's words, Lin Muheng frowned in confusion. If she wasn't sick, why did she look unhappy? He secretly pondered to himself that something must have happened, but since it involved someone's privacy, Lin Muheng didn't dare to ask. After finishing their grilled fish, the family of three was walking down the street when Wanwan suddenly pointed at the supermarket, her little eyes sparkling with excitement. Daddy, Mommy, I want to eat fruit. Let's go in and take a look, Lin Muheng said affectionately, then pushed the shopping cart and put Wanwan in the cart. What fruit does Wanwan want to eat? Watermelon or banana? Lin Muheng asked, with Xiao Wanning following behind, her eyes vacant. When they arrived at the fruit section, Wanwan pointed at this and that with her chubby little fingers, looking every bit the little foodie. However, when Xiao Wanning saw the papaya, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she felt a sudden impulse. She didn't know if the papaya would work, but she couldn't resist taking one and putting it in her shopping cart. Xiao Wanning's movements were somewhat stiff, as if she were doing something sneaky, afraid of being discovered. However, Wanwan still saw it, and the little one asked in confusion, "Mom, what kind of fruit is that? Is it delicious?" Xiao Wanning's face flushed red, as if it were on fire. She said shyly, "This is called papaya. It should taste good, right?" "Right." Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet also revealed her anticipation for the papaya. "Oh," Wanwan nodded, her gaze suddenly drawn to other fruits. Her little body wiggled around in the shopping cart like a lively little fish. Besides buying some papayas, Xiao Wanning unconsciously slowed down her pace when passing the snack section. A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she still couldn't resist buying some chicken feet, a lot of them, both red and white. Upon seeing this, Lin Muheng secretly made a mental note of it. So she likes to eat chicken feet. From the supermarket to the school gate, Xiao Wanning followed silently, without saying a word. Only Wanwan's little mouth kept chattering away, like a cheerful little bird. Seeing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but look at Xiao Wanning and ask, "Are you something bothering you?" Xiao Wanning was taken aback and looked at him in confusion, only to see Lin Muheng say in a very irritating way, "Since you're so unhappy, then tell me so I can be happy." He wore a playful smile, trying to ease Xiao Wanning's gloom with light-hearted words. However, his words were like a thorn piercing Xiao Wanning's heart. She squatted down and gently stroked Wanwan's little face, saying, "Baby, Mommy has to go to class now. You play with Daddy, and Mommy will come back to see you after class." "Okay, Wanwan will be a good girl." Wanwan nodded with a smile. Lin Muheng thought Xiao Wanning would give him some instructions, but to his surprise, she just rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Lin Muheng stood there innocently, thinking to himself, "I saw she was unhappy, so I wanted to cheer her up, but it just made her even more unhappy." Seeing this, Wanwan shook her little head and said gleefully, "Daddy, you're in trouble. You made Mommy angry." Chapter 29 Chicken Claw Papaya? "Woman, what are you trying to do?" After parting ways with Lin Muheng and his daughter, Xiao Wanning returned to her dormitory carrying heavy shopping bags. Xiao Qiao was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw her enter, and she curiously leaned forward. "Ningning, let me see what delicious things you bought." "You see for yourself. I need to go find a racket first." With that, Xiao Wanning gently placed the bag on the table. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao eagerly opened the plastic bag and peeked inside. When she saw the bag full of chicken feet and a huge papaya, her eyes widened, her face full of suspicion. "Ningning, are you trying to wipe out the chicken family? Why did you buy so many chicken feet? Could it be?" Suddenly, Xiao Qiao had a flash of inspiration. She smiled and moved closer to Xiao Wanning, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she stared at Xiao Wanning's chest. She teased, "Ning Ning, you bought so many chicken feet. You wouldn't be trying to get bigger breasts, would you?" Xiao Wanning blushed at Xiao Qiao's words, secretly wondering to herself, "Am I that obvious?" However, she wouldn't admit it so easily, so she stubbornly said, "I bought the chicken feet for you. I saw that you really like them. As for papaya, I haven't tried it yet. I just want to try the taste." Xiao Qiao smiled, clearly not believing her words, and thought to herself, "This woman is the most stubborn of all. She clearly wants to get breast augmentation, but she just won't admit it." However, she didn't expose her, but just smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I won't be polite." After saying that, she took out several chicken feet from the bag and started gnawing on them with relish. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning became a little anxious and quickly muttered, "Hey, at least leave some for me." Before they knew it, it was time for afternoon classes. Xiao Qiao and Xiao Wanning had signed up for tennis lessons. After the PE teacher finished teaching the basic movements, it was free time, and the two found a shady spot to sit down. Suddenly, Xiao Wanning looked at Xiao Qiao curiously, blinked, and said, "You've eaten so many chicken feet. How come your breasts haven't gotten any bigger? Is the chicken feet breast enhancement a scam?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately laughed smugly and whispered, "See? You said you weren't buying chicken feet to enlarge your breasts, but you've already given yourself away." As she spoke, she deliberately poked Xiao Wanning's chest, making Xiao Wanning's face turn even redder. Having her thoughts exposed, Xiao Wanning lowered her head and remained silent. but her heart was pounding like a rabbit's. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao became even more smug. She said with a smile, "Actually, chicken feet do have some uses, but why do you suddenly want to enlarge your breasts? Could it be that your boyfriend is disgusted with you?" After saying that, she deliberately winked and put on a gossipy look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning quickly covered her mouth and said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I explain to you before that our situation is a bit complicated? Besides, he doesn't have any romantic feelings for me." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. Xiao Qiao nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, I understand. You have those kinds of feelings for her." After she finished speaking, she deliberately leaned close to Xiao Wanning's ear and whispered, "Stop pretending. I can see through you." "Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore." Xiao Wanning, her thoughts exposed, turned her head away shyly, thinking to herself, "Could I really have fallen for him? How could that be?" Her mind was in turmoil, and the image of that hot girl kept popping into her head, making her lose herself in thought for a moment. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Suddenly, a hurried shout came from beside her, interrupting Xiao Wanning's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao hurriedly pulled Xiao Wanning to the side to dodge, but they still couldn't avoid it. A baseball hit Xiao Wanning squarely on the ankle, causing her to shudder in pain and furrow her brows. "Ouch, that hurts." Xiao Wanning couldn't help but cry out, her face full of pain. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao angrily yelled at the boy playing basketball. "How did you play that? You hurt someone. Do you even know how to play basketball?" Seeing this, the boy ran up to him with a guilty look on his face and said, "I'm so sorry. I made a mistake just now." Then, he looked at Xiao Wanning and asked, "Are you all right? Are you serious? Should we go to the infirmary to check on you?" Xiao Wanning waved her hand, declining the offer of kindness, and said with a forced smile despite the pain, "Never mind. It's all right. I'll be fine in a bit. It hurt just now, but it's much better now." Watching the boy's departing figure, Xiao Qiao said worriedly, "Ningning, are you really not going to the infirmary? I see your ankle is all red." Xiao Wanning smiled and shook her head, saying, "Really, it's not necessary. I just need to rest for a bit." She was grateful for Xiao Qiao's concern, but didn't want to make a fuss over such a minor injury. Seeing how stubborn she was, Xiao Qiao sighed helplessly. After a while, Xiao Wanning's ankle was swollen very high. "Hi," Xiao Qiao said worriedly. "Your foot is injured. Will you be able to go back later? Why don't we call Wan's father now and ask him to come and pick you up?" Xiao Wanning shook her head and said, "No need. I don't want to trouble him. I can go back by myself." Seeing this, Xiao Qiao snatched her best friend's phone and said, "Don't be stubborn. How are you going to walk back with your injured foot? I'll call Lin Muheng right now." After saying that, she walked to a spot where Xiao Wanning couldn't grab a phone and dialed Lin Muheng's number. The call was quickly connected, and Lin Muheng's calm voice came from the other end. Xiao Qiao quickly replied, "Hello, I'm Xiao Qiao. We met at the entrance of the milk tea shop the other day." "Oh, it's you. Where's Xiao Wanning?" Lin Muheng asked, puzzled. Ningning hurt her ankle in PE class when a classmate hit her with a ball. "Would you be able to come and help her?" she said, glancing at Xiao Wanning, who was staring at her nervously. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's heart tightened, and without thinking, he agreed. "Okay, I'll be right there." After a while, Xiao Wanning felt very nervous when she saw Xiao Qiao walking over. She asked nervously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, "Will he come?" Xiao Qiao nodded and said with a smile, "I'll be there soon, just wait a bit." Xiao Wanning nodded, a happy smile appearing on her lips. However, as time passed, Lin Muheng still did not appear. People were coming and going on the playground, and the next group of students who were going to have a physical education class started their lesson. Xiao Qiao frowned, her face full of impatience. Why hasn't this person arrived yet? They promised. Are they going to go back on their word? Xiao Wanning felt a little disappointed, but she still tried to remain calm and said, "They're probably on their way." Chapter 30, carrying Xiao Wanning home. As she spoke, she gazed into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Muheng, but the doorway was empty, not even a bird in sight. Just as she was feeling disheartened, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the entrance to the playground. Lin Muheng carried a plastic bag and looked around, searching for Xiao Wanning's whereabouts. When he saw Xiao Wanning sitting there with her head down, his heart tightened and he rushed over. A moment later, he stood in front of Xiao Wanning, gently touched her shoulder, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I went to buy medicine earlier and I'm late. How's your foot? Does it hurt?" As he spoke, He took out a bottle of liniment from the plastic bag and handed it to Xia Waning. Xia Waning looked up and saw Lin Muheng looking at her with concern, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She took the ointment, tears streaming down her face, and said, "Thank you." Seeing this, Lin Muheng said with concern, "Your feet are all swollen. Let me take you home." After saying that, he bent down and prepared to carry Xia Waning on his back. Upon seeing this, Xia Waning quickly waved her hand and refused, saying, "No need, I can walk by myself." She was actually a little shy. After all, apart from her father and brother, no man had ever carried her on his back. However, Lin Muheng said firmly, "Don't be stubborn. How can you walk with your injured foot? Come on up." His tone left no room for argument, and Xia Waning, unable to resist him, had no choice but to obediently lie on his back. Feeling Lin Muheng's broad back, her heart was filled with warmth. Xiao Qiao watched her best friend clinging happily to the man's back, a look of envy in her eyes. She smiled, waved her hand, and said, "Don't worry about me, go ahead." "Then we'll be going now," Lin Muheng replied, and Xia Waning waved goodbye as well. She felt incredibly safe and secure lying on Lin Muheng's back. However, as she passed by the girl's dormitory, Xia Waning reminded her, "I've just passed my dormitory." "I know." Lin Muheng continued walking steadily without stopping. "Your foot is inconvenient. At our home, Wan and I can take care of you." Lin Muheng spoke casually, but her heart was filled with ripples. Finally home, Lin Muheng gently placed Xia Waning on the sofa, his movements tender and careful. He looked down at Xia Waning's swollen ankle, his brows furrowed, and a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. He said thankfully, "Fortunately, I didn't break any bones or tendons. After the swelling goes down, my foot will be fine in a few days." Hearing this, Xia Waning couldn't help but feel curious. She looked up at Lin Muheng, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. "You can treat illnesses?" Lin Muheng shook his head and smiled. "No, my grandfather is a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, so I know a little about it too. I'll apply some safflower oil to your feet. Try to avoid getting out of bed and moving around too much." After saying that, Lin Muheng took out the medicine he had bought and carefully poured it onto Xia Waning's feet, then gently massaged them to help the oil absorb. His technique was skillful and gentle, but Xia Waning's feet were swollen badly, and even with his gentle movements, she still gasped in pain. Xia Waning bit her lip, occasionally hissing, her face showing pain. Lin Muheng felt a pang of heartache seeing Xia Waning enduring the pain. Finally, the massage ended, and he gently put Xia Waning's feet down. She looked at Lin Muheng gratefully, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you. There's no need for thanks between us." Lin Muheng scratched his head and smiled fengholy. Just then, a rustling sound came from inside the bedroom, and then a cute little head peeked out. Wan, clutching her teddy bear, rubbed her eyes as she walked out of the house. Her eyes lit up when she saw her father and mother. She excitedly rushed forward, her little feet kicking adorably. Lin Muheng squatted down, gently hugged Wan in his arms, pinched her little nose, and smiled. "Our little princess has woken up?" His voice was full of affection, and his eyes shone with the light of fatherly love. Wan nodded, her little face beaming with a happy smile. Suddenly, Wan's eyes caught sight of Xia Waning's bare feet, which were bright red. The little girl's brows furrowed immediately, and her eyes were filled with worry. "Mommy, are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Wan's voice was trembling with tears, and her little face was full of heartache. She held her mother's hand tightly, as if trying to use her own strength to ease her mother's pain. "It doesn't hurt," Xia Waning replied warmly, not wanting her daughter to worry. However, Wan's little eyes immediately turned red, as if she was about to cry at any moment, and her little mouth turned down. "Mommy is talking nonsense. It must hurt a lot to be so red." Wan, blow on it for Mommy." After saying that, Wan gently blew on Xia Waning's ankle. Seeing how sensible her precious daughter was, Xia Waning's heart melted. She hugged Wan tightly, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. Then, Wan took Lin Muheng's hand and came to Xia Waning, saying in a soft voice, "Daddy, blow on Mommy's skin too, so she'll get better faster." "Okay." Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. He did whatever his daughter said. Xia Waning looked at his serious expression, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. At the same time, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xia Waning's emotional connection to the host. Her current emotional connection is 45, with 5 available. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Muheng was puzzled and asked, "What can I do with a heartbeat value of 5? He had checked the system shop before, and the cheapest item still required 10 heart points. Upon hearing this, the system immediately replied, "Because the host strategy has been remarkably effective, an exception will be made to allow the host to participate in the lottery once." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He muttered to himself, "Did I even do the walkthrough?" He hadn't done anything at all. He scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. But none of that matters. What matters is the chance to win a prize. If I win $1 billion prize, I won't have to work so hard to earn money anymore. Immediately, Lin Muheng had a thought, and the wheel in his mind began to spin to draw a lottery. He stared intently at the roulette wheel, silently chanting, "Win 100 billion, win 100 billion, win 100 billion." However, the $1 billion prize slipped through his fingers again. Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself that his luck was just too bad. However, he was still somewhat satisfied with the prizes displayed on the system, since he had drawn a god-level cooking skill this time. "System, begin the exchange," Lin Muheng silently instructed. In an instant, all the cooking tutorials and menus flooded his mind. It's no exaggeration to say that he could now prepare state banquets. Lin Muheng was eager to show off his culinary skills. He looked confidently at the mother and daughter on the sofa and asked, "What would you like to eat tonight?" Xia Wanning and Wan Wan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with worry. Wan Wan, in particular, whispered in her mother's ear, "Mom, please don't eat Dad's cooking." Chapter 31. Parents are true love. Wan Wan is an accident. Why? Xia Wanning frowned in confusion, her eyes full of bewilderment. "Because Daddy's cooking is so awful," Wan Wan said in her childish voice, gesturing with her hands as if trying to describe how bad it was. Her little face was full of seriousness, and her big, watery eyes blinked. Then the little one continued, "Daddy's cooking is dark and doesn't look good. It even tastes bitter. Mommy's cooking is much better. Mommy's cooking is the best food in the world." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning was both amused and exasperated. She gently pinched Wan Wan's little cheek, thinking to herself, "It seems this has left a shadow on my daughter. It seems that Lin Muheng can only make delicious instant noodles. She can't try anything else." However, her cooking skills are, to put it mildly, questionable these days. Sensing the disbelieving looks from the mother and daughter, Lin Muheng patted his chest and solemnly assured them, "Don't worry, my cooking skills are absolutely fine this time. Just trust me this once," Lin Muheng added, his voice tinged with a pleading tone. Seeing this, Xia Wanning felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. She comforted the little one, saying, "Daddy is very confident this time. Why don't you trust Daddy one more time?" "Okay." Wan Wan finally nodded, a sweet smile spreading across her little face. She said in a childish voice, I want to eat cola chicken wings. Can Daddy make them?" "Yes, Dad will make it for you." Lin Muheng agreed with a smile, then looked at Xia Wanning with tenderness and inquiry in his eyes. "What do you want to eat?" Xia Wanning thought of a dish that didn't require any cooking skills: scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After finalizing the menu, Lin Muheng went out to buy groceries. Before he left, he told Wan Wan, "Baby, take good care of Mom at home. Dad will be back soon." "Yes, Wan Wan will take good care of Mommy." Hearing the little one's answer, Lin Muheng finally felt relieved and went out. When Lin Muheng arrived at the market and was buying chicken wings, he suddenly saw very white and tender pig's trotters displayed in front of the stall. A thought struck him. He wanted to nourish Xia Wanning, since pig's trotters are a good thing, and the principle of cures applies here. Immediately, Lin Muheng said to the shopkeeper, "Give me another pig's trotter." With the groceries in hand, Lin Muheng went home satisfied. After arriving home, he began preparing the ingredients with practiced skill and focus, while Xia Wanning stayed by Wan Wan's side, playing with building blocks with her. Time flew by, and Lin Muheng brought all the dishes to the table. He called out to the two of them with a smile, "Dinner's ready." Knowing that Xia Wanning had difficulty walking, he hurried over and saw her slowly moving along. Lin Muheng's heart tightened immediately, and he said with heartache, "I'll carry you over." "No need. I can do it myself," Xia Wanning said, a little embarrassed. "Listen to me," Lin Muheng said domineeringly, then gently held Xia Wanning in his arms and carefully placed her on the bench. His movements were gentle and careful, as if he was afraid of hurting Xia Wanning. Sitting there, Xia Wanning's heart was pounding like a deer's. As she watched Lin Muheng's busy figure, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, Wanwan sat in her chair, looking at the beautifully presented dishes on the table, and asked in great surprise, "Dad, did you make all of these dishes?" "Yes." Lin Muheng nodded, smiling as he stroked his daughter's head and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No, no." Wanwan waved her hand and said in a soft voice, "Daddy has never made such beautiful dishes before. They used to be all dark and didn't look appetizing." Lin Muheng was extremely embarrassed after hearing this. He thought to himself, "It seems that my cooking skills were really indescribable before." He smiled and placed a chicken wing into Wanwan's bowl, looking forward to it with great anticipation. "Sweetie, try Daddy's cooking." The little guy hesitated for a moment after seeing it. She picked up the bowl and smelled it first. Only after smelling the aroma did she dare to taste it with peace of mind. She took a small bite of the chicken wing, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Dad, this chicken wing is so delicious. It tastes so good. Did you buy it from outside?" Wanwan looked at Lin Muheng with some doubt, as if she couldn't believe that her father had made it by hand. "What are you thinking with that little head of yours?" Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. "This was made by your father himself. It's absolutely genuine." Seeing this, Xia Wanning also picked up a piece of egg and tasted it. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It's delicious. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for cooking. Eat more if you like it." After saying that, Lin Muheng picked up a small bowl, scooped a spoonful of soup, and placed it in front of Xia Wanning, instructing her, "Drink more of this. It's good for your health." "What is this?" Xia Wanning asked in confusion. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, she could already smell the aroma of the soup. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled and said, "The pig's trotter soup was specially prepared for you." After hearing this, Xia Wanning coughed awkwardly, thinking to herself, "Is this some kind of eat what you need to replenish what you lack advice?" But she still said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Muheng waved his hand. Watching her parents interact, Wanwan pouted and crossed her arms, looking very unhappy. Her little face was filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. She looked at Lin Muheng with a resentful expression and complained, "Humph, Daddy's biased." "Huh? How am I being biased?" Lin Muheng looked at Wanwan in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly said that. Wanwan immediately said, "Dad serves soup to Mom, but not to Wanwan. That's being biased." "Humph, Daddy's mean. Wanwan's ignoring you." After saying that, the little one turned her head away haughtily, refusing to look at Lin Muheng again, as if she was really angry. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. He wanted to take Wanwan's little hand to explain, but the little girl just wouldn't let him touch it. Sure enough, all girls are the same when they're angry, whether they're adults or children. At this moment, Xia Wanning smiled and comforted Wanwan, saying, "Baby, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, Daddy will eat all the chicken wings right away." Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily, but still ignored her father. Seeing this, Lin Muheng specially took a small bowl, filled it with soup, and placed it next to the little guy. "Baby, this is your pig's trotter soup. Drink it quickly." When Wanwan saw this, she pouted and said dismissively, "Humph, they didn't serve me any just now." As expected, Dad and Mom are true love. Wanwan was an accident. Huh. Both of them were extremely surprised to hear this. Where did such a young child learn all this nonsense? Chapter 32. Mom, that aunt looks so bad. The next day at noon, the family of three enjoyed a cozy lunch. During the meal, Lin Muheng's phone suddenly rang. It was Hu Lily calling, saying there was an urgent matter at the company that required his attention. Seeing this, Xia Wanning said understandingly, "You go and handle it. I don't have classes this afternoon. Wanwan will be with me, so don't worry." "Okay." Lin Muheng gave her a grateful look and left with peace of mind. He picked up his car keys, strode to the parking lot, opened the car door, stepped on the gas, and the car steadily drove out of the residential area, heading straight for the publishing house. Lin Muheng parked his car downstairs at the publishing house. Upon entering the company, Hu Lily was already waiting at the entrance, but Lin Muheng didn't notice her and walked straight in. However, Hu Lily became anxious and hurriedly called out, "President Lin, please wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Muheng turned his head and looked at her. After a moment, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You are Hu Lily?" He looked the woman up and down, hardly believing his eyes. The woman in front of me was dressed very casually, wearing a white t-shirt, black wide-leg pants, and black high heels. Not only that, the The woman's face no longer had the heavy makeup of the past, but rather a light makeup, and her body no longer had the strong perfume smell, but instead had a faint fragrance. Yes, Mr. Lin. Hu Lili nodded with a smile. She thought she looked too ordinary, but Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, praising her. This outfit is much more comfortable. Wear it like this from now on. It suits you very well. Okay. Hu Lili replied with a smile, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Then she followed and walked into the office with Lin Muheng. The office was full of people, all busy working. Lin Muheng sat in the main seat, looked at everyone, and asked, "How is the printing of the storybooks going? How many copies have been printed?" His voice was steady and powerful. One of the girls wearing a beret immediately stood up and replied, "President Lin, 100,000 copies of the storybook have been printed and are being shipped to various places, but we can only prioritize those near Shanghai, since the print run is not large." Lin Muheng nodded and continued, "How much are similar books priced?" Another employee quickly flipped through the documents in his hand and replied, 35, 32, and 45, but most are 30. He looked at Lin Muheng as he spoke, afraid that he might have said something wrong. "Okay, then let's price this book at 29.9. Lin Muheng said. Upon hearing this, Hu Lili frowned in confusion and asked, "President Lin, isn't our price too low? After all, the content of our storybooks is of very high quality. I've read all those stories. They're sure to become classics." After hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled and said to everyone, "Our goal in making storybooks is to make them affordable for every ordinary person. It doesn't matter if the profit is low, as long as many people buy them. I'm confident that the little ones will love that storybook." "Okay." Hu Lili nodded, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. She hadn't expected her new boss to be such a sentimental and meticulous person. Next, everyone continued their meeting and discussion regarding the books. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Xia Wanning took Wanwan's little hand and led her to the student council's activity room. After entering the classroom, she gently said to Wanwan, "Sweetie, be a good girl and read your book here. Mommy has something to do later, so please don't make any noise and disturb others." "Okay, sure." Wanwan nodded obediently, then skipped over to the window seat and sat down, picking up a picture book and starting to read it attentively. Xia Wanning is the president of the student union. She had just received a notice from the college that a debate competition would be held. She quickly took out her phone to send a notice to the members and asked them to come to the meeting to discuss it. Soon after, many members arrived after receiving the notification. When they entered the classroom and found a cute little girl sitting inside, they all gathered around her. "Little friend, why are you reading here?" One of the girls, with a high ponytail, asked gently, her voice full of curiosity and affection. "I'll wait for mommy here," Wanwan said in her babyish voice, her little eyes sparkling with innocent light. The members assumed she was a teacher's daughter, so they didn't disturb her reading and found a place to sit down. Soon, all the student council members had gathered. Xia Wanning walked up to the podium, cleared her throat, and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. I called you all here today because the school is holding a debate competition, and our opponent is the student council of the school across the street. The topic of this debate is silence more terrifying or ignorance more terrifying? Our topic is, silence is more terrifying. We need 4 participants for the debate competition." She looked around at everyone in the classroom and continued, "Everyone is encouraged to sign up. We will hold an open selection process. If you win the debate, the prize money is 10,000 yuan per person," Xia Wanning added. As soon as she finished speaking, a gasp of surprise rang out in the classroom. After all, a prize of 10,000 yuan was a very tempting offer for college students. At that moment, the girl sitting in the first row with her hair in a bun raised her hand and asked, "President, do you also need to participate in the selection?" "Of course," Xia Wanning replied with a smile. "For a competition to be fair and just, those with the ability should be given priority, and I am no exception." Seeing that everyone was silent, she smiled and said, "If there are no problems, everyone can go home and think about your points of view, how to move and persuade people." After the meeting, everyone left the classroom to prepare for the debate. The girl with the high ponytail and the girl next to her walked and whispered to each other, "Gao Xinyue is going to compete with the president again this time." The girl next to her overheard this and whispered, "Gao Xinyue also wanted to be the student council president back then, but she didn't get elected. Later, the two of them competed for the national scholarship in the department, but she still lost to him. This time, there's going to be a good show." No sooner had they finished speaking than they saw a girl with her hair in a bun stride angrily over. She walked up to Xiao Wanning and said fiercely, Xiao Wanning, so what if you're a little prettier than me? What's there to be proud of? This debate is all about ability, and I'm definitely better than you. We'll see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning simply smiled faintly and replied, I look forward to your performance. Her eyes were full of confidence and composure. After everyone left, Wanwan walked up to Xiao Wanning, looked up at her with a worried expression, and said, Mommy, that auntie looked really mean. Xiao Wan gazed out the window, then gently took Wanwan's hand and said, She's just a little stubborn. Let's go home. With that, she picked up Wanwan and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 33 Now, let's start saving up for Wanwan's dowry. In the evening, bookstores near Shanghai and in surrounding cities quietly began stocking Lin Muheng's storybooks. At this moment, Zhang Meiyin, a mother, was holding her two children's hands as they walked home from the park. As she passed the brightly lit bookstore, her steps involuntarily slowed down. Lately, my youngest daughter has been pestering me to listen to bedtime stories every night, but the stories online are either too cliché or too long. She's very picky, and it always takes her a while to fall asleep. The thought of another bedtime story battle tonight gave Zhang Meiyin a headache, and a helpless and tired smile appeared on her face. Mom, let's go to the bookstore. The eldest daughter excitedly pointed to the bookstore sign, and the younger daughter jumped for joy as well. Zhang Meiyin thought for a moment, and realized that if she couldn't find a satisfactory story online, perhaps she could find a surprise offline. So she nodded and led the children into the bookstore. The bookstore was filled with a faint scent of books. Zhang Meiyin's eyes darted across the bookshelves, searching for children's books. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a familiar pen name caught her eye, Zhong Qianni. She was overjoyed and quickly picked up the storybook. Zhang Meiyin opened the book, and the first story felt especially familiar to her. She wondered, isn't this the same article that was published on the children's website? Zhang Meiyin remembers that she and her daughter were engrossed in reading it at the time, and she never expected to find a physical copy of the book here. She randomly flipped to a page, and the story was wonderful, full of imagination and childlike fun, just the kind of story children love. Without hesitation, Zhang Meiyin took the storybook and went to the counter to pay. Seeing this, the owner smiled and said, 29.9. How much? Zhang Meiyin was stunned for a moment, her face full of surprise. In her memory, such a beautiful storybook would cost at least several tens of yuan, right? Seeing this, the shop owner's face darkened, and he said irritably, You think it's too expensive? If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. He muttered to himself that the books were cheap, and he hadn't even wanted them in the first place, fearing they weren't good books and wouldn't sell. He wouldn't have kept it if they hadn't said they could return it if he couldn't sell it all. Zhang Meiyin quickly waved her hand, her smile tinged with embarrassment and an attempt to explain. It's not that I think it's too expensive. It's not expensive at all. As she spoke, she quickly took out her money to pay the bill, afraid that the owner would change his mind. After paying, she happily led her two daughters out of the bookstore. After returning home, Zhang Meiyin helped her daughters wash up and then sat down on the bed to tell them a story. The little girl lay in bed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps today's story was particularly to her liking, for the little one listened with complete absorption and eventually fell asleep without realizing it. Looking at her daughter's sleeping face, Zhang Meiyin felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She gently closed the storybook, a satisfied and gratified smile on her face. Honestly, Zhang Meiyin is very grateful to Zhong Qianni. His stories not only appeal to children, but also save her, as a mother, a lot of worry. After leaving her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyin opened her WeChat group and found that the mothers in the group were still complaining about not being able to find good storybooks. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her phone to take a picture of the storybook and sent it to the group chat. Sisters, I have great news to share. Zhong Qianni has published a physical book, she excitedly shouted in the group chat. As soon as the photo was posted, the group chat exploded. Zhong Qianni actually published a book? Where can I buy this book? A mother asked eagerly. Sister, where are you from? Where did you buy this book? Another mother asked eagerly. Seeing how eager everyone was, Zhang Meiyin quickly replied, I bought it at a bookstore near my home for only 29.9 yuan. It's such a great deal. Upon hearing this, the mothers eagerly replied, There's a bookstore near my house. I'll go check if they have any. I'll go take a look too, since my daughter is clamoring to hear a story. Before long, some mothers in the group started posting pictures of the books they had bought to show off. I was just trying my luck, but I didn't expect that the bookstore downstairs from my house would actually sell it. I bought it too. I'm so happy. My daughter has a story to listen to now." However, some mothers looked distressed and said, "Where are you all from? Why don't we have a bookstore here? It's not fair." Their faces were full of disappointment and envy. The mothers in the group were a mix of joy and sorrow, but thanks to their promotion, the book sold 90,000 copies in just one night. This news shocked everyone. The bookstore owner, who had previously complained that the books were too cheap, called the manufacturer the very next morning to urge them to deliver the goods as soon as possible. He sold all 100 copies yesterday, and now the store is empty and he urgently needs to restock. The next day after arriving at work, the manufacturer reported the bookstore's booming business to Hu Lily. When she heard the news, her eyes widened, and her face was filled with shock and joy. She couldn't believe her ears. The book was selling so well. Immediately, she dialed Mr. Lin's number to tell him the good news. But Lin Muheng was in class. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Hu Lily's number. He had just hung up the phone when he received a WeChat message from Hu Lily. "Boss, 90,000 storybooks were sold last night, and bookstores are placing orders one after another." Lin Muheng looked at his phone screen, a smug smile spreading across his face. He believed his book would be a bestseller, but he never expected it to be such a bestseller. He did the math, and after deducting costs and labor expenses, he actually made 1 million in one night. He left 500,000 yuan for the operation and development of the studio, and had Hu Lily transfer the rest of the money to his account. Seeing the text message notification from the bank, he felt a strange sense of security. He no longer has to live in fear. He can buy whatever his daughter likes. During lunch, Wanwan noticed that her father's face was full of smiles. The little one is very perceptive about emotions. She tilted her little head and asked curiously, "Daddy, why are you so happy today?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Muheng affectionately patted Wanwan's head and said with a smile, "Because something good is happening today." Seeing how happy he was, Xia Wanning felt happy too. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at him, saying something. "I've transferred the money for your meals and shopping to you. Please accept it." Lin Muheng waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need. You can keep it yourself." He now has a net worth of 500,000, which is enough to support his wife and children. Xia Wanning shook her head stubbornly and said, "No, we agreed before." She wasn't the kind of woman who depended on a man. She wanted to contribute to the family as well. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. He knew he couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he said, "Then you should save the money and use it to prepare a dowry for Wanwan in the future." Xia Wanning was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then muttered to herself, "Isn't it a bit too early to start saving up for a dowry now?" Chapter 30 for you. You are Zhongqini? In the past few days, thanks to the enthusiastic sharing of mothers, Lin Muheng's storybooks have sold 300,000 sets. This number is an achievement that any author could be proud of. However, Lin Muheng knew in his heart that this was only the tip of the iceberg. In many remote cities, his storybooks are not yet available in bookstores, so the actual sales volume will certainly far exceed 300,000. The publisher has increased production, printing, and binding day and night. But even so, many mothers are still complaining on social media that they can't buy the books. All I can say is that this storybook is incredibly popular, to the point that it caught everyone off guard. The book has even become a minor hit on short video platforms, and the pen name Zhongqini has become popular among mothers. Many mothers posted suggestions online, hoping to read about Zhongqini's story. These suggestions flooded in, making Zhongqini's name even more well-known online. Zhou Shudong, who had previously submitted a post to Lin Muheng, had his eyes light up after seeing the comments from netizens, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. He sat in front of the computer, his fingers lightly tapping the desktop, a surge of impulse rising within him. Currently, major websites are blocking Zhongqini. If his story could be posted on their own websites, wouldn't it attract a lot of people? The more Zhou Shudong thought about it, the more he felt it had potential. He could almost see his website experiencing a surge in traffic because of the Zhongqini story. He quickly picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Muheng. "Hello, Zhongqini. I saw your storybook post and would like to discuss a collaboration. Do you have time?" After sending the message, Zhou Shudong nervously gripped his phone, fearing that the other party would reject him because of the previous rejection. On the other side, Lin Muheng was stunned when he received the message. He never expected the other party to approach him to discuss cooperation. This was practically a business opportunity delivered to his doorstep, so why not take it? He immediately replied, I have time. Since online communication was inconvenient, the two quickly arranged to meet in person. Zhou Shudong was so excited that he barely slept all night, imagining the scene of meeting Lin Muheng, and his heart was filled with excitement. Finally, the appointed day arrived, and Zhou Shudong was the first to arrive at the coffee shop, choosing a seat by the window. He kept glancing towards the door, hoping for Lin Muheng's arrival. Soon, the doorbell rang at the coffee shop, and a handsome, sunny young man walked in. He was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary college student. Upon seeing this person, Zhou Shudong instinctively felt that this could not possibly be Zhong Qianyi. In his mind, Zhong Qianyi should be a middle-aged man with rich life experience and profound writing skills. How could he possibly be such a young man? He immediately shook his head, turned his head to look out the window, and continued to wait. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang in his ears. Are you Zhou Shudong? Zhou Shudong turned his head and saw that it was the young man he had just seen. He was stunned. Immediately, he asked in utter astonishment, You are Zhong Qianyi? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, it's me. Lin Muheng smiled as he sat down opposite. Zhou Shudong was still very surprised. He stared at Lin Muheng with wide eyes, as if he were looking at a monster. After a long while, he regained his composure and gave an embarrassed smile. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled and said, Didn't your website say you didn't want to accept my articles? Why do you still want to collaborate with me? Zhou Shudong scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said with a wry smile, It's not Tree Baby that's looking for you to cooperate. It's me who's looking for you to cooperate. His eyes revealed sincerity and expectation. Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. He hadn't expected Zhou Shudong to say that, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Zhou Shudong took a deep breath and slowly said, I resigned from Tree Baby and raised some investment to start a website. I'm here today to ask you to license the story to our website. You can name your price. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng grinned. He hadn't expected Zhou Shudong to resign and start his own business. He looked at Zhou Shudong with admiration and said, Aren't you afraid that other websites will team up against you and try to destroy you? Zhou Shudong nodded, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. I've thought about it. After all, we're a new website, far behind other websites, but I want to take a gamble. I believe your story can attract enough users. Okay. Lin Muheng nodded, admiring Zhou Shudong's boldness and decisiveness. He smiled and agreed. All right, I agree. How much of the agency fee can you come up with? Zhou Shudong scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, 300,000. He knew the price was a bit low. After all, Lin Muheng's story consisted of 50 chapters, and the market price would be at least 500,000 a year. After hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. Okay, then it's 300,000 yuan, and you'll be the exclusive agent for 3 years. His eyes revealed his trust and support for Zhou Shudong. I will not authorize this story to other websites, since they all block me, and I will not cooperate with them. I hope your website can keep going, Lin Muheng said with great anticipation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked at Lin Muheng gratefully and said, Thank you. I won't let you down. After returning home, Lin Muheng received a payment notification from Zhou Shudong. 300,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, bringing his total account balance to 1.3 million yuan. Moreover, book sales are still rising, and he will earn even more in the future. Looking at the numbers on his phone screen, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. At the same time, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, also saw the video online. She sat in her office, gritting her teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes. She never expected that the story of Zhong Qianyi would become so popular and cause a sensation on short video platforms. She finally understood why the other party not only didn't beg for mercy under her pressure, but was also smug. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out and switched to offline books. Song Qianyue also keenly sensed the business opportunity. Although she wanted to trample Zhong Qianyi underfoot, she had to bow her head in the face of profit. She decided to take over Zhong Qianyi before other websites could react. Soon, Song Qianyue picked up her newly purchased phone and dialed Lin Muheng's number. Looking at the unsigned phone number, Lin Muheng hesitated for a moment before answering. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end was that of someone she disliked. Zhong Qianyi, this is Song Qianyue from Tongchu.com. I'm calling to discuss a collaboration with you. Chapter 35. The Caterpillar app launched. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's lips curled into a cold smile. He said coldly, "If you want to talk about licensing my storybooks, then forget it. I will not give them to your tongchu.com." His tone was full of firmness and determination. A person should have principles. Tongchu.com's previous behavior was too ugly. Even if they offered an exorbitant price, Lin Muheng would not give it to them. He didn't want to cooperate with a website that only cared about profits. However, Song Qianyue seemed unconvinced. She said smugly, "Don't be so absolute. Let me tell you my quote first." Her tone was full of confidence. "We are willing to spend 2 million to buy the rights to your fairy tale for 3 years. After 3 years, we will have priority rights to your rights." Song Qianyue did indeed offer a price higher than the market price, thinking that this would sway Lin Muheng. However, Lin Muheng answered very firmly, no. There was no hesitation or wavering in his tone. Upon hearing the rejection, Song Qianyue frowned, and her anger inexplicably surged. But she still suppressed her temper and said in a gentle tone, "2.5 million is the highest price our website can offer. No other website could possibly offer that much. It's still no good. I won't give it to you." "Forget about it," Lin Muheng said coldly. Upon seeing this, Song Qianyue's forehead veins bulged, and she angrily roared, "Zhong Qianyi, you really won't listen to reason? Are you going to fight our website to the end?" Her voice became sharp and shrill with anger. Lin Muheng didn't answer. He hung up the phone directly. When you encounter a madwoman, the best thing to do is to treat her like she's invisible. In the office, after hearing the busy tone of the phone, Song Qianyue angrily slammed her foldable phone to the ground. Her eyes flashed with anger and resentment, as if she wanted to devour Lin Muheng alive. When Shaoli saw it, he felt extremely sorry for the phone on the ground. No wonder it's a trifold phone. It looks good no matter how it's dropped. After returning home, Zhou Shudong, with a hint of anticipation on his face, began preparing for the online release of the Zhong Qianyi story. "The story I wrote has been entered into the database, and the voice acting has undergone countless adjustments, finally reaching a perfect state. The children's book website he's running is still a small website and not very well known." Seeing how popular video accounts were, he frowned. An idea came to him, and he quickly registered a video account and posted a video. In the video, he said with a slightly nervous yet excited expression, "Dear readers, good evening. The wonderful story of the author, Zhong Qianyi, will be exclusively launched on the Caterpillar app tonight at 8 p.m. We sincerely invite you to tune in on time. Don't miss it." Perhaps because the term Zhong Qianyi is currently very popular, the number of views for the video skyrocketed as soon as it was released. Comments, attention, and likes flooded in like a tide, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. Below the video, the replies from mothers surged. Some mothers were overjoyed, their fingers rapidly typing on the screen. "I just made a wish this morning that I could see the story of Zhong Qianyi online, and I didn't expect it to be online tonight. It's so fast, I must go and support it." Some mothers, with a hint of doubt and a furrowed brow, wrote in the comments section, "Caterpillar app, is this a new website? I've never heard of it. Is it a scam or a way to attract traffic?" Other mothers, eager to hear the story, replied with expectant expressions, "I haven't bought the storybook yet, but it's great to be able to hear the story online. I'll download Caterpillar now." Many mothers expressed their full support. "I support Zhong Qianyi's story. I really love his writing." Half an hour after posting, Zhou Shudong saw the notification that the post had received 99 plus notifications in the backend. His eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He really didn't expect his video to attract so much attention, and he felt both surprised and nervous. After paying Lin Muheng the endorsement fee, he had very little money left in his account. In desperation, he thought of using this method to attract traffic, and the effect was surprisingly good. Zhong Qianyi really was his lucky star. After a long time, there was a knock on Zhou Shudong's door, and a technician walked in with undisguised joy on his face. "Mr. Zhou, in less than 2 hours, our app has been downloaded by 10,000 people, and the number of downloads is still growing." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Good, very good. It's almost 8 o'clock. We need to maintain the backend properly, because I'm worried that it might lag when there are a lot of people online." The technician nodded, a happy smile on his face, and then left. At 8 p.m. sharp, mothers opened the Caterpillar app one after another. Fortunately, Zhou Shudong had made preparations in advance and increased the server capacity. Otherwise, the system would definitely have experienced lag with so many users. Upon entering the homepage, the words Zhongqiani appeared at the top, much to the delight of the mothers. Some mothers even jumped up excitedly at home, shouting, "Great! We can finally see the story of Zhongqiani." Some mothers even took screenshots of the homepage and commented under the video posted by Zhou Shudong. "I went to see it just to see what would happen, and I didn't expect it to be true. From now on, I'm sticking with Caterpillar. That tongchu.com thing, screw it. That's right, I'll only use the Caterpillar app from now on, and I'll delete all the other apps," another mother chimed in. Zhou Shudong sat in front of his computer, looking at the flood of positive reviews, and felt extremely excited. A smug smile spread across his face, because he had made the right bet. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muheng also opened the Caterpillar app to take a look. A moment later, he sent Zhou Shudong a WeChat message. "The app is very well made. Keep up the good work. I believe in you." Zhou Shudong was very surprised when he received the message. He did not expect that Zhongqiani would also visit his website. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly replied, "Thank you. I certainly won't let you down." That night, Zhou Shudong tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep due to his excitement. He was filled with anticipation, thinking that the website would have even more users the next day. However, at the same time, Song Qianyue was so upset that she couldn't sleep. Zhongqiani was her calamity, always going against her, and she was powerless to do anything about it. The next day, Song Qianyue arrived at the company looking exhausted. As soon as she stepped into the company entrance, she was surrounded by employees, and one piece of bad news after another followed. Chapter 36, Sending a Lawyer's Letter to Song Qianyue. Editor-in-Chief, our website lost 2/3 of its users last night. Editor-in-Chief, the number of people uninstalling our app last night was the highest ever, reaching a staggering 20,000. Editor-in-Chief, last night a website called Caterpillar stole a lot of our users. Editor-in-Chief, the authors of Zhongqiani are all exclusive on the Mao Mao Chon website, and the number of users on other platforms is also declining. Hearing the employees' reports, Song Qianyue felt like her head was about to explode. She raised her hand to stop them and said, "Take it one by one." Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and unease. After hearing this terrible news, Song Qianyue's mood plummeted, and her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a delivery man in a red uniform stepped out. He shouted, "Which of you is Song Qianyue?" Song Qianyue raised her head and said weakly, "I am." Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if all her strength had been drained away. Seeing this, the courier smiled and handed the document to her, saying, "This is the document I mailed to you. Please sign it." Song Qianyue took the pen, her hand trembling slightly as she signed her name on the paper. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and she appeared extremely nervous. At that moment, Shaoli caught a glimpse of the words Caterpillar written in large characters on the document, and he guessed with a puzzled look on his face. "Editor-in-Chief, this isn't a file from Caterpillar, is it?" His brows furrowed even more, his eyes filled with unease. What can he possibly send us? Shaoli wondered to himself. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue immediately opened the document, which contained a blank sheet of paper. Her gaze froze instantly. The paper read, "Lawyer's Letter." Song Qianyue glanced at it briefly, then angrily tore the paper to shreds on the spot. "Fine, Zhongqiani, Caterpillar, I'll remember you." Immediately, she ordered, "Take down the 3 stories that Zhongqiani posted on the website right now." Upon hearing this, Shaoli advised, "Editor-in-Chief, those 3 articles attracted a lot of users. If we take them down, we—" His words were tinged with hesitation, and his eyes flickered with reluctance. Before Shaoli could finish speaking, Song Qianyue turned to look at him, her eyes blazing with fury, her gaze as cold as if she could kill. Is this something she wants or doesn't want? They've already sent her a lawyer's letter. If she doesn't take it down, the company will have to pay compensation. When Shaoli saw the editor-in-chief's murderous glare, he quickly did as he was told. No sooner had one problem been solved than another arose. Just as Song Qianyue sat down in her chair, the phone on the table rang again. She picked up the phone in frustration and roared, "What happened now?" Her voice was tired and impatient, and her brows were furrowed. Upon hearing this attitude, the other party frowned and said in a low voice, "Come to my office." Upon hearing her boss's voice, Song Qianyue felt a chill run down her spine. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and she obediently replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Upon entering the boss's office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. She stood in front of the desk, waiting for the boss to speak. Mr. Zhang tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Xiaoya, how many years have you been working at Tongxiu?" His eyes were deep and serious. "It's been 15 years since I graduated from university," Song Qianyue replied softly. After saying that, Mr. Zhang angrily threw the documents on the table at her and roared, "You've been doing this for so many years, and you can't even do such a small thing, right?" Seeing this, Song Qianyue lowered her head, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. "President Zhang, I made a mistake. I caused losses to the company. I'm sorry." Mr. Zhang lit his lighter, exhaled a puff of smoke, and pondered, "Your biggest mistake was not crushing them completely, giving them a chance to turn the tables. Now that they've gained power, they'll be a threat to us." His eyes flashed with wisdom and sternness. Song Qianyue pleaded, "President Zhang, please give me a chance to make amends." Seeing Mr. Zhang's tightly closed eyes and his silence, she knew that this was her only chance. As Song Qianyue stepped out of the office, her eyes darted around, and she had already come up with a plan. She dialed a number and chatted with the other person with a smile. These past 2 days, Xia Wanning has been busy with the debate competition. After all, the prize money is 10,000 yuan. After class, she went to Lin Muheng's house. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wanwan running over with a smile and jumping into her arms. "Mommy, what have you been busy with lately? Why haven't you had time to spend with me and Daddy?" Wanwan asked sweetly, her little eyes blinking so brightly that you couldn't help but want to give her a kiss. "Do you know how much your dad and I miss you?" The little guy's words melted Xia Wanning's heart. She smiled and hugged Wanwan tightly, saying gently, "Baby, Mommy's been busy with a debate competition lately. After a few days, Mommy won't be so busy anymore, and I'll spend time with you then, okay?" Her eyes were full of love and doting affection. "Yay, Mom and Dad, can you take me to the amusement park? I want to ride the pirate ship," Wanwan said excitedly, jumping up and down, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Okay, if Dad agrees, Mom will agree to your request," Xia Wanning said, glancing at Lin Muheng. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately ran into her father's arms, tugged at his arm, and pleaded, "Daddy, please agree. Wanwan wants to go to the amusement park, okay?" Her little face was full of pleading. "Okay, okay." Shaking his daughter, Lin Muheng felt dizzy, but his eyes were full of doting affection. When Wanwan heard this, she was overjoyed. She was finally going to the amusement park with her dad and mom. A little while later, the little guy was playing with building blocks intently when Xia Wanning came to Lin Muheng's side and tentatively asked him a question. "Are you free tomorrow? Our club is having a small discussion competition. Would you like to come and watch?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness, as if she were afraid the other party would refuse. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded after hearing this. "Okay." Then he continued, "Wanwan and I will go cheer you on." "Okay." Xia Wanning smiled happily. With 2 very important people going to the event, she had to prepare well for the debate and secure her qualification to participate. Meanwhile, Song Qianyue had booked a private room in advance and was waiting in the room. Soon, people began to enter the private room in small groups. Soon, the room was full of people. There were 8 people in total, including her. Seeing that everyone she had invited had arrived, Song Qianyue was very satisfied. At this moment, a woman in a white shirt spoke first, asking, "Song Qianyue, what do you want to do by gathering all of us here?" Chapter 37. You little rascal. See how Daddy deals with you. Inside the restaurant's private room were the editors-in-chief of various websites, and the woman speaking was named Jiang Anren, the new editor-in-chief of Tree Baby and Zhou Shudong's apprentice. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue sneered, "Jiang Anren, what you're saying makes it sound like I have ulterior motives. I called you all here for the sake of the website's survival. As far as I know, the user churn rate must be quite high because of the collaboration between Zhong Qiani and Maybach." Jiang Anren's lips twitched slightly. After all, what the other person said made sense. Since yesterday, the number of people on their website had decreased sharply. If this continued, the website would probably have no choice but to shut down. She gave a wry smile, trying to save face. "Your Tongchu.com is definitely losing more users, so let's not compare ourselves. Quickly tell us why you called us here." Upon hearing this, all the editors present turned their attention to Song Qianyue. They knew that since Song Qianyue had called them here, She must already have a solution. Song Qianyue smiled smugly, her smile brimming with confidence. As long as everyone follows my plan, the caterpillar is nothing to fear. After hearing Song Qianyue's plan, everyone raised their glasses, their faces beaming with smug smiles, as if they could already see Caterpillar going out of business. As night fell, Lin Muheng carefully filled the bathtub with water. He tested the temperature with his hand and, finding it to be about right, gently called out, "Wanwan, come here, it's time for a bath." "You're here." Wanwan's voice was clear and melodious. She took Xiao Wanning's big hand and walked in with a smile. The bathtub was filled with many cute little ducks and colorful ocean balls, all of which are Wanwan's favorites. She stood in the bathroom, impatient, and called out to her mother in her childish voice, "Mommy, hurry up, Wanwan wants to play with the little ducks." "Okay." Xiao Wanning nodded gently, then carefully helped Wanwan take off her clothes. After undressing completely, the little one entered the bathtub, and his eyes lit up instantly as he looked at the white bubbles in the tub, filled with immense joy. She played with the little duck while blowing bubbles, her face beaming with an innocent smile. Soon, a sly look appeared on the little girl's face. Taking advantage of her father's inattention, she blew bubbles onto Lin Muheng's face. After succeeding, Wanwan laughed so hard she almost fell over and pointed at her father, teasingly saying, "Daddy looks like he has a white beard on his face. It's so funny." "You little rascal, see how Daddy deals with you," Lin Muheng said affectionately, then blew bubbles at his daughter. Seeing this, the little one hurriedly ran behind Xiao Wanning and said in a spoiled tone, "Mom, Dad is bullying me. You have to stand up for me." Upon seeing this, Lin Muheng burst into laughter. "Calling for Mom won't work. Dad's here." At this moment, the bathroom was filled with the cheerful laughter of the family of three. After a while of playing and frolicking, Wanwan reluctantly got out of the bathtub. She was wrapped in a bath towel and carried out by her father, her little face full of lingering enjoyment. Seeing her daughter's pouty little mouth, which could hold a weight, Lin Muheng gently comforted her. "Baby, the water in the bathtub is cold. We'll play again next time. Daddy will bring you lots of little ducks, okay?" "Okay." Hearing this, the little guy's smile returned. At that time, Lin Muheng was responsible for drying the little guy off, while Xiao Wanning went to get the body lotion and other things she had bought for him. As her mother walked in, Wanwan tilted her head and asked curiously, "Mom, what are you wearing underneath? It looks like glasses." Her words were filled with curiosity. "Huh? Why are these glasses pink?" the little one said sweetly, then jumped up happily. "Grandma bought me a pair of pink glasses when we went on a trip before, but unfortunately, I'm not with her now. But I really miss my grandparents right now, and I also miss my maternal grandparents." The little guy kept talking to himself, completely unaware of his parents' embarrassed expressions. Xiao Wanning looked down at herself and saw that her chiffon blouse was soaked through and clung tightly to her body, yet she hadn't even felt it. What embarrassed her even more was that the glasses her daughter was referring to were actually her bra, which was being stared at by her daughter and Lin Muheng. Xiao Wanning felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground, especially since her pink and delicate lingerie style made her blush so much her face was practically bleeding. Her heart was racing, her hands were gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, and her feet felt frozen in place. She didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Lin Muheng said gently, "Go change your clothes. I'll help Wanwan put on her pajamas." His words were gentle and considerate, trying to ease Xiao Wanning's embarrassment. "Okay." Xiao Wanning nodded, then took the towel and went to the next room. When she took off her clothes, she realized that she didn't have any of her own clothes at all. "The clothes I wore earlier were soaking wet, making them look like see-through clothing. Wearing them again would only be more embarrassing." Just as she was feeling helpless, Xiao Wanning heard Lin Muheng's footsteps and then shyly called out through the door, Lin Muheng?" Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and unease. "Yes, I'm here." Lin Muheng answered as he approached the door of the second bedroom after hearing the call. Then, Xiao Wanning said shyly, "Could I borrow your clothes for a bit?" Fearing the other party might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "My clothes are wet, and I don't have any clean clothes here." Lin Muheng smiled and nodded after hearing this. "Of course, please wait a moment." After saying that, he went back to his room, grabbed a white t-shirt, and knocked on the door of the second bedroom. "I've put the shirt on the doorknob. I'm going to heat up some milk. Open the door and get it." "Okay." After hearing Lin Muheng's footsteps leaving, Xiao Wanning covered her chest and awkwardly opened the door to grab her clothes. She clutched the white t-shirt tightly, her heart pounding. Xiao Wanning lowered her head and sniffed the clothes, then smiled. It smelled like Levi laundry detergent. After getting dressed, she came out of the room shyly and just saw Lin Muheng walking over with a glass of milk. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not look directly into Lin Muheng's eyes. Xiao Wanning clutched the hem of her clothes and said gratefully, "Thank you for lending me your clothes. I'll get them back to you after I wash them." "Okay, sure." Lin Muheng nodded. After the two entered the room, Wanwan, while drinking her milk, noticed Xiao Wanning's clothes and said in a sweet voice, "Mommy, why are you wearing Daddy's clothes? Is it because Daddy's clothes look good?" The little one tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head excitedly and said, "Oh, I know. It must be because Daddy likes to see Mommy wearing Daddy's clothes, especially when she's sleeping, right?" Chapter 38. This child actually spoke the truth. After saying that, Wanwan blinked her big eyes, hoping for her mother's approval. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng looked up and met Xiao Wanning's eyes. Seeing her blushing face, as red as an apple, he quickly explained, "Wanwan must be talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." His voice was tinged with embarrassment and helplessness, and he muttered to himself, "This little darling is leaking air. She's really a pain in the ass." Hearing her father's explanation, Wanwan didn't buy it. She put her hands on her hips arrogantly, stomped her little foot, and stubbornly said, "I'm not talking nonsense, Dad. Don't you like seeing Mom dressed?" After saying that, she tilted her head and looked at her father with a questioning expression. Seeing this, Lin Muheng was embarrassed and secretly lamented. How could this child speak the truth? He coughed, trying to change the subject. "Baby, you should go to sleep now, or Daddy won't make you Zilongbeo tomorrow." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Wanwan into the quilt. When Wanwan heard about Zilongbeo, soup dumplings, her eyes lit up immediately. She loved her dad's Zilongbeo the most. So she obediently lay down, her little fingers still tightly gripping the corner of the blanket, as if afraid the blanket would run away. Just then, she blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Wanning playfully, saying, "Mommy, will you tell me a story tonight?" "Okay." Xiao Wanning smiled gently. She sat on the edge of the bed and softly read the story on the phone that Lin Muheng handed her. Watching this scene, Lin Muheng couldn't help but think to himself, he just published a storybook, and now he has to read it aloud from his phone. How pathetic. In less than 15 minutes, Wanwan had fallen asleep. Xiao Wanning thoughtfully covered the little one with the blanket and then quietly left the room. She handed the phone to Lin Muheng and exclaimed, "The story you found is really good. Wanwan loves listening to it." Lin Muheng grinned, but didn't answer. He simply saw Xiao Wanning off into the elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed completely did he turn around and go back into his room to wash up. However, at that moment, he was surprised to find that the story on his phone had been taken down. He frowned, filled with doubt and confusion. He refreshed the page several times, but there was still no response. Lin Muheng frowned, puzzled. What exactly is going on? To find out what was going on, he dialed Zhou Shudong's number. At this moment, Zhou Shudong was extremely busy. When he saw Lin Muheng's call, he went to a secluded corner to answer it. He knew the other party was calling because of the story being taken down, and sure enough, Lin Muheng asked about it as soon as he spoke. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong sighed and then said, "I received a call from the State Administration of Radio and Television tonight. They said that some of the scenes in your story were described as cruel, and the story must be taken down. It can only be put back on the shelves after the rectification is approved." Lin Muheng was extremely puzzled when he heard this. How could he possibly write a cruel story? He's a father now, and he knows all too well how fragile and innocent children's hearts are. He asked, puzzled, "What part of the plot is cruel?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong angrily replied, "People say you wrote about the big bad wolf eating the little white rabbit, saying how could such a cute rabbit be eaten?" His voice carried a hint of mockery and helplessness, as if he were recounting something utterly absurd. Some mothers said that their babies were very upset after hearing this story, and then they complained about and reported your stories. Zhou Shudong's tone was full of helplessness. Lin Muheng was so angry at this answer that he laughed. He had never been so speechless before. Although he was very angry when he heard the reason, he knew that the matter was not so simple and that there must be people behind it who were stirring things up. He then said, "We're definitely being targeted. I don't even need to think to know who it is." Zhou Shudong nodded and sighed. "This time it's not just Tonchu.com. I received information that some well-known websites have teamed up to target us and try to bring us down. Today these few articles caused trouble, Tomorrow they'll find another reason to mess with the rest of the articles, and they won't stop until they've ruined the website. Zhou Shudong continued, his voice filled with anger and resentment. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled knowingly. Since Tongchu.com made the first move, then don't blame us for being impolite. You're doing this. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong asked doubtfully, will they listen to us then? He was still filled with worry. Don't worry, Lin Muheng said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shudong began contacting the relevant personnel one by one. Although he was somewhat skeptical of Lin Muheng's idea, he had no other choice at the moment. From the moment she got up in the morning, Xiao Wanning was busy with the debate competition. She is the president of the student council and is in charge of organizing this debate competition, which is a great responsibility. At that time, the venue for the debate competition had been confirmed as Lecture Hall 101. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the competition, the school specially selected 50 students from each grade to serve as scorers for the debate. The contestants were also ready, and they were all in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Before the start, everyone drew lots to determine the order in which they would go on stage. There were 12 students participating in the competition. Xiao Wanning was very lucky and drew the last place. She was busy arranging things at the front, while the students were making their final preparations. At that moment, a figure quietly entered from backstage. She quietly opened Xiao Wanning's backpack, took out a laptop, and quickly browsed the content of the debate competition. After reading it, her eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. She hated herself for not being as good as Xiao Wanning despite her hard work this time. Jealousy can distort a person's appearance. She noticed the cup in her hand, which contained water she had just filled from the water dispenser. Without hesitation, she unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the water onto the computer. As she watched the computer screen gradually dim, a strange sense of pleasure welled up inside her. After doing all this, she happily came out from backstage. The woman was filled with anticipation. This time, first place was definitely hers, and she would also be the team leader for the debate competition. At this moment, Xiao Wanning stood at the classroom door, eagerly waiting. Soon, she saw the father and daughter. Wan, dressed in a pink tutu and with 2 little pigtails on her head, hopped and skipped towards her. She looked like an adorable little angel, making you want to hug her. Mommy, am I pretty today? Wan ran up to Xiao Wanning, tilted her head up, and asked with a smile. Beautiful. Our Wan is the most beautiful. Xiao Wanning affectionately pinched Wan's little cheek, then led the two into the classroom. Chapter 39, Wan cheers for her mother. Arriving at the window seat, Lin Muheng took Wan's little hand and gently lifted her onto the seat. After sitting down, the little guy, like a busy little bee, laboriously pulled his small backpack onto the table. With a gentle touch, a lot of dust flew up on the table, and Wan's fair little hands also got a little dusty. She picked up the bag and saw that the bottom was already dirty. Instantly, the little one's face scrunched up, her little mouth pouting, looking very unhappy. Huh? The bag is dirty. How could this happen? Her voice was filled with a bit of grievance and confusion, making Wan want to comfort her. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning gently patted Wan's little head and comforted her tenderly. Mommy will go get you some wet wipes now, and you'll be clean after wiping. Don't be sad. Wan listened to her mother's words and nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then she sat motionless in the chair and waited, looking extremely cute. Xiao Wanning turned and walked backstage, picked up her school bag, and rummaged through it for wet wipes. Suddenly, she frowned, her face full of confusion and surprise. She muttered to herself in confusion, "Why is my bag so wet? What's going on?" Xiao Wanning thought to herself. There was no water in the bag, only wet wipes and a laptop, and the wet wipes were in small packets, so it was impossible for them to print so much water. She hurriedly emptied her bag and was shocked to find that the computer was covered in water stains. Her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly pressed the power button on the computer, but the computer did not respond at all, and the screen was completely black. Her heart sank. The competition was just around the corner. What was she going to do? Her computer was broken, and all her manuscripts were on it. Xiao Wanning was so anxious that she paced back and forth, and in the end, she could only run out from the back office with her computer. At this moment, Gao Xinyue saw this scene, and a smug smile appeared on her lips. She secretly rejoiced. Xiao Wanning, let's see how you compete with me now. Xiao Wanning approached Lin Muheng anxiously, clutching her computer tightly in her hands, and asked in a slightly trembling voice, "My computer is broken. Can you fix it?" Lin Muheng took the computer and examined it carefully. There were still water stains on it, indicating that water had gotten into the computer case. He might be able to tinker with other minor problems, but he wasn't confident he could fix something like this computer that had gotten wet. He'd have to take it to a professional. Seeing Lin Muheng's furrowed brows, Xiao Wanning knew in her heart that there was little hope. Moreover, if she takes it out to be repaired now, it won't be enough time before she goes on stage to give her speech. Lin Muheng looked at Xiao Wanning apologetically and was about to apologize when a system notification suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The system has detected an emergency situation for Xiao Wanning and has issued a quick computer repair course and repair tools. As soon as the system finished speaking, knowledge about computer repair flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, and repair tools magically appeared in his pocket. Lin Muheng took out his pocket and saw that the repair tool was just a 3-in-1 utility knife about the size of his palm, but it seemed to be enough. Just as Xiao Wanning was about to leave with her computer to look for other solutions, Lin Muheng stopped her, saying, "How about I give it a try? But I can't guarantee I can fix it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, as if she had grasped the last straw. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, you can give it a try." Soon, the debate began in a tense atmosphere, with the contestants presenting their views one by one on stage, and time ticking away second by second. At this moment, Gao Xinyue stepped down from the podium, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. So far, she has the highest score of the game, 91 points. She firmly believed that she could win first place, lead her school to compete against the opposing school, and become the pride of her school. Backstage, she ran into Xiao Wanning and said smugly in her ear, "Your computer is broken. Let's see what you have to compete with me this time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's expression shifted. She turned to look at Gao Xinyue and questioned, "Did you break my computer? You really are relentless in achieving your goals." Gao Xinyue shrugged innocently and said, "I never said I broke it. Don't falsely accuse an innocent person." After saying that, she patted Xiao Wanning on the shoulder and then walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Wanning clenched her fists and secretly vowed in her heart, "It's not the last moment yet. I hope you can still smile when the time comes." The success or failure now rests on Lin Muheng. Xiao Wanning doesn't know why, but she trusts him completely, as if some inexplicable sense of trust is supporting her. Soon, the 11th contestant went on stage, with 5 minutes remaining. Xiao Wanning paced anxiously backstage. It was almost her turn to go on stage. Just then, Lin Muheng rushed backstage with his laptop. When he saw Xiao Wanning, he smiled knowingly, fulfilling his mission. "The computer is fixed. Take a look." Lin Muheng handed the computer to Xiao Wanning. She looked at the computer screen that had lit up, then suddenly hugged Lin Muheng. Her voice choked with emotion, and said, "I knew you could do it. Thank you." Lin Muheng was caught off guard by Xiao Wanning's sudden enthusiasm. He smiled and felt Xiao Wanning's softness. After realizing what was happening, Xiao Wanning shyly let go of Lin Muheng, then excitedly said, "It's my turn to go on stage soon. I'm going to get ready." After saying that, she skipped and hopped away from the backstage area like a little deer. Lin Muheng waved his hand, grinned, and then came to Wanwan's side. Wanwan was sitting obediently in her chair looking at her drawing book, and her serious little face was so endearing that it was hard not to smile. Lin Muheng gently closed the book and said softly, "Wanwan, it's almost Mommy's turn. Shouldn't we cheer Mommy on?" "Yes." Wanwan nodded her little head like a pestle being pounded, then quietly waited for her mother to come on stage, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Soon, Xiao Wanning walked to the podium with her notebook in her arms. She was wearing a white dress and her hair was styled in a bun, making her look very capable. A round of applause immediately erupted from the audience, especially from Wanwan, whose chubby little hands clapped enthusiastically, her face beaming with a proud smile. Seeing this scene, Gao Xinyue felt a pang of panic and unease. She clenched her fists tightly, muttering to herself, "Impossible. I saw her computer break down with my own eyes. How could it be fixed so quickly? That must be her last struggle. Yes, that must be it." She tried to reassure herself, but she was extremely anxious and uneasy inside. Chapter 40, Finding a Stepmother for Wanwan. Watching her mother's confident and poised demeanor on the stage, Wanwan excitedly leaned close to Lin Muheng's ear and whispered, "Dad, Mom is so amazing on stage. I want to be like Mom when I grow up, shining brightly on stage and making everyone applaud for me." Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt a warmth in his heart. He gently pinched the little guy's nose and said with eyes full of affection, "Then you have to do your best, Dad believes in you." Wanwan nodded vigorously, clenched her little fists, and said with a determined look, "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely try my best." As they spoke, the father and daughter turned their gaze back to the podium, where Xiao Wanning was speaking eloquently, and Lin Muheng was completely captivated. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. It seems that marrying the school beauty as a wife is really great. As Xiao Wanning's speech progressed, the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly enthusiastic. When she concluded her speech with a powerful and resounding statement, thunderous applause erupted in the classroom. In the end, the judges gave their scores, and Xiao Wanning won first place with a high score of 96. Wanwan jumped up excitedly from below the stage, clapping her little hands and cheering. Gao Xinyue was so angry at the sight that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and was filled with resentment and rage. She prepared for the competition so hard and so diligently, even going so far as to destroy the other person's computer to prevent her from giving a speech. Why is she still able to ride on my head? Was she destined to be second best forever? She refused to accept it. She truly refused to accept it. Just then, Xiao Wanning stepped onto the stage and announced the list of participants for the debate competition. Besides Gao Xinyue, 2 other boys were also selected. As everyone applauded and congratulated her, Xiao Wanning suddenly put her arm around Gao Xinyue's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "What goes around comes around. You reap what you sow. You are also very talented. Why do you have to get stuck on this one point? I'll let this go this time, but I hope you'll behave yourself." Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyue froze, her heart filled with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say. After all, there was no back-end monitoring, so a guess was not reliable, and Xiao Wanning did not want the other party to continue making mistakes. The debate ended, and everyone left the classroom. Wanwan, holding Lin Muheng's hand, skipped along, saying, "Daddy, let's go congratulate Mommy. She's so amazing." Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, and was about to take Wanwan forward to offer his congratulations when a man suddenly walked into the classroom. The tall man, dressed in a basketball uniform, exclaimed with delight, "Ningning, congratulations." Wanwan turned her head curiously, looked at the unfamiliar uncle, blinked, and asked, "Daddy, who is he? Why does he call Mommy so affectionately?" Lin Muheng's heart tightened. He didn't know who this man was, but hearing him call out so affectionately and seeing Xiao Wanning's happy expression made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He knelt down and hugged Wanwan, saying softly, "That's Mommy's friend. Mommy's busy, so let's not bother her. Daddy will take you to eat, okay?" "Okay, fine." Although Wanwan was a little reluctant, she nodded sensibly and left with her father. Xiao Wanning ran up to the man and excitedly called out, "Brother Ditsong, what brings you here?" The man's name is Su Tsong, Xiao Wanning's neighbor and older brother. Su Tsong is currently pursuing a doctorate, and he is also a good friend of Xiao Wanning's older brother, so he also dotes on Xiao Wanning like a younger sister. "I heard you were holding a debate competition, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect Ningning to be so amazing." She stunned everyone as soon as she opened her mouth, Su Tsong praised with a smile. Xiao Wanning waved her hand modestly, but her face was filled with a happy smile. "Brother Ditsong, you flatter me. By the way, let me introduce someone to you." She then turned to look at the classroom, only to find that there was no one else there except for the 2 of them. She murmured, "Where did they go? They were just here a moment ago." Upon seeing this, Su Tsong smiled and teased, "Ningning, are you going to introduce your boyfriend to me? If your brother finds out, he'll fly back from abroad immediately." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning blushed deeply and quickly changed the subject, saying, "No, he's just a friend. He might have had to leave. I'll introduce you 2 next time." "Okay." Su Tsong nodded, and the 2 chatted for a while before parting ways. With her backpack on, Xiao Wanning walked out of the classroom, took out her phone and checked it, only to find that Lin Muheng hadn't sent her a single message. She felt a little disappointed and hesitated whether to call the other party. However, when she passed by the cafeteria, she was surprised to find Lin Muheng eating and chatting happily with a girl. Moreover, her beloved daughter, Wanwan, was by her side. When Xiao Wanning saw this, her face immediately darkened, and she stomped her feet angrily. She stared wide-eyed at the girl, her heart filled with jealousy. Xiao Wanning muttered to herself as she looked at the 2 of them. "You, Lin Muheng, are already starting to look for a stepmother for Wanwan? You're something else. Humph." She had been busy all day and her stomach was growling with hunger. She wanted to have lunch to celebrate her victory, but when she saw this scene, she instantly lost her appetite. Xia Wanning turned and left angrily, her heart filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. Inside the cafeteria, Lin Muheng looked at Hu Lily across from him speechlessly. The way she wolfed down her food made it seem like she had never eaten before. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Lin Muheng couldn't help but complain, adding that he was also feeling a bit annoyed because he was still thinking about Xia Wanning. Hu Lily didn't take it to heart when she heard this. Instead, she praised, President Lin, the food in your school cafeteria is really delicious. You haven't tried takeout before. It's 100 times worse than this. Seeing this, Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly. He probably hadn't experienced the hardship of working people ordering takeout, so it was hard for him to empathize. He laughed and said, Then why don't you just order something delicious? Hu Lily blinked her eyes with great anticipation and said, The food is too expensive. How about Mr. Lin, you give us a raise? Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng was speechless. Good heavens, this was what was waiting for him. He smiled helplessly. Next time we pay salaries, we'll give everyone a bonus of 10,000 yuan each. The company has about 30 employees, each earning 10,000 yuan, which adds up to about 300,000 yuan. Although Lin Muheng felt bad about the money, he also knew how hard his employees worked. Moreover, everyone worked together to meet the deadline for the storybook and put in extra hours to produce it. These are all rewards they deserve. President Lin is so generous. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Hu Lily said with immense gratitude. Lin Muheng smiled and waved his hand, then continued to ask, How's the thing I asked you to prepare going? Chapter 41, The Misunderstanding Between Xia Wanning and Lin Muheng. Hu Lily looked up at Lin Muheng, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Your boss is really heartless. At least let people finish their meal before talking about work. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled wryly and said, Fine, you eat, you eat. Having been in the workforce for several years, Lin Muheng, a new boss, was really struggling to keep up. However, he still enjoyed the feeling of getting along easily and pleasantly with his employees. During the meal, Wan kept staring at Hu Lily, her big eyes filled with affection. Hu Lily felt her gaze and asked with a smile, Little friend, why are you staring at Auntie? Her voice was gentle, with a hint of teasing. Because Auntie is very pretty, Wan said playfully, blinking her eyes. Hu Lily was overjoyed to be praised for her beauty, especially by a child, since children don't lie. Baby, how can you be so cute? Hu Lily said, looking at Wan with affection. Just then, the little one had a sudden inspiration, and her sweet, babbling voice rang out again. Auntie, do you have a boyfriend? My uncle is very handsome. Will you marry my uncle? Hearing this, Hu Lily almost spat out her mouth full of rice. This little girl, so small, was actually acting as a matchmaker? She coughed twice and glanced at Lin Muheng out of the corner of her eye. She saw that his face was slightly red, and he looked a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng quickly tried to smooth things over. The kid is just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Wan persisted, puffing out her little chest proudly, and said, Dad, I'm not making this up. Uncle is handsome and considerate, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, which makes Grandma and Grandpa very anxious. Hearing the word dad, Hu Lily felt her mind go blank. A college-age dad? A daughter about to start kindergarten? Was this some kind of role-playing game? However, she didn't ask. After all, he was the boss, and for an employee like her to pry into his family affairs would be like she was asking for trouble. Hu Lily smiled, patted Wan's head, and joked, Wow, your uncle is so nice. Being his aunt wouldn't be a bad deal. Upon hearing this, Wan's eyes lit up, and she said with a grin, Wow, Auntie, you agree now? I'll tell Uncle when I see him. Her voice was full of anticipation and excitement, as if she could already see her uncle and aunt's happy appearance. Okay. Hu Lily nodded with a smile. It's just coaxing a child. There's no difficult task involved. However, she never expected that her unintentional joke would actually get her into trouble. It seems you really can't just agree to anything blindly. After eating and drinking her fill, Hu Lily began to report on her recent work. After the report was finished, Lin Muheng nodded and said, There's a dinner party tonight. You'll have to come with me then. Okay, no problem. Hu Lily agreed readily and then left. As she was leaving, Wan playfully said to her, Aunt Lily, wait for me to bring Uncle to find you. Okay. Hu Lily smiled knowingly, then left the cafeteria in her high heels. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanning returned to her dormitory and sat on her bed, sulking. She was holding a bag of chicken feet in her hand, eating them angrily and taking big bites, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction on the chicken feet. After entering the dormitory, Xiao Qiao saw her roommate sitting on the bed with a resentful look in her eyes and asked gossipily, "Ning Ning, you didn't get selected for the debate competition? How could that be?" Hearing this answer, Xiao Qiao smiled and then sat on the bed, saying with a smile, "Did you have a fight with Lin Muheng?" "No way," Xiao Wanning said excitedly, her coy manner making it clear she was lying. Seeing Xiao Qiao covering her mouth and giggling, Xiao Wanning angrily sat down next to her, saying with a troubled expression, "Actually, we didn't really quarrel." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance. "What happened?" Xiao Qiao asked, puzzled. Xiao Wanning hesitated for a moment, then told Xiao Qiao the whole story. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao indignantly confirmed again. "He didn't tell you when he left the classroom, and he was eating with Wan Wan and chatting and laughing with other girls?" She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "Is this kid really going to find Wan Wan another stepmother?" Hearing her roommate's analysis, Xiao Wanning's sense of crisis intensified. She admitted that she was somewhat selfish, but she just didn't want to see Lin Muheng with other girls. She secretly wondered to herself, could it be that she had really fallen for him? But Lin Muheng probably already had someone he liked. Thinking about all this, she suddenly felt so sad, so very sad. Xiao Wanning's eyes reddened slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back from falling. Seeing her roommate looking so listless, Xiao Qiao quickly comforted her. "Ning Ning, you're Wan Wan's mother, so you have an advantage. Even if Lin Muheng has someone he likes, the two of you can still develop your relationship while spending time with the child. With your looks, you'll definitely win him over." After listening, Xiao Wanning nodded, her heart filled with hope. After all, they had spent so much time together as a family, and she believed she had a chance to win Lin Muheng's heart. After Xiao Qiao's words of comfort, she felt much better. After class, Xiao Wanning was packing up her books when her phone suddenly rang. When she saw that it was Lin Muheng calling, her heart skipped a beat, but she answered happily. Soon, the other person's voice came through. "Are you free now? I have something to do tonight, so I might need you to look after Wan Wan." "Okay, where are you? I'll come find you." Xiao Wanning readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wanning walked towards the school gate. Soon they saw a Dior car parked across from the school, with the window half open, and Lin Muheng and Wan Wan sitting inside. Upon seeing Xiao Wanning, Wan Wan excitedly waved and shouted, "Mommy, Mommy, Daddy, and I are here." Xiao Wanning walked quickly to the car, where little Wan Wan called out in her sweet, babyish voice, "Mommy, you're here." She jumped happily out of the car and threw herself into Xiao Wanning's arms. Her little hands clung tightly to her mother's neck, as if afraid she would run away. Mom came right after class. "Was Wan Wan a good girl?" Xiao Wanning gently asked, tidying up the little tufts of hair on Wan Wan's head. "Good girl," Wan Wan said with a smile. Although Xiao Qiao's analysis was correct, Xiao Wanning still felt a little awkward after meeting Lin Muheng, perhaps because she still felt some grievances and dissatisfaction. After all, seeing Lin Muheng and Hu Lili together made her feel a mix of emotions. Lin Muheng felt the same way. When he saw Xiao Wanning and Su Tsung's seemingly intimate interaction, he felt as if there was a thorn in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to compose himself, and then said, "I might be back late tonight, so I'll leave Wan Wan in your care." "It's all right. You can focus on your work," Xiao Wanning replied softly, but her tone betrayed a hint of distance and politeness. Just as the two finished speaking, an urgent voice rang out. Chapter 42, Xiao Wanning leaves her father and keeps her daughter? Hu Lili said softly with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry I'm late." "It's not too late. Get in the car," Lin Muheng replied calmly. When Hu Lili saw her boss sitting in the driver's seat, she stood in front of the car door, hesitated for a moment, and glanced around the car. Sitting in the back seat? Wouldn't that be treating the boss like a driver? She muttered to herself, but in the end, she decided to sit in the front passenger seat, a look of relief on her face. When Xiao Wanning saw that the person who came was the girl who had been chatting and laughing with Lin Muheng at noon, her eyes were full of jealousy. After seeing Hu Lili sit down, Lin Muheng smiled and turned to Wan Wan, his eyes full of doting. "Baby, Daddy will come back to be with you as soon as he's done with his work." The little one nodded obediently, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation, then waved his little hand and said sweetly, "Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Aunt Lily." Lin Muheng's gaze lingered on Xiao Wanning for a moment, his expression complex and profound. In the end, he said nothing, simply nodded slightly, and drove away. Watching the car slowly drive away, especially seeing Hu Lily sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Wanning felt a pang of sadness. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Although Lin Muheng is Wanwan's father, in Xiao Wanning's eyes now, he is just a man who values women over women and has left Wanwan with her so that they can have some alone time together. She stood there, reluctant to leave, her eyes shining with determination, as if she were silently making up her mind. If Lin Muheng didn't have time, she could take care of the child by herself. There's a saying, leave the father, leave the daughter. In the car, Hu Lily chatted idly for a while, then suddenly asked curiously, President Lin, who was that person next to Wanwan just now? She is Wanwan's mother. Lin Muheng paused for a moment before speaking. After hearing this, Hu Lily nodded in sudden realization and laughed. Oh, I see. No wonder she looked at me a little strangely. Her tone was somewhat teasing, yet it also revealed a keen insight. What do you mean? Lin Muheng asked, puzzled, his brows furrowing slightly, clearly surprised by the answer. After hearing this, Hu Lily smiled, winked, and said confidently, she sees me as a rival in love. For some reason, hearing these words made Lin Muheng feel inexplicably happy, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He began to reflect on his behavior. Could it be that he had really misunderstood the other person? At that time, in the private room of the restaurant, Zhou Shudong called over the editors-in-chief of all the websites except tongchu.com. Everyone sat on the benches, looking at each other, somewhat puzzled by Zhou Shudong's idea to organize the gathering, their eyes revealing a mixture of doubt and curiosity. President Zhou, why did you call all of us here? An editor-in-chief asked first, his tone tinged with impatience. You'd be better off revising your articles than wasting your time here. Another editor chimed in, a mocking glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong cursed inwardly. As expected, it was these bastards who did this. But he remained outwardly calm, smiling as he said to everyone, you'll find out soon enough why I called you here today. 2 more people will be here soon. Everyone present wondered who the newcomers were, with some even guessing they were from tongchu.com. Zhou Shudong smiled without saying a word. 5 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Lin Muheng walked in with Hu Lily, all smiles. Their appearance surprised the editors, since the circle is small and everyone knows each other. Surprise and curiosity flickered in everyone's eyes as they scrutinized the 2 unfamiliar figures. Who are these 2 people? Someone asked Zhou Shudong, their tone tinged with doubt. He stood up from his chair with a smile, walked over to Lin Muheng, and solemnly introduced him to everyone. This is the author Zhong Qianyi, the one you've blacklisted. Upon hearing this, the editors all looked at Lin Muheng with disbelief in their eyes. After all, someone who can write such good children's stories can't be this young. Seeing everyone's doubts, Lin Muheng smiled and said, I am indeed the real Zhong Qianyi. I called everyone here today through General Manager Zhou because I have a business deal to discuss with you. What kind of business? Jiang Anren asked first, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Please sit down and listen to me. Lin Muheng sat down first, and then continued. I know that the launch of Caterpillar will have some impact on your website. But even if one caterpillar is gone, there are still thousands upon thousands of caterpillars. We should still look for a way out for the website. It's easy to say. If we could find a way out, we wouldn't. One of the editors said with a sneer, his eyes flashing with helplessness. Lin Muheng waved his hand and said with a smile, Hey, you don't need to find this way out. I'll deliver it to you. He looked confidently at everyone present, and seeing that they were all very interested, he continued, I know that cooperating with tongchu.com was not your original intention, and I can understand that. But as the industry leader, it must be very difficult for tongchu.com to be suppressed by them. Lin Muheng's words revealed a sense of resonance and understanding, as if he were speaking out for the editors. The editors looked at each other in bewilderment. After all, they were a small website and couldn't possibly compete head-on with the top websites. Now there's an opportunity to surpass it. Are you willing to give it a try? Lin Muheng's words were full of temptation and anticipation, making everyone very eager to try. You should tell us what kind of opportunity it is. After all, anyone can make empty promises, one of the bald editors said, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lin Muheng grinned, thinking to himself, They're all old foxes. They won't act until they see the rabbit. He then looked at everyone and said with a smile, there are so many children across the country, and they read more than one storybook. If everyone compiles their most popular stories into a collection, there will definitely be a market for it, Lin Muheng said, his words brimming with confidence and anticipation. Parents nowadays care a lot about early childhood education, and popular stories would be very popular if they were made into animated films. After speaking, Lin Muheng looked at Hu Lily and continued, this lady next to me is Hu Lily, the editor-in-chief of Worry-Free Publishing House. You can contact her for publishing matters. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily looked at everyone and said with a smile, our publishing house is seeking cooperation in this area. To show our sincerity, we are willing to offer a 70% discount on the sales of animated films and storybooks. You just need to authorize us to tell you the story, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Just wait to get your share of the profits. Such a good thing exists in this world. The editors were somewhat incredulous upon hearing this, their eyes flashing with surprise and doubt. Chapter 43 sold out, and still counting money for Lin Muheng. Hu Lily nodded, a confident smile playing on her lips. Of course, we'll stick to the contract. If you still have any doubts, feel free to search online for the reputation of Worry-Free Publishing House. It speaks for itself. If you miss this opportunity to cooperate, it'll be a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and you'll regret it later. Her words stirred a ripple in the hearts of the editors present. They began to discuss among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, Jiang Anren broke the silence first. She stood up and replied with a smile. Our tree baby is willing to cooperate with your publishing house. As soon as she finished speaking, the other editors-in-chief also expressed their willingness to work hand-in-hand with Worry-Free Publishing House to create a brilliant future together. Seeing that everyone agreed so quickly, Zhou Shudong was full of surprise. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Seeing this, Lin Muheng was secretly pleased. He raised his teacup, smiled, and said, since everyone is so agreeable, I'll drink to that first. It's a pleasure to cooperate. In high spirits, Hu Lily took out several pre-prepared contracts from her bag. She gently spread the contracts on the table and smiled at everyone. If there are no problems, you can take them back to your boss for signature. Our publishing house is very efficient. Once the cooperation is confirmed, we will start production immediately. The editors picked up the contracts and began to read them carefully. Hu Lily continued, after signing the contract tomorrow, mail it to our publishing house. Once the collaboration is confirmed, we will produce the storybook and age-appropriate animation as soon as possible. However, I must remind everyone that there are several websites involved, and we cannot produce them all at the same time. There will definitely be a priority order. Whoever sends the contract first, we will work on that one first. Her words carried a hint of slyness, as if she were implying that everyone should hurry up. The editors present all had their own thoughts when they heard this. They all took out their phones and secretly contacted their bosses. Some even used the excuse of going to the toilet to ask a courier to deliver the contract to their boss. Seeing this, Hu Lily's lips curled into a smug smile. She thought to herself, President Lin's move is really brilliant. He not only successfully attracted everyone's attention, but also cleverly made them feel a sense of urgency. A moment later, everyone sat back down in the private room. Lin Muheng said with a smile, since we're in a cooperative relationship, what about Tongchu.com? Before he could finish speaking, an editor interrupted him. Don't worry, we definitely won't listen to her. She's just bullying us younger ones because she's the senior one. Now that we have a new way out, she's nothing. Another editor chimed in. That's right, we're not afraid of her anymore. With the support of Worry-Free Publishing House, we're sure to be able to create even better content. Hearing everyone's opinions, Lin Muheng felt even more smug, and he nodded with a smile. Now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need for him to stay here. As he was leaving, he pulled Hu Lily aside and said in a deep voice, your work is finished. Go home now, and I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Hu Lily waved her hand and left with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Shudong suddenly chased after him from the restaurant and said hesitantly, President Lin, could our website also cooperate with your publishing house? Lin Muheng stopped and thought for a moment before replying, no, thank you. Why? Zhou Shudong asked anxiously. He didn't understand why Lin Muheng would cooperate with others, but not him. Did he think his website was too small and not well known? Seeing this, Lin Muheng patiently explained, I set a trap for those websites this time. Although storybooks and age-appropriate stories can indeed make money, the return on investment is slow and takes a long time. Renting out the copyright directly is worry-free and profitable. Do you understand now? Oh, I understand. Zhou Shudong nodded in sudden realization. President Lin, you are truly my benefactor. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Keep up the good work, and you might just become the boss in this industry in the future. Okay. Zhou Shudong nodded happily. After getting into the car, Lin Muheng drove towards home, his eyes full of joy. Although his proposed decision sounds beneficial to those websites, the publishers are the ones who actually make money. He secretly gloated. These websites were sold off and are still counting the money for him. When Lin Muheng got home, the room was dark. He turned on the living room light and found Xiao Wanning sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Lin Muheng was startled. He hadn't expected Xiao Wanning to be sitting here waiting for him. After a moment, he asked, is Wanwan asleep? Yes, I've been asleep for a while. Xiao Wanning nodded in reply. She then stood up from the sofa, slung her bag over her shoulder, and said, now that you're back, I'll be leaving now. I'll come see Wanwan again tomorrow morning. Lin Muheng glanced at the clock on the wall and said worriedly, it's so late, don't leave. You sleep in the master bedroom with Wanwan, and I'll sleep in the second bedroom. All right then. Xiao Wanning nodded. Today was Friday, so there was no room check. At this moment, Lin Muheng hesitated whether to ask the other party about the man in the lecture hall. However, when he saw Xiao Wanning turn and walk towards the master bedroom, he finally withdrew his hand that had been trying to stop her. He was conflicted. Even if he were to ask, in what capacity should he inquire? As Wanwan's father? But the two of them had agreed from the beginning that they would not disturb each other's lives. The question of love was too profound. Lin Muheng tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Xiao Wanning, in the master bedroom, also had difficulty falling asleep. She lay on the bed, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, her heart filled with complex emotions. Lying beside Wanwan, she thought about many things. Even if it meant leaving the father and keeping the daughter, they would need enough money. That evening, she received an urgent order for a comic convention, where she would cosplay anime characters. Xiao Xiao helped her find this part-time job, which pays 2,000 yuan a day. Although it might be a bit tough, she felt it was all worth it when she thought about providing Wanwan with a better life. As dawn broke, Xiao Wanning left Lin Muheng's house. When he woke up, he saw the note left by Xiao Wanning, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. On a sunny Sunday, Lin Muheng took Wanwan to the playground to bask in the sun. Wanwan, wearing a cute little dress, ran around on the grass, while Lin Muheng sat beside her watching her with a happy smile on his face. At this moment, a gaze fell on Lin Muheng. The person clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 44. Dad, do you like Mom? The woman strode angrily to Lin Muheng. She glared at him fiercely, her eyes seeming to spit fire, her tone full of reproach. Lin Muheng, are you going to find a stepmother for Wanwan? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Muheng frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He carefully examined the girl in front of him and felt that she looked familiar. After a moment, he remembered that she was Xiao Wanning's roommate, the straightforward Xiao Qiao. However, when he heard what the other person said, he looked puzzled and frowned. When did I say I was going to find a stepmother for Wanwan? Did Xiao Wanning tell you that? He asked in confusion, thinking to himself, no wonder Xiao Wanning has been a bit distant from me these past 2 days. She misunderstood me. He felt extremely wronged, as if he had been greatly misunderstood. I had no such thought at all. How could she think that I wanted to find a stepmother for Wanwan? After hearing this, Xiao Qiao's tone softened slightly, but she was still indignant on behalf of her roommate. With her hands on her hips and a righteous expression, she said, on the day of Ningming's debate competition, you didn't wait for her, and were having dinner chatting and laughing with other girls. Isn't that right? Her eyes shone with heartache for her friend, as if Lin Muheng were the heartless man. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng immediately understood the reason for the situation. He sighed helplessly and explained, the person I had dinner with is my colleague. We were discussing work-related matters that day. After saying that, a hint of dissatisfaction welled up in his heart. He frowned and said with a hint of complaint, on the day of the debate, Xiao Wanning was chatting happily with a man, so I didn't disturb her. Xiao Qiao noticed that the other person seemed jealous. She smiled helplessly, her eyes filled with teasing and sarcasm. That's Ningming's neighbor. They grew up together. and he has a girlfriend. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng was instantly delighted, his brows relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Qiao continued. Ningning was heartbroken because she mistakenly thought you had found a stepmother for Wanwan. It's clear she cares about you. And what's your attitude towards Ningning? Xiao Qiao asked gossipily, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's ears instantly turned red, as if they were on fire. He lowered his head shyly and did not reply. Although the other party didn't reply, Xiao Qiao knew perfectly well that they both had feelings for each other. Since it was a misunderstanding, Xiao Qiao prepared to leave. Just as she was about to go, Lin Muheng suddenly stopped her and asked anxiously, do you know what Xia Wanning has been busy with lately? His eyes were full of concern. Don't you know? Xiao Qiao asked back, assuming the other person did know. She then replied, Ningning found another part-time job these past 2 days, cosplaying anime characters, at the Green 100 Plaza. Again, Lin Muheng repeated the word in confusion, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Yes, she found a part-time job last time, wearing a teddy bear costume and handing out flyers. It was so hot. I don't know how she managed to keep going, Xiao Qiao said helplessly, her eyes filled with heartache. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng felt extremely sad, realizing that the other person was also working hard for the family in silence. He turned and called to Wanwan, who was playing on the lawn, and said gently with a smile, Sweetie, let's go find Mommy. Lin Muheng held Wanwan in his arms, looked at Xiao Qiao gratefully, and said sincerely, Thank you. You're welcome. Just don't tell Ningning that I told her, or she'll definitely be unhappy, Xiao Qiao instructed. Don't worry. Lin Muheng nodded, then picked up Wanwan and turned to go home. After getting the car keys, the father and daughter excitedly drove towards Green 100 Plaza. Before long, Lin Muheng led Wanwan to the comic convention venue. The little guy seemed to have opened the door to a new world, his mouth agape in amazement and his eyes wide open. Wow, Daddy, this place is so much fun. Those ladies are wearing white wings. They look so pretty, she said, pointing at the cosplay characters with her little finger, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. After saying that, the little guy tilted his head and looked at Lin Muheng with a puzzled expression, blinking his big eyes and asking, But Daddy, didn't we come here to find Mommy? What are we doing here? Lin Muheng affectionately patted her head and smiled. Because Mommy is here. Wanwan, you'd better open your eyes wide and look for Mommy. Okay. The little one nodded obediently, then began to look around the venue, as if afraid of missing his mother. Then, the father and daughter strolled around the venue. Meanwhile, Xia Wanning was taking photos with anime enthusiasts. Because of her good looks and stylish appearance, many people wanted to take photos with her. She stood there and actively cooperated with everyone, her face beaming with a bright smile. Just then, Wanwan suddenly pointed her chubby little finger into the distance and exclaimed in surprise, Daddy, isn't that Mommy? Lin Muheng followed the gaze and saw Xia Wanning standing there taking a group photo with someone. She was dressed in a gorgeous cosplay outfit, with white wings on her back, looking like a fairy from heaven. He nodded happily and said with a smile, Yes, that's Mom. Shall we go and find her? Okay. Wanwan nodded, her pink lips praising. Mommy looks so pretty today. Daddy, do you like her? The little one asked sweetly, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Muheng was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. He flicked his nose and said, Baby, do you even know what like means? I know, Wanwan nodded, and the little girl said earnestly. It's just like how Wanwan likes to look at picture books. She feels very disappointed when she can't see them. Her tone was full of innocence and naivety. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng felt a pang of anxiety. He hadn't expected his daughter to be so insightful. He smiled and patted Wanwan's head, praising, Our precious Wanwan knows so much. Daddy, you haven't said whether you like it or not yet. The little girl asked curiously, looking eager to know the answer. She blinked her big eyes, looking forward to her father's reply. Lin Muheng smiled, nodded emphatically, and said, I like it. Of course Daddy likes it. Because that's Mommy. After saying that, the little guy ran excitedly towards Xia Wanning. As she ran, she sweetly called out, Mommy, Mommy. Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Wanning looked in the direction of the sound and saw her rosy-cheeked daughter running towards her like a little angel. Her heart tightened, and she asked, Baby, how did you come to be? Where is your father? Chapter 45. Wanwan takes a family photo with her dad and mom. Daddy's over there. Wanwan pointed her chubby little hand at Lin Muheng, who was walking slowly towards her. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves instantly relaxed. She thought he had abandoned his daughter again to enjoy some alone time with another woman. Thankfully not. Otherwise, she really wouldn't mind taking Wanwan away and taking care of her herself. Soon, Lin Muheng walked up to Xia Wanning with a gentle smile on his face. How did I disturb you? Excuse me, Xia Wanning said indifferently. After all, what happened on the day of the debate was still fresh in her mind, so she was annoyed to see Lin Muheng's indifferent attitude and even his very bad tone. Then, she squatted down and patiently said to Wanwan, Baby mommy is still working now, why don't you play with daddy for a while? I'll play with you when I'm done with my work. Oh, okay. The little guy pouted, his face full of reluctance, but he still nodded obediently. After speaking, Xia Wanning turned to look at Lin Muheng, her tone cold and distant. I have to go to work now. You take Wanwan for a walk around here. Okay, sure. Lin Muheng nodded. He sensed the other person's cold attitude and felt empty inside. He knew that the misunderstanding between them had not been resolved, but now was not the time to solve the problem. He would wait until he got home to explain things to the school beauty. Next, Xia Wanning continued to take photos with the tourists, a professional smile on her face, but her eyes would occasionally drift towards the father and daughter. She breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Muheng led Wanwan out of her sight. She felt very uncomfortable being watched by an acquaintance. However, at the end of the line, Lin Muheng pulled Wanwan into the long queue. The little one blinked his big, bright eyes and asked curiously, Daddy, what are we doing? Wanwan, would you like to take a picture with mommy? Lin Muheng squatted down, looked into her daughter's bright eyes, and asked gently, Yes. Upon hearing this question, Wanwan jumped up happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, she hugged Lin Muheng's leg and said in a sweet voice, Wanwan not only wants to take a picture with mommy, but also with daddy. How about we take a picture as a family of 3 in a little while? Her little face was full of anticipation and excitement. Of course you can. Lin Muheng smiled with relief upon hearing this. He looked up at Xia Wanning, recalling her attitude towards him, and then instructed Wanwan, Baby, you should talk to your mother about taking photos. It won't matter if your father says so. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wanwan thought for a moment, then nodded, her little face full of seriousness and determination. That's right. Daddy has the lowest status at home and doesn't have much say. Then I'll take care of this. She patted her chest with her little hand, as if she were accepting a major mission. Lin Muheng was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He had originally wanted his daughter to be his wingman, but he hadn't expected it to be so hurtful. The group moved forward quickly, getting closer and closer to Xia Wanning. The father and daughter would be next. After taking a photo of the previous tourist, Xia Wanning smiled and turned around, saying, Hello. Upon hearing this, Wanwan hugged her leg, blinked her eyes playfully, and said, Mommy, it's us. Xia Wanning was very surprised to see the father and daughter in the group. What are you doing here? Her voice was filled with confusion and doubt. We want to take pictures with mommy, Wanwan said sweetly, then urged Lin Muheng. Daddy, hurry up and take out your phone. Her little hand tugged at Lin Muheng's clothes, her eyes filled with eagerness. Oh, okay. Lin Muheng nodded, then took out his phone and opened the camera. Seeing this, Wanwan tugged at Xia Wanning's arm and said sweetly, Mommy, let's take a family photo. Mommy looks so beautiful today, I want to remember it. Her little hand gently shook Xia Wanning's arm, her eyes filled with anticipation. Actually, Xia Wanning wanted to refuse. Recalling Lin Muheng chatting and laughing with others made her very uncomfortable. Therefore, she strongly resisted interacting with Lin Muheng and did not want to pretend to be affectionate in front of the camera. Lin Muheng could see her hesitation and helplessness, so he took a step back and said, Fine, I won't take any more pictures. I'll take pictures of you and your daughter instead. Upon hearing this, Wanwan shook her head, frowned, and looked unwilling. No, I want my dad. I want my dad. Her little hands gripped Lin Muheng's hand tightly. Lin Muheng was very satisfied with his daughter's reaction, and he secretly gave her a thumbs up. Upon seeing this, Wanwan made an okay sign behind her back, then blinked her big, watery eyes at Xia Wanning, as if tears were about to flow from her eyes. Looking into her daughter's expectant eyes, Xia Wanning couldn't bear to refuse. She knew that it was a very happy thing for her daughter to be able to take pictures with her parents. So, she could only manage a forced smile and agree to the suggestion. Okay, let's take a picture as a family of 3. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's face lit up with a bright smile, revealing two small dimples at the corners of her mouth. She jumped up excitedly. Great. We can take pictures together. Lin Muheng was holding his phone, with Wanwan sandwiched between the two of them, and Xiao Wanning standing on the right. Seeing that her mother wasn't smiling through the phone screen, Wanwan immediately turned her head and poked Xiao Wanning's cheeks with her chubby little hands. Mommy, smile. We want to take pretty pictures. Her little face was full of pleading. Seeing how supportive Wanwan was, Lin Muheng thought to himself that he must buy the little one an ice cream to reward her when he got back. Amid her daughter's accusations, Xiao Wanning finally managed a forced smile. Though it was somewhat strained, she was undeniably beautiful at that moment. Lin Muheng captured this moment on his phone. The family of three smiled so happily and contentedly. Lin Muheng was very satisfied with the photo, and so was Wanwan. She knew that this moment of happiness was given to her by her parents and was one of her most precious memories. Xiao Wanning felt a pang of emotion when she saw the photo. The three people in the photo were smiling so happily. She felt a mix of emotions and thought to herself, I just wish we could still be a family of three in the future. After taking the photos, she urged the two of them. Okay, you two go have some fun. I need to get back to work. Okay, Wanwan and I will wait for you to get off work, and we'll go home together, Lin Muheng said gently. Xiao Wanning didn't reply and continued taking photos with the tourists. Chapter 46 The Voyeur. Next, the father and daughter continued their leisurely stroll through the comic convention venue. The venue was bustling with activity, with various cosplayers dressed as classic anime characters, as well as DIY figurine making and other activities that were dazzling to the eye. When Wanwan saw the exquisite figurines on display, the little girl's eyes lit up immediately, filled with great interest. She took Lin Muheng's hand and walked forward happily, looking like a lively and adorable little rabbit. A moment later, Wanwan pointed to one of the figurines and said with a smile, Dad, look, this looks just like Uncle. Upon seeing this, the man whom Wanwan called Uncle walked over with a smile. He was slightly overweight with a kind smile on his face. He was the shop owner, and Wanwan was pointing to his figurine model. Sensing a business opportunity, he asked enthusiastically, Little friend, would you like to make a unique figurine? Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly. Yes. She looked at Lin Muheng and said sweetly, Daddy, let's make one. Wanwan loves it. Okay, I'll make one. Lin Muheng said readily, his face beaming with a doting smile. Upon hearing this, the shop owner praised him even more enthusiastically. Little friend, your father is so good to you. What kind of figurine would you like to make? Upon hearing this, Wanwan tilted her little head and pondered for a moment. Then, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Can we take a family photo? She asked excitedly. Of course, no problem. As long as you have a photo, I can make it for you. The boss patted his chest and said confidently, as if there was no figurine in the world that he couldn't make. At this moment, Wanwan urged Lin Muheng beside her. Dad, quickly take out your phone and open the photos we just took together. While holding her phone, Lin Muheng asked, Wanwan, do you really want to take a family photo? Upon hearing this, the little girl nodded playfully. Yes. A happy smile spread across her face. That way I can see Daddy and Mommy all the time. Okay. After hearing this, Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's little head and said affectionately, Then we'll listen to Wanwan. Hee hee, the little girl grinned, revealing sweet dimples. She handed her father's phone to the shopkeeper and said expectantly, Uncle, we want to make this figurine. The boss happily took the phone, looked at the family photo in the picture, and said with a smile, No problem, you can sit here and wait a moment. It will be done in less than 30 minutes. His voice was full of confidence. Okay, sure, Wanwan said, then sat down on a chair and waited. The little one craned her neck, full of anticipation, her little eyes fixed on the control room, but she couldn't see anything from outside. The equipment these days is high-tech. Just 20 minutes later, the shopkeeper called out to the two boys, holding up the finished figurines. Kids, your figurines are done. Come and take a look. Upon hearing this, Wanwan excitedly ran over, her speed even faster than a rabbit. When the little girl saw the figurines in the shopkeeper's hand, she was overjoyed. Wow, they look exactly like the real Dad and Mom, and Wanwan too. Uncle, you're amazing. She held the figurines in her little hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hee, not bad, right? The praised boss rubbed his head and grinned sheepishly. At this moment, Lin Muheng asked, Boss, how much? I usually sell it for 400, but seeing how sweet the young lady is, I'll just give you 360, the shopkeeper said readily. Thank you, uncle, Wanwan smiled sweetly, happily bouncing around with the figurine, while Lin Muheng readily scanned the code to pay. Next, the father and daughter continued to stroll around. The venue wasn't large, but there were all sorts of stalls, making it hard to keep up with the sights. Soon, the two of them had finished browsing the entire venue. The father and daughter, tired from shopping, sat down on a public bench next to Xiao Wanning and waited for her to finish get off work. Wanwan sat on the chair, her little feet swinging back and forth, looking relaxed and carefree. She would pick up the figurine from time to time and look at it, as if it were her precious treasure. Xiao Wanning was busy working at the time. She looked up and caught a glimpse of the two figures. Just then, Lin Muheng also looked at her, and their eyes met. Lin Muheng smiled, nodded, and greeted her. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning felt a little embarrassed. She quickly looked away and awkwardly took a group photo with everyone. After that, she would occasionally glance at the two of them out of the corner of her eye, only to find that Lin Muheng was staring at her the whole time. His gaze was intense and deep. Xiao Wanning felt both angry and delighted. She couldn't help but think to herself, this person is eating what's in his bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. How shameless. She simply stopped looking at the two of them and focused on her work. Wanwan, who was standing next to her father, was very curious because her father kept looking to one side. Her chubby little hands forcefully turned Lin Muheng's face towards her, and she asked in a childish voice, Daddy, what are you looking at? I wasn't looking at anything. Lin Muheng waved his hand and smiled at his daughter, saying, Honey, what's wrong? Wanwan covered her stomach a little shyly and said bashfully, My tummy is hungry. When will we finish, Mom? Lin Muheng gently stroked his daughter's head and said tenderly, It'll be soon. Let's hang in there a little longer, okay? Okay. Wanwan nodded and waited obediently. She sat in the chair, her little feet no longer dangling, but quietly holding the figurine. Perhaps the little guy's battery had run out, and he desperately needed to recharge. Just then, when Lin Muheng looked at Xiao Wanning again, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the man beside her. The man was dressed casually and wore a pair of green sneakers that looked a bit old, but the surface of the shoes was unusually clean. When the photo was being taken, the man's shoes moved slightly towards Xiao Wanning. The movement was very subtle, but it did not escape Lin Muheng's eyes. He glanced down at his feet, and when he saw what he wanted to see, a lewd smile spread across his face, a smile that made one want to vomit. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Muheng suddenly recalled a news story he had read before, about voyeurs who would install hidden cameras on their shoes to spy on women's skirts. Seeing his furtive manner, Lin Muheng became even more certain of his guess. A surge of anger welled up inside him, and his eyes turned cold. Then, he carried Wanwan to the man and grabbed his shoulder. He was very strong, and his grip caused the man some pain. Seeing Lin Muheng suddenly rush over and grab a tourist's shoulder, Xiao Wanning asked in confusion, What are you doing? Upon seeing this, the man glared at Lin Muheng and demanded, Why are you grabbing my shoulder? Let go right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng gripped his shoulders even tighter and coldly replied, Are you going to take it out yourself, or should I take it out for you? What are you saying? I don't understand at all. The man replied, trying to appear calm, but a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, which he quickly concealed. He believed he had done everything perfectly and that no one could see the hidden camera in his shoes. But he didn't know that all his actions had been observed by Lin Muheng. Chapter 47, A couple working together creates miracles. The man struggled desperately, trying to break free from Lin Muheng's iron grip, but each struggle seemed to only intensify the pain. With no hope of breaking free, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he said menacingly, If you don't let go, I'm calling the police. Lin Muheng's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes firm and fearless. Go ahead and report it. Let's see who the police arrest. Upon seeing this, a flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes. He quickly adjusted his expression, feigning a pitiful look, and turned to the people around him, his voice trembling with tears. Everyone, please be the judge. I don't even know this person, yet he's clinging to me and won't let go. What kind of logic is this? The man's tearful performance did indeed evoke sympathy from some people. They all cast strange glances at him. Some began to whisper among themselves, while others directly rebuked him, saying, Young man, he said he doesn't know you. Why are you still holding on to him? Let go of him right now. That's right. Even if you two have a conflict, you should talk it out. Why resort to violence? A young man wearing glasses chimed in, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction with Lin Muheng. Everyone's right. You better let go right now. Seeing that someone was speaking up for him, the man turned to look at Lin Muheng, his eyes flashing with smugness, as if he thought that this would make Lin Muheng let go. Xiao Wanning stood to the side, her brows furrowed, her eyes full of doubt. She knew Lin Muheng wasn't an impulsive person. There must be a reason he did this. So she quietly approached Lin Muheng and asked in a low voice, "Why did you arrest him? If this gets out of hand, you'll be kicked out by security." She tried to warn Lin Muheng, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng replied in her ear with displeasure, "He secretly filmed under your skirt." Although his voice was low, it was full of undeniable certainty. Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's face flushed red, and she instantly felt a surge of heat rush to her head. She hurriedly lowered her head to straighten her skirt, her fingers trembling slightly, feeling both ashamed and angry. "Do you have any evidence?" she asked shyly. After all, it's hard to believe something like this without evidence, especially since the man would definitely deny it and wouldn't cooperate. Lin Muheng shook his head, his eyes still firm. "No, but I'm sure there's a hidden camera in his shoe." He gripped the man's wrists tightly with both hands, as if afraid the man would take advantage of the situation to do something shady. Xiao Wanning and Lin Muheng exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Her gaze quickly swept over the man, finally settling on his right shoe. The left shoe was very dirty, but the right shoe was very clean. It's probably because it's cleaned regularly to take clear photos. As the man struggled to break free, she pretended to be careless and lightly flicked her toe, kicking his shoe aside. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'll go get your shoes right away." Her tone was full of apology, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. When the man saw his shoe being kicked away, he panicked instantly. He tried to break free from Lin Muheng's grasp to pick up his shoe, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Lin Muheng's hold. Seeing that his scheme was about to be exposed, the man became somewhat furious. He glared at me and roared, "Let me go right now. I'm going to put on my shoes." His voice was hysterical, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's lips curled into a smug smile. He gripped the man's wrist tightly and said leisurely, "Didn't they say they'd bring it to you? Just wait." His tone was full of teasing and sarcasm, and he was even happier when he saw the man's anxious look. On the other side, Xiao Wanning took advantage of the moment to grab the shoes and quickly squatted down to carefully search for any suspicious items inside. Her fingers gently explored inside the shoe and soon found a hard little thing. She was overjoyed and quickly pulled the thing out. It was indeed a pinhole camera. She excitedly held it up and shouted at Lin Muheng, "We've found the camera." "What's going on? What camera?" The people around were stunned when they heard this. They all turned their curious eyes to find out what was going on. Upon seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly explained, "This man installed a hidden camera on his shoe to film up women's skirts. He's a complete voyeur." Upon hearing this, the girls in the group were shocked. They all squeezed their thighs together, their eyes filled with fear and anger. A girl rushed up angrily, clenched her fist and punched the man directly, saying angrily, "You pervert! You shameless bastard, Tui." After saying that, she took her phone out of the man's pocket, unlocked it with her face, and then opened the phone's photo album. Sure enough, the album was full of photos of girls' underwear in all sorts of colors. Seeing this, the man had no strength left to resist. He lowered his face, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Lin Muheng took the phone and completely deleted the latest photo of Xiao Wanning's underwear because it was Xiao Wanning's, and he didn't want any other boy to see it. The sheer number of photos showing underwear is enough to convict this voyeur. Lin Muheng then called the police without hesitation, and the police quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the voyeur. They handcuffed the voyeur and put him in a police car. Because the police needed to understand the situation at the scene, one of the burly men said to Lin Muheng, "It would be troublesome if you came with us to the police station to make a statement." Lin Muheng nodded. "No problem, it's what I should do." He turned to Xiao Wanning and instructed, "I'll come pick you up after I finish giving my statement. Wait for me." Xiao Wanning replied subconsciously, her heart warming as she watched Lin Muheng's departing figure. Suddenly, she slapped her cheeks, reminding herself, "He's just Wanwan's father, and besides, he has a girlfriend. It's only on his way to pick me up." Upon arriving at the police station, Lin Muheng was led into a reception room. A policewoman in uniform, her hair tied up, walked over with a smile and asked, Are you the person who just reported the incident? Yes. Lin Muheng nodded. Come with me now. I'll take notes of what happened, the police officer said earnestly, then led Lin Muheng into an interrogation room to begin asking him about the details of what happened. Lin Muheng sat in the chair and recounted the events of the comic convention word by word, while the policewoman sat beside him, carefully recording every detail. A moment later, the policewoman closed her notebook and said gratefully, "Thank you for cooperating with our investigation." "You're welcome." Lin Muheng waved his hand, a humble smile on his face. He knew he had only done what he should do. After walking out of the interrogation room, Lin Muheng saw Wanwan waiting in the lobby and smiled happily. Wanwan. Hearing Lin Muheng's voice, she turned her head and excitedly shouted, "Dad." The little guy hopped over and hugged his leg. Lin Muheng squatted down and hugged his beloved daughter with a smile, saying softly, "Wanwan, let's go pick up Mommy and take her home." Chapter 48, Even Dad Has No Voice. After leaving the police station, Lin Muheng drove Wanwan to Green 100 Plaza. At that time, the staff began to dismantle the venue that had been set up. After circling around, the two finally spotted Xia Wanning sitting quietly on a public bench, holding her phone. When Wanwan saw her mother, her eyes lit up instantly. She ran over excitedly, her little braids bobbing as she ran, sweetly calling out, "Mama, Mama." "Hey." Xia Wanning responded happily upon hearing the familiar voice. However, at that moment, a board used to build the stage behind her suddenly tilted and was about to hit her. Lin Muheng's heart tightened suddenly, and he shouted anxiously, "Be careful." He barely had time to think, and his feet instinctively stepped forward. He ran quickly to Xia Wanning's side, and just as the board was about to fall, he raised his hands and used all his strength to lift it up. The board was incredibly heavy, but his gaze remained even more resolute. Xia Wanning's mind went blank upon seeing this. After a moment, she came to her senses and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing." Lin Muheng shook his head, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He then instructed, "Go away quickly and take Wanwan to a safe place." "It's not safe here." "Oh, okay." Xia Wanning nodded and quickly pulled Wanwan into her arms and walked towards a safe place. Wanwan seemed to be frightened by this sudden scene as well, her little face pressed tightly against her mother's chest, her big eyes filled with terror. Seeing that the mother and daughter had both reached a safe place, Lin Muheng dared to put the board on her body down heavily to the side. The moment it was placed down, a lot of dust was kicked up, and he coughed a few times because of the dust. Seeing that it was safe, Xia Wanning walked over with Wanwan, her eyes full of worry. "Let me check if you are hurt. Don't try to lie to me." "No, I'm not lying to you," Lin Muheng said casually. Xia Wanning didn't believe him and circled around him. She really didn't find any wounds and breathed a sigh of relief. She said coquettishly, but her eyes were full of tenderness, "Why did you come here? If you get hurt, I have no obligation to take care of you." Although Xia Wanning's words sounded somewhat harsh, Lin Muheng could hear the worry in them. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he understood her well. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she always said one thing but meant another. Lin Muheng smiled and said sincerely, "If I don't run, I'll just hit you." "Oomph. Who needs your help?" Xia Wanning snorted coldly and turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. She was truly touched, but also very worried. She would be heartbroken if Lin Muheng got hurt while saving her. Then, as if to hide her emotions, she deliberately pulled Wanwan away first, saying, "Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Mommy made a lot of money today. I'll take you to eat something delicious, okay?" Xia Wanning looked at Wanwan with doting eyes, her eyes full of tenderness. "Great." Wanwan jumped up with joy upon hearing this. Then, she pursed her lips, put on a pitiful look, blinked her big eyes, and said, "Wanwan's tummy has been hungry for a long time. I'm almost fainting from hunger." As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her little tummy, looking extremely cute. "Oh, you're so hungry? Then we have to give Wanwan the best food." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's smile widened, and she excitedly gestured, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to eat meat, lots of meat." After saying that, the little one tilted her head, as if she had thought of some delicious food, and continued, "Mommy, can we have hot pot tonight? Wanwan wants to eat hot pot." "Of course, we'll do whatever Wanwan says. Our little cutie is starving." Watching the sweet interaction between the mother and daughter, Lin Muheng waved from behind and said, "You should at least ask for my opinion." His tone was somewhat teasing. Upon hearing this, Wanwan turned her head, made a funny face, and said with a grin, "Dad doesn't have a say, so asking you is pointless." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng immediately lost her temper because her daughter was right. Soon, the family of three arrived at a very famous hot pot restaurant in Shanghai. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was bustling with people eating. But perhaps they were very lucky. They got a table as soon as they arrived. The waiter led the group to a clean table and placed the menu in front of them, saying with a smile, "Gentlemen, you may now order." Xiao Wanning nodded, then smiled at Wan Wan and Lin Muheng and said generously, "You two order. I made some money today, so I'll treat you to a good meal." Hearing this, Wan Wan was so happy that she danced with joy, her little face beaming with a bright smile. "Mommy is the best." Then she turned to Lin Muheng and said, "Daddy, Wan Wan wants to eat meat. Lots of meat." Her little finger pointed to the pictures on the menu, her eyes full of anticipation. "Okay, Dad will order for you." Lin Muheng agreed with a smile, and then carefully checked off the items on the menu. "We chose one serving each of beef, lamb, and pork, and also specially selected some vegetables that Wan Wan likes to eat." After making his selection, he pushed the menu in front of Xiao Wanning and said gently, "I don't know what you like to eat, so you can order the rest." "Okay." Xiao Wanning nodded, took the menu, and browsed through it carefully. She checked off a few of her favorite dishes on the menu, then looked up at the waiter and said with a smile, "I'd like one clear broth and one slightly spicy broth." "Okay." The waiter nodded, then took the menu and left. This hot pot restaurant serves food quite quickly. The broth and various dishes were brought out very soon. The steaming pot broth emitted an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Lin Muheng first put the meat that Wan Wan wanted into the clear soup pot. The little girl stared at the pot with wide eyes, full of anticipation. She kept swallowing, clearly drooling from her mouth. Then he got up to get some condiments. As he was leaving, he looked at the mother and daughter and asked, "Do you want oil-based dipping sauce or sesame sauce?" "Sesame paste," the mother and daughter answered in unison. Lin Muheng smiled bitterly to himself upon hearing this. He loves to eat hot pot with a dipping sauce. It seems his daughter didn't take after him at all. When he poured the sesame paste, he also made a point of putting some cilantro in both of their bowls. He remembered clearly that when the two of them ate noodles, the bowls were bright green and covered with cilantro, which showed that the two of them liked cilantro. When Xiao Wanning placed the bowl of sesame paste in front of the two of them, her eyes were filled with surprise. She was surprised that Lin Muheng still remembered that she and her daughter liked cilantro, which touched her deeply. However, whenever Xiao Wanning recalls that night when he left with that girl named Lily, she can't help but think to herself, he's a pretty good father, but he's a womanizer. Chapter 49, The Aloof School Beauty Has Descended to Earth. At that moment, Wan Wan stared blankly at the pot, which was bubbling away like a little dork. When she finally saw the bubbling broth and the tempting ingredients, the little one excitedly patted Lin Muheng's arm, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Daddy, can we eat now?" Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, his voice full of affection. "You can eat now. Daddy will put it in the small dish next to you. When you eat, you can take it from the small dish so you won't burn your little glutton." "Hee hee, thank you, Dad." Wan Wan's eyes were fixed on the meat, as if she was afraid the meat would grow legs and run away. The meat was covered in sesame sauce and cilantro, and it looked incredibly tempting. The little guy opened his mouth wide and stuffed the whole piece of meat into his mouth in one bite. Upon smelling the meat, Wan Wan happily shook her little head, her contented expression filling Lin Muheng's heart with joy. "Eat slowly, no rush. Daddy will give you some more meat after you finish this." Lin Muheng affectionately brushed the stray hairs from Wan Wan's forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness, as if they could drip water. "Yes, Daddy is the best." Wan Wan blinked her big eyes and said excitedly. Suddenly, the little one seemed to realize that Mom was treating everyone today. She looked sweetly at Xiao Wanning, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Mommy is the best too. Wan Wan loves you all." He acted as if he didn't offend anyone, like a master of balancing things. Xiao Wanning smiled happily, her eyes full of doting and satisfaction. Looking at Wan Wan's adorable little face, she felt warm inside. The little one ate happily. Seeing that Xiao Wanning was a bit reserved, Lin Muheng picked up some meat and put it in her bowl. "The meat is ready, so eat it quickly. You must be very tired after working part-time all day." "Thank you." Xiao Wanning smiled and nodded, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. At this moment, the waiter came over with several plates of signature dishes and said with a smile, "Sir, madam, these are the pig brains and pork intestines you ordered." Now all the dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng frowned slightly, looking at the signature dish on the plate with suspicion, and said, This wasn't what we ordered, was it? Did they send the wrong thing? Seeing this, Xiao Wanning said somewhat awkwardly, It's my order. It wasn't delivered to the wrong place. Thank you. She looked at the waiter and thanked him with a smile. To be honest, Lin Muheng never expected that Xiao Wanning would like to eat things like pig brains and pork intestines. In his mind, the school beauty should be high and mighty, and should stay away from these strong-flavored foods. However, now he only had one feeling. Had the aloof school beauty descended to earth? Feeling Lin Muheng's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Wanning couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She said softly, If you don't like the taste, I'll put it in the pot after all the other vegetables have been cooked. It's okay. I like it. Lin Muheng said with a smile. He really didn't expect her to have such a down-to-earth side. Lin Muheng thought he knew the other person well enough, but he realized that he only knew the tip of the iceberg. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he became even more determined to get to know Xiao Wanning better. Once the pig brains were cooked, Xiao Wanning placed a small piece onto Lin Muheng's plate, her smile full of anticipation. Try it. Lin Muheng frowned slightly as he looked at the brain-like object. However, he still mustered up the courage to put it in his mouth and savor it. Perhaps he really didn't like the taste, because a slightly unnatural expression flashed across his face. Seeing the other person's forced expression of enjoyment, Xiao Wanning asked with a mischievous smile, Is it good? Delicious. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. He didn't want to disappoint Xiao Wanning, so he could only bite the bullet and say it was delicious. If you like it, have some more. After saying that, Xiao Wanning thought of putting some more pig brains on his plate. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly refused, saying, No need, you eat it. His voice was slightly flustered, as if he was afraid that Xiao Wanning would put more food on his plate. Seeing Lin Muheng's stubborn expression, Xiao Wanning couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Wanwan pouted and looked at the two of them with a smile, saying, Daddy, Mommy, there's no meat left in Wanwan's plate. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng said affectionately, Okay, Daddy will get you some. He then praised, My Wanwan is so amazing. She eats so fast. Even Daddy has to admit defeat. Wanwan grinned, revealing her sweet dimples. Then, Wanwan placed the bowl of sesame paste in front of Lin Muheng, blinked her big eyes, and said, Daddy, there's no more sesame paste in the bowl. Can you get me some? Okay, then you wait here. After saying that, Lin Muheng got up and went to the entrance. As he was serving the sesame sauce, a pair of eyes were fixed on him from behind. Upon seeing this, the woman's eyes flashed with excitement and surprise. She couldn't help but call out softly, President Lin. President Lin. Lin Muheng frowned, a little puzzled. Could it be that someone was calling him? He turned around and saw Hu Lily waving her hand and looking at him with a smile. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. You're here for hot pot too. Yes. Lin Muheng nodded, then looked around and asked, Did you come alone? Yes, I'm waiting for a table, Hu Lily said with a smile. In order not to disturb the other party, she waved her hand and urged, President Lin, you go and eat first. It will be my turn in a little while. Oh, okay. Lin Muheng nodded and turned to walk back. However, on the way, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Now that Xiao Wanning has misunderstood our relationship, wouldn't it be best to take this opportunity to clarify the misunderstanding? Thinking of this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel a little excited. He strode up to Hu Lily and said with a smile, Since you're alone, why don't you join us for a meal? His voice was full of enthusiasm. Seeing this, Hu Lily outwardly refused, saying, That's not a good idea, Mr. Lin. However, her legs unconsciously moved forward. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not like you can just eat for free. Lin Muheng waved his hand, a sly glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily thought to herself, I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. Anyone who becomes a boss is a shrewd businessman. Then, she asked curiously, What are the conditions? When we eat later, you need to naturally clarify our relationship and what we did that night. It's that simple, Lin Muheng said with a smile. He hoped that through Hu Lily's clarification, Xiao Wanning could clear up her misunderstanding of him. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily pointed at Lin Muheng with great interest and said, Oh, President Lin, you want me to help you clear up the misunderstanding in front of the boss's wife? No problem. She patted her chest confidently and said, Leave this to me. Chapter 50 The misunderstanding is cleared up. At the dining table, The bowl of sesame paste was taken away by her father. Wanwan kept turning her head back, her expectant look like a father-gazing stone. Finally, Lin Muheng's figure came into view. Upon seeing him, Wanwan immediately pouted her pink lips, with a hint of coquettishness. "Daddy, why did you take so long to come back? I've been waiting for you for so long." Lin Muheng walked over with a smile and said gently, "Dad ran into an acquaintance, so he came back late." "Oh." Wanwan nodded obediently. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. While chewing, she blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, "Who was the acquaintance Daddy met?" Just then, Hu Lily stepped out from behind Lin Muheng, smiling at Wanwan. "It's me." Upon seeing her, the little one's face immediately lit up with excitement, his eyes shining like stars. "Wow, it's Aunt Lily, please sit down. Please sit here." As she spoke, she patted the chair next to her with her little hand, looking incredibly cute. "Thank you." Hu Lily smiled and nodded, then sat down next to Wanwan. Xiao Wanning, who had been smiling, froze when she saw the person who had arrived. She felt even worse when she saw how much her daughter liked the other person. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, a subtle, complex emotion flashing in her eyes, but she forced herself to remain calm in front of Wanwan. After everyone took their seats, Lin Muheng noticed that Xiao Wanning's face was cold and expressionless. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. It seemed that she had misunderstood again. He quickly introduced her. "This is my colleague, Hu Lily." Upon hearing this, Hu Lily smiled brightly, stood up, extended her hand to Xiao Wanning, and said warmly, "Hello, boss lady. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin for being so kind. He saw me waiting for a table at the door for ages before calling me over to eat with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning frowned, wondering to herself, "Boss lady, is she calling me? Is President Lin calling Lin Muheng?" She was somewhat puzzled, but remained outwardly calm. Regardless, since the man was speaking with a smile, she couldn't refuse, so she smiled and replied, "Hello. Hello. Are you his employee?" she asked in surprise. Hu Lily nodded. Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Wanning's gloom instantly dissipated. Could it be that she had been misunderstanding Lin Muheng's plan to find a stepmother for Wanwan all along? She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other person wasn't her rival in love, she didn't need to be so nervous. She immediately became enthusiastic, smiling and saying, "You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? Hurry up and eat something. There's meat and vegetables. Order whatever you want. Don't be shy." "You're so kind, boss lady. I won't stand on ceremony then." After saying that, Hu Lily quickly picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Xiao Wanning blushed instantly upon hearing this address. She secretly glanced at Lin Muheng and was even happier to see that he hadn't corrected her. Thinking about this, she felt a little guilty. She had been misunderstanding him all along. Should she go back and apologize to him? Afterwards, Hu Lily intentionally or unintentionally talked to Xiao Wanning about her visit to their school and accompanying Lin Muheng to a dinner party. After listening, Xiao Wanning realized that she had made a big mistake, and she couldn't help but feel apologetic when she thought about it. Hearing Hu Lily calling her boss lady repeatedly, Xiao Wanning felt a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, "Don't call me boss lady. Just call me Wanning or Ningning. This isn't a company, and I'm not your boss." "Okay, then I'll call you Ningning, and you can call me Lily." Hu Lily said happily, secretly thinking, "If I can please the boss's wife, a promotion and a raise won't be far away." At this moment, Wanwan, who had been engrossed in her meal, suddenly looked up at Xiao Wanning with a serious expression on her face. "Mommy, Aunt Lily has agreed to be Wanwan's aunt. Is Uncle busy lately? Can Wanwan ask Aunt Lily to go play with him?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, looking extremely sincere. Xiao Wanning was startled when she heard her beloved daughter's words and quickly apologized. "The child is just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." To everyone's surprise, Wanwan pouted and looked unhappy when she heard this. Wanwan is not lying. Wanwan is an honest and good child. Aunt Lily really agreed to be Wanwan's aunt, right, Aunt Lily?" She tilted her head and looked up at Hu Lily. Seeing this, Hu Lily nodded gently. "Yes, Wanwan is so cute. Of course I'd be willing to be your aunt." As she spoke, she reached out and gently pinched the tip of Wanwan's nose, full of affection. Xiao Wanning knew the other person was just trying to coax Wanwan. She smiled helplessly and replied, "Uncle's been busy lately. Mom will tell you when he's not busy, okay?" "Okay, sure." Wanwan nodded, then whispered in Hu Lily's ear, "Aunt Lily, my uncle is really amazing and handsome. You'll definitely like him when you see him." "Haha." Then when your uncle has time, let's go visit him. Hu Lily said with a smile. She didn't expect Wan to be so persistent. Since he's such a handsome guy, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After having their fill of food and drink, the group walked out of the hot pot restaurant satisfied. Hu Lily smiled and waved to Xiao Wanning and Lin Muheng, saying, Ning Ning, President Lin, the subway station is just ahead. I'll be going now. Thank you so much for your hospitality today. I'll treat you again next time. Xiao Wanning waved her hand and said with a smile, You're welcome. Let's keep in touch. After spending some time together, she found that Hu Lily was straightforward and a very nice person. She was very comfortable to be around. It wouldn't be bad if Hu Lily could really be her sister-in-law. After returning home, Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muheng sitting on the sofa and asked somewhat shyly, I'm a little dirty. Can I take a shower here? Lin Muheng rubbed his head and replied with a simple smile, Of course you can. Make yourself at home and use it as you please. Xiao Wanning smiled and turned to walk into the bathroom. On the other side of the city, inside a high-rise building, the light in the editor-in-chief's office was still on. Song Qianyue sat alone in a chair, her face haggard, and her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. She looked at the story of the Caterpillar website still hanging on her computer screen, which had stolen a lot of traffic from her website, and her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. At this moment, Xiao Li rushed in, looking flustered, and said, Editor-in-chief, I just received news that several other websites have joined forces with Caterpillar, and our situation is not optimistic. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue's expression turned somewhat manic. Fine. You dare to betray me? I'll make you pay the price. She picked up her phone, dialed a mysterious number, and said coldly, Want to take a job? I have a big business deal to discuss with you. Chapter 51. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. In the living room, Wan hadn't seen her mother for a long time. She blinked her bright eyes and stared intently at the bathroom door, her little head full of questions. Daddy, why hasn't Mommy come out yet? Could something have happened? The little girl's face was full of worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng glanced at the clock on the wall. An hour had passed without him realizing it, and he began to feel a little worried. You play first, Dad will go check on things. Inside the bathroom, after taking a shower, Xiao Wanning paced back and forth in the cramped space, completely forgetting that this was Lin Muheng's home, not the school's bathhouse. She washed her underwear while taking a shower, only to realize that she didn't have any pajamas. Xiao Wanning pondered repeatedly in her heart how to ask Lin Muheng for help. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, Lin Muheng's worried voice came from outside the door. Wan is a little worried because you haven't come out for a long time. If you have nothing to say, just let me know. Xiao Wanning's heart tightened, and she quickly waved her hand in response, her voice sounding somewhat flustered through the crack in the door. I'm fine. I'm all right. Immediately afterwards, her face flushed red, and she mustered up her courage to say shyly through the door, could you find me some clothes? Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then gently replied, Okay, you wait here. He turned and went back to the bedroom, took a very large t-shirt from the closet, and went to the bathroom door, saying softly, Here, take this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning's heart raced. She nervously swallowed, and then carefully opened the bathroom door a crack. A hand reached out in a panic, grabbed the clothes, and quickly closed the door. Holding the clothes, she said gratefully, Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Muheng chuckled, then turned and went to the living room to play with Wan. Xiao Wanning emerged from the bathroom, her large t-shirt covering her completely, but the shyness on her face was hard to hide. She cautiously looked around and found that the father and daughter were engrossed in playing and had not noticed her unusual behavior. She quickly grabbed her underwear, ran to the balcony, and hurriedly hung the clothes up. Just then, Wan heard a noise coming from the master bedroom and suddenly ran over from the living room. Upon entering the house, the little one saw his mother standing on the balcony and excitedly ran over to hug her leg tightly. As the little one leaned closer to her, he took a deep breath and then said with a look of bliss, Mommy, you smell so good. Xiao Wanning lowered her head and gently stroked her daughter's little head, smiling as she said, Wan smells so good after her bath. At that moment, Lin Muheng, who was standing next to Xiao Wanning, inadvertently caught sight of the pink outfit in Xiao Wanning's hand. His heart tightened and his cheeks flushed involuntarily. He quickly looked away, thinking to himself, So, she's not wearing anything underneath? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, trying to banish these unhealthy ideas from his mind. To break the awkward silence, he He coughed lightly and called to Wan Wan. Baby, Daddy will take you to wash up. We'll go to bed when we get back. Oh, okay. Wan Wan pouted and obediently ran to her father's side, holding his big hand with her little hand, and skipped and hopped towards the bathroom. After washing up, Xiao Wanning changed Wan Wan into soft pajamas, and the little one happily snuggled into the blankets. Xiao Wanning was holding her daughter's dirty clothes, intending to wash them herself, but Lin Muheng gently stopped her. I'll do the laundry, you go and rest. He felt a little sorry for the other person, thinking that they must be exhausted after a long day of part-time work. It's okay, you usually do the washing, but I have time today, so I'll do it. Xiao Wanning insisted, her face showing a mixture of stubbornness and gentleness. Because of a piece of clothing, the two started to fight over it. Inadvertently, Xiao Wanning slipped and lost her balance, falling backward. In a panic, she grabbed the wall next to her, while Lin Muheng was thrown forward by inertia, and the two instantly closed the distance between them. Lin Muheng instinctively raised his hand to support himself, but unexpectedly touched a soft spot on Xiao Wanning's chest. Although it was small and delicate, its smoothness and warmth gave him a jolt, and his hand unconsciously tightened. When Xiao Wanning felt Lin Muheng's large hand, her mind went blank for a moment, as if she had been struck by an electric current. A moment later, she suddenly realized what was happening, looked down at her chest, then looked up at Lin Muheng. A blush quickly rose on her face, and her eyes showed both shyness and a hint of panic. Lin Muheng realized he had touched the wrong place, and his face instantly turned bright red. He quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly explained, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. His voice trembled slightly, clearly flustered by the sudden contact. Xiao Wanning nodded shyly, her voice barely audible. I know you didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. Although she said that, a blush still lingered on her face. Lin Muheng looked at her apologetically, but his voice was firm. You can go out first. I'll wash Wan Wan's clothes. All right then. Xiao Wanning lowered her head and walked out of the bathroom in small steps, her heart pounding like a herd of deer. Recalling that moment of skin-to-skin contact, her heart raced again, and her face flushed once more. She secretly berated herself. Xiao Wanning, you must be crazy. How could you feel nostalgic for something like this? After finishing the laundry, Lin Muheng went to the balcony and couldn't help but glance at the pink suit in the corner. So cute in pink. Just as he was about to leave the room, Wan Wan suddenly pulled him aside and said sweetly, Daddy, will you read me a story today? Okay, Lin Muheng said gently, then picked up her phone and began to read. Wan Wan held her parents' hands tightly, just like the little bear in the story, and fell asleep happily. She nestled between her parents, as if she had the whole world with her. However, Xiao Wanning and Lin Muheng, who were lying next to each other, were unable to fall asleep for a long time, even though their eyes were closed. Xiao Wanning felt a mix of emotions, and she couldn't help but start to overthink. Will he mind that my breasts are small? These thoughts were like tiny hands, teasing her heart, making her feel both shy and uneasy. As for Lin Muheng, his heart was equally unsettled. Recalling the scene just now, an indescribable emotion welled up within him. At this time, children's book websites were in even worse shape. After midnight, the websites were attacked by unknown individuals and crashed. Song Qianyue felt extremely pleased as she looked at the caterpillar and tree baby websites, which were displaying nothing in the background. However, she soon received bad news. Chapter 52 Dad, I think you want to kneel on the board. Shaoli rushed in, looking flustered and frowning. Editor-in-Chief, our website has also crashed. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue abruptly raised her head, a flash of disbelief in her eyes, which was quickly replaced by anger. She stood up abruptly, slammed her hands on the table, and roared. What? Who did this? Startled by the sudden roar, Shaoli trembled and whispered, I don't know, but it should be Caterpillar's gang. They came in aggressively this time, and we. Song Qianyue gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, and coldly snorted. Well done. You dare to mess with my website. Her clenched fists trembled slightly, and her anger intensified when she saw Shaoli still standing in front of her. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fix the website. Upon hearing this, Shaoli nodded hurriedly, turned around and ran out, afraid that he would become the scapegoat again. At that time, the Caterpillar Company was filled with jubilation. The employees sat together, cheering loudly, their faces beaming with pride. One of them said happily, Tongchu.com should be taught a lesson so they'll know the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Yeah, that was really satisfying. A balding programmer waved his arms excitedly, his face beaming. They probably won't recover until morning. Zhou Shudong stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at everyone with a smile, and said, "Everyone has worked hard. This operation was a great success. Go back and rest now. They are too busy to take care of themselves." It turns out that several websites teamed up and used advanced technical means to directly compromise Tongsu.com's backend, and they won't be able to restore it for a while. The hackers that Song Qianyue hired had been utterly defeated and were powerless to fight back. This website was now facing a counterattack from all other websites, truly shooting itself in the foot. Soon, Song Qianyue received an anonymous call. The caller used a voice changer, and the voice sounded sinister. "There are too many of them. We can't beat them, but we agreed that the money can't be refunded." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue slammed her hand on the table in anger, stood up, and roared, "You took my money, and you don't want to do anything? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Her eyes flashed with rage, as if she wanted to devour the person on the other end of the phone. "Aren't you a top hacker? You can't even handle such a small thing. What use are you to me?" Realizing that now was not the time to dwell on this, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She understood that the most important thing now was to restore the website as soon as possible, so she softened her tone. "I won't ask you to refund my money. If you fix our website, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan. How about that?" I thought the other party would agree readily, but they refused without hesitation. "No way. After being defeated by the other side, I can't interfere in your affairs. That's the rule of the game. Find someone else." After saying that, the other party's dial tone came through the phone. Song Qianyue gritted her teeth in anger, clenched her fists, and slammed them hard on the table. She was filled with resentment at how all her efforts had ended up like this. Song Qianyue received the news that the website had been restored at 6 o'clock in the morning. That night, she didn't sleep a wink, constantly thinking about where she went wrong and how she ended up in this place. Recalling the past, her heart was filled with hatred. If it weren't for Zhong Qianyu's interference, she wouldn't have made one mistake after another. Her hatred for Zhong Qianyu intensified. In the morning, before it was even time for work, General Manager Zhang learned about what had happened at the company and rushed over. With a livid face, he called Song Qianyue into his office. After Song Qianyue walked in, her usual arrogance vanished. She lowered her head and stammered, "President Zhang." Seeing this, Zhang Donglai looked at her angrily, his eyes filled with disappointment. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Xiaoya, Xiaoya, I gave you a chance, and this is how you repay me? Look at what you've done." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue hurriedly pleaded, "President Zhang, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to develop like this. Please give me another chance. I will definitely make those websites that oppose us shut down." Her eyes gleamed with pleading, but Zhang Donglai remained unmoved. He stared coldly at Song Qianyue, saying indignantly, "I gave you a chance, but you were useless. You know the price. Get out." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue realized that she had no chance anymore. Looking at the place where she had worked for so long, she was filled with reluctance and unwillingness. Looking at the familiar place, her resentment towards Zhong Qianyu deepened. If it weren't for him, she would still be the high and mighty editor-in-chief. She silently packed her things and walked out of the company. The moment she stepped out of the company, everyone in the industry knew that she had been kicked out of Tongchu.com. Due to Song Qianyue's previous ruthless methods and suppression, she has now been blacklisted within the industry. Zhou Shudong and the others were overjoyed when they heard the news. He immediately shared the news with Lin Muheng, but the other person didn't seem particularly happy. Lin Muheng just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Song Qianyue's fate is entirely her own doing. Just as I put my phone in my pocket, I heard Wanwan's sweet, soft voice. "Daddy, come quick. The flowers here are so pretty." After waving goodbye, the little girl admired the beautiful flowers, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, the little one looked up, blinked, and asked curiously, "Auntie, why are there so many uncles buying flowers? Who are they giving them to?" His voice was full of childlike innocence and confusion. Looking at the soft and adorable little dumpling, the proprietress felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She gently replied, "Today is May 20th. Of course it's for the person you love." 520. Upon hearing this, the little guy's eyes widened, and he began to ponder. A moment later, as if she suddenly understood something, she excitedly exclaimed, "Does 520 mean I love you?" Yes, my little one. You're so smart. The proprietress praised, her eyes full of envy. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if I had such a smart and beautiful daughter. Hearing the landlady's praise, Wan became even more smug. She skipped over to Lin Muheng's side, her little face tense, and said in a serious tone, Daddy, today is 520. Lin Muheng looked relaxed, clearly not taking the date to heart. He casually asked, What's wrong with 520? Seeing her father's indifferent attitude, Wan couldn't help but feel anxious. She pouted and complained, Dad, I think you want to kneel on the board. Of course, you should give Mom flowers on 520. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng suddenly realized that he had really gotten used to being single and had even forgotten about the special holiday of 520. Looking at her confused father, Wan's eyes were full of disappointment. Like a little adult, she said earnestly, Dad, why don't you choose a bouquet of flowers for Mom? She'll be very happy. Lin Muheng nodded, already thinking to himself that while everyone else was sending flowers, he wanted to send something different. Chapter 53, A Special 520 Gift. Thinking that he should give a gift that touched her heart, Lin Muheng pondered what Xia Wanning liked. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He knew there was one thing that was definitely her favorite. Then, he took Wan's little hand and led her to the shop next door. Seeing this, the little one blinked his big eyes and asked in confusion, Dad, why are we at the convenience store? Don't you have enough of your secret stash to buy flowers for Mom? After saying that, she pouted her little mouth in a serious manner, looking like she knew everything. Lin Muheng found it somewhat laughable. He was going to be a man living in Thompson Riviera in the future, so why would he need to hide money in his pocket? But looking at her sincere little expression and chubby cheeks, he was somewhat convinced that he would be penniless in the future, perhaps due to his family's tradition of being poor. Seeing his father looking like he was about to cry, the little guy opened the backpack behind him with his chubby little hands and said generously, Dad, this is my allowance. You can take it and spend it. As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and tried her best to hand a 100 yuan bill to Lin Muheng, her eyes filled with pride. Seeing this, Lin Muheng said with a wry smile, Dad has money. You can keep your allowance. If Dad really runs out of money in the future, I'll borrow it from you, okay? Oh, okay. Wan nodded and carefully put her pocket money into her small backpack. Upon entering the store, Lin Muheng began searching for that special gift. The store was filled with a dazzling array of goods, but Lin Muheng's gaze remained unusually firm. Soon, he found it on the innermost shelf, chicken feet. That's right, it's chicken feet. Last time he and Xia Wanning went to the supermarket, he saw that she had a lot of chicken feet. She must really love them, which is why she bought them. This time, Lin Muheng bought some red and some white. After buying the flowers, he went to the flower stall across the street and said very sincerely, Madam, could you please wrap all these chicken feet inside the flowers for me? When the woman saw the chicken feet in the man's hand, her eyes were full of confusion. What does it mean to give a girl chicken feet on May 20th? She couldn't help but glance at Lin Muheng a few more times. Although she didn't understand, she was very supportive, since she couldn't turn down business that was delivered right to her doorstep. The proprietress smiled and nodded. No problem, I'll get it done for you right away. Immediately, Lin Muheng chose a bunch of pink roses. The roses were so beautiful and vibrant. In less than 10 minutes, the proprietress used a stick to support the chicken feet and skillfully inserted them into the flowers. Young man, it's done. Thank you. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, then carried Hua and Wan home. At that moment, Wan stared at the unusual bouquet and muttered softly, Will Mom really like this chicken claw flower? Thinking of this, the little guy patted his chest and said with a confident smile, It's okay, Mom. I'm here for you. After lunch, Wan pulled Lin Muheng to her side and said in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy, today is May 20th, and I love Mommy too, so I want to use my allowance to buy her a gift. Will you come with me to pick one out this afternoon? Her small eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she were doing something incredibly great. Okay. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. Although he didn't receive a gift of his own, his heart was warmed. After waking up from her afternoon nap, Lin Muheng drove Wan to a nearby shopping mall. Once inside the mall, Lin Muheng looked tenderly at her beloved daughter and asked, Wan, what gift do you want to give Mommy? The little girl tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment. Then she said excitedly, Let's buy Mom a water bottle. That way, Mom will think of me when she drinks water. A happy smile spread across her little face. Okay, I'll listen to Wan. Lin Muheng affectionately patted the little one's head and then walked towards the jewelry store. Upon entering the jewelry store, the father and daughter went straight to the cup section, where all kinds of cups were displayed on the shelves, a dazzling array that was hard to look away from. Wanwan's little eyes darted back and forth, as if comparing which one was better. She picked up this one to look at, then picked up that one to examine, and she loved each one. However, there were too many beautiful cups, and she couldn't make up her mind. At this moment, she looked at Lin Muheng pleadingly and asked, "Dad, which cup do you think Mom will like?" Lin Muheng looked at the cups on the shelf carefully, then pointed to a pink pig cup and said, "Let's take this pink pig one. I think your mom will like it." "Okay, then I'll take this one," Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. After saying that, the little one took the pink pig cup to the front desk and said in a cute, childish voice, "Hello, Auntie, I want this pig cup." The cashier was instantly charmed when she heard the soft, sweet voice of a child next to her. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, Auntie will settle your bill." After scanning the code, the cashier smiled and put the pig-shaped cup into a bag, then bent down and handed it to Wanwan, saying, "Little friend, this pig-shaped cup is fragile, so please handle it carefully." "Thank you, Auntie, I'll take good care of it." Wanwan carefully carried the bag and walked out, happily holding her father's hand. She bought this gift for her mom with her own allowance. Since he was at the mall today, Lin Muheng remembered that he didn't have Xia Waning's pajamas at home, so he thought he would buy a set as a gift for her. Soon, he led Wanwan up to the second floor. However, as soon as he got to the second floor, Lin Muheng became very embarrassed. The shops selling pajamas all had panties hanging outside, especially the black lace ones, which made him too ashamed to look at them. Seeing this, Wanwan asked in confusion, "Dad, what's wrong? Why is your face so red?" Lin Muheng smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, Dad's just a little hot." He fanned himself with his hand as he spoke, trying to hide his embarrassment. After browsing around, he still didn't have the courage to go into the store. Seeing this, Wanwan asked in confusion, "Dad, what are we going to buy here?" "Buy your mom a set of pajamas." As soon as Lin Muheng finished speaking, Wanwan grabbed his big hand and headed straight for the shop next door. Judging from the little girl's attitude, she seemed to despise her useless old father. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Muheng had ever stepped into a shop like this. You have to understand that he is still a naive college student. When the salesperson saw a customer enter the store, he walked up and asked enthusiastically, "Young man, what would you like to buy?" Before Lin Muheng could answer, Wanwan came up to him with a black lace camisole and said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, you like mommy wearing this style the most." When Lin Muheng felt the salesperson's scrutinizing gaze, he just wanted to disappear into the ground. This little guy was such a pain. At this moment, Wanwan noticed her father's evasive gaze and approached him with a puzzled look. She tilted her little head and asked innocently, "Huh? Daddy, don't you like it anymore?" Chapter 54. Wanwan betrayed both her father and mother. "Strange, Dad, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" The little guy looked worried when he saw Lin Muheng's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Not only that, Wanwan also stood on tiptoe, trying her best to touch her father's forehead. She raised her chubby little arms, as if she wanted to examine her father herself. Her little face was both serious and cute. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Muheng felt even more embarrassed. He gently patted Wanwan's little hand and said softly, "Baby, Daddy isn't sick. Quickly put your clothes back." Upon hearing this, Wanwan pouted as if she had been wronged, her face full of reluctance. She retorted in her childish voice, "No, Mommy likes this style too. Let's buy this one for Mommy." The little one really couldn't compliment her father's taste. She tilted her head and pondered, what if Mom doesn't like the pajamas Dad buys? Then Dad will have to sleep on the sofa. Wanwan didn't want to see her father so pitiful, so she hugged the lace camisole nightgown tightly, her little hands clenched as if afraid it would be taken away. Lin Muheng felt a mix of emotions as he watched this scene, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He knew that if Xia Waning were present and saw this scene, she would definitely blush with embarrassment and be too ashamed to face anyone. To prevent his little darling from saying anything outrageous again, he could only smile helplessly and nod, agreeing to Wanwan's request. Immediately, Lin Muheng turned to the salesperson, smiled awkwardly, and said apologetically, "Could you please wrap this up for me?" Okay. For the saleswoman, this was already a routine. After all, what man could resist the allure of a black lace camisole? After returning home, Wanwan couldn't wait to give her mother the gift she had carefully chosen. She sat on the sofa, her little body squirming, her big, expectant eyes sparkling. "Daddy, when is Mommy coming back?" "It should be soon," Lin Muheng replied while arranging the ingredients. Wanwan seemed impatient and immediately jumped off the sofa, skipping over to the table. She picked up Lin Muheng's phone, her little fingers deftly swiping the screen, and quickly dialed her mother's number. At the same time, Xia Wanning heard the vibration in her bag and quickly took out her phone. Seeing that it was Lin Muheng's call invitation, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. As soon as the call connected, Wanwan's sweet voice came through. "Mommy, when are you coming back? Wanwan has a surprise for you." "Oh." Hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes filled with tenderness, and she asked gently, "What surprise is it? Can you tell Mom?" "No. If I tell you, there won't be any surprise." Wanwan shook her head, her little face full of seriousness and mystery. Seeing this, Xia Wanning stopped teasing Wanwan and replied, "In about half an hour, Mommy will be able to go back and be with Wanwan." "Okay." Wanwan nodded, then excitedly added, "Mom, Dad and I will come pick you up. I'll secretly tell you that Dad has also prepared a surprise for you." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes immediately lit up, and her heart began to race, pounding like a deer. She was overjoyed and filled with curiosity and anticipation for the surprise Lin Muheng had prepared. After hanging up the phone, Xia Wanning's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. At that time, Lin Muheng had already prepared the ingredients and was just waiting for Xia Wanning to return so that they could start eating. He had just come out of the kitchen when he saw Wanwan holding her phone, her little face full of excitement. "Baby, what are you doing?" Lin Muheng asked gently. "I'm calling Mom," Wanwan answered sweetly, then ran to Lin Muheng, took his hand and said, "Dad, Mom wants us to pick her up. Let's go now." Lin Muheng felt a little puzzled upon hearing this. In his opinion, Xia Wanning would not have offered to let them pick her up. He wondered if something was wrong with the other party. Lin Muheng didn't think much of it and immediately helped Wanwan put on the pink sandals, preparing to go out. Just before closing the door, the little one suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Dad, I'm going to get something." With that, she ran into the living room like a gust of wind, and a moment later, she came out carrying a bouquet of flowers that was half her height. She glanced playfully at Lin Muheng, her eyes full of helplessness. "Dad, you have such a bad memory. We need to give Mom flowers." Seeing the little one come out carrying the flowers, Lin Muheng was both amused and exasperated. "Wanwan, why don't we wait for Mommy to come back before giving them to her?" He tried to persuade Wanwan, but the little one was very determined. Upon hearing this, Wanwan sighed, then patted her father's shoulder like a little adult and said earnestly, "Dad, you're so silly. Mom is holding the flowers so that no other man will have designs on her. That's how it's always shown on TV." Lin Muheng was stunned. He didn't expect Wanwan to say such a thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that what his daughter said made a lot of sense. That's how it should be done. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Xia Wanning and 3 other student council members were discussing tomorrow's debate. Looking at the clock on the wall, she said to the group, "You've all worked hard today. Go back and get some rest. We have a tough battle to fight tomorrow." After hearing this, the 2 boys waved and left. Xia Wanning looked at Gao Xinyue, who had stayed behind, and thought she was going to try to intimidate her again. She smiled helplessly and said, "We're on the same side now, so let's not fight amongst ourselves." Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyue smiled, shook her head, and said sincerely, "It was wrong of me to deliberately break your computer last time. I'm sorry. It's okay. That's all in the past, and besides, my computer is fixed now." Xia Wanning didn't expect the other person to apologize to her. Thinking that the other person was willing to take responsibility for their mistake, she was still very happy. "Let's work hard together tomorrow." Gao Xinyue nodded with a smile. She had taken to heart what the other person had said to her last time. She was clearly very capable, so why was she still getting stuck on trivial matters? She waved, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left the classroom. Since speaking her mind, Gao Xinyue felt much more relaxed. Soon, footsteps could be heard outside the classroom, and then Lin Muheng and his daughter walked in. "Mommy, we've come to take you home," Wanwan exclaimed excitedly, rushing into her mother's arms like a little bird. Xia Wanning hugged Wanwan tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. At this moment, Wanwan looked at Lin Muheng behind her, waved her hand excitedly, and said, "Dad, come here quickly." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng shyly handed the flowers to Xia Wanning and said softly, "Happy 520." Looking at the vibrant pink roses interspersed with red and white chicken feet, Xiao Wanning was stunned, muttering to herself, "What does it mean to give me chicken feet? Does it mean they think I have small breasts?" She couldn't be happy at all right now, because Wanwan was still there, so she forced a smile and said, "Thank you." Chapter 55. Mom, close your eyes, don't peek. Seeing Xiao Wanning smile and feel smug about her actions, Lin Muheng sighed. Playing to her taste was indeed a wise choice. Then, Xiao Wanning, carrying the bouquet of vibrant roses and chicken feet flowers given to her by Lin Muheng, slowly walked out of the school gate. The students passing by couldn't help but cast curious glances at the scene, and some even whispered among themselves. Feeling the whispers and stares of others, Xiao Wanning's cheeks flushed red. She quickened her pace, muttering to herself, "This is so embarrassing." Seeing her mother walking so fast, Wanwan followed behind with her short legs, wagging her tail. She looked at Lin Muheng with a puzzled expression, blinking her big, watery eyes as she asked, "Daddy, why is Mommy walking so fast? Is she angry?" Lin Muheng gently patted Wanwan's head and comforted her with a smile. "No, baby, your mother must be starving and in a hurry to go home for dinner." He secretly thought to himself that Xiao Wanning must be so happy that she forgot herself to be in such a hurry. Upon hearing this, Wanwan frowned slightly, wondering to herself, "Really?" She remembered that her mother would walk this fast when she was angry. Unable to understand, Wanwan pouted and sighed. The adult world is really complicated. After returning home, Lin Muheng tied on an apron, looking every bit the chef. Before long, he brought out the steak pasta, a dish that Wanwan had specially ordered. Now, the mother and daughter are full of praise for Lin Muheng's cooking skills. Every time he cooks, they can enjoy a delicious meal. Seeing the delicious-looking and fragrant food, Xiao Wanning's mood instantly improved. She sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Having enjoyed this delicious meal, her earlier unpleasantness had long since vanished. She thought to herself that, considering the delicious meal Lin Muheng had prepared, she wouldn't mind him giving her chicken feet as a gift. After finishing her meal, Wanwan eagerly pulled Xiao Wanning to her side, her little face beaming with excitement. "Mommy, come here, I have something for you." "Okay." Xiao Wanning followed Wanwan gently, her eyes full of anticipation, wondering what surprise this little one would give her. Wanwan pulled her to sit on the sofa, then held Xiao Wanning's hand up to her face with her chubby little hands, reminding her, "Mommy, close your eyes and don't peek. You can only take your hand off when I tell you to." Her serious and earnest expression was so endearing that it made everyone smile. "Okay, Mom promises not to peek." Xiao Wanning smiled gently when she heard this. She waited quietly, her heart filled with curiosity. Soon, Wanwan tiptoed and carefully took out an exquisite cup from the bag behind her, then mysteriously approached Xiao Wanning. Seeing that her mother was still covering her eyes, the little one smiled contentedly, revealing two adorable dimples, and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Okay, Mom, you can open your eyes now." Xiao Wanning took her hand down, and her eyes lit up immediately. She saw that Wanwan's chubby little hand was holding a pink cup with a cute little pig printed on it. "Mom, this is the cup I bought for you. Do you like it?" Seeing the pink pig-shaped cup warmed Xiao Wan's heart. She said emotionally, "Mommy loves it. Thank you, Wanwan, my darling." She took the cup, examined it carefully, her eyes filled with love. She was truly happy to receive a gift from her daughter. She was so lucky to have such a thoughtful and well-behaved daughter. It was her dad, a typical straight man, who would send someone chicken claw flowers as a gift. Seeing her mother smiling so happily, Wanwan felt a surge of pride. She shook her little head and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, remember me when you drink water from now on." "Okay, my little princess." Xiao Wanning kissed Wanwan's face again and again, as if no action could express the excitement and emotion in her heart. She held Wanwan in her arms and asked affectionately, "Baby, what made you think of giving Mommy a gift today?" Upon hearing this, the little one tilted her head and said mischievously, "Because today is May 20th, I love my mom, so I'm giving her a gift." She blinked her big eyes and said it earnestly. "Oh, I see." Xiao Wanning nodded, seemingly forgetting this happy day. No wonder Lin Muheng suddenly sent her flowers. It turned out it was because today was a special day. She recalled that at the time, her attention was focused on the chicken feet, and she didn't hear Lin Muheng say Happy 520. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, and she stopped complaining. However, She was still very curious as to why he would send her chicken claw flowers. Could it be to urge her on? Suddenly, Wanwan saw Lin Muheng walking over, and she jumped up excitedly, saying, "Dad, quickly take out the gift for Mom." Lin Muheng nodded, but felt a little uneasy. Thinking about the gift he had prepared, he had a bad feeling. He was even worried that the other party might misunderstand him and think he had ulterior motives. Seeing that Wanwan was urging him, he quickly turned around to get the gift. In the living room, Wanwan whispered with a smile in Xiao Waning's ear, "Mommy, you really like the gift Daddy gave you." A mysterious smile graced her little face, as if she could already see the look of surprise on her mother's face when she received the gift. Upon hearing this, Xiao Waning's heart skipped a beat. She secretly wondered what the other person would give her. Immediately, the little one covered her face with his chubby little hands and said in a childish voice, "Mommy, you're not allowed to peek." Xiao Waning smiled, her eyes full of tenderness and love. "I promise I won't peek." Soon, Lin Muheng came to her with the box in his arms. Upon seeing this, Wanwan excitedly took her hand down and said, "Mommy, you can open your eyes now." Xiao Waning slowly lowered her head and saw a red box in front of her with a beautiful ribbon tied to it. She was very happy, but also a little nervous. She carefully opened the box, but when she saw the style of the pajamas inside, her face instantly turned red to behind her ears, and even her neck turned bright red. She couldn't help but think to herself, a lace camisole nightgown? That's way too sexy. She glanced at Lin Muheng, secretly wondering, could it be that he likes this style? Thinking of this, her cheeks burned even hotter. Xiao Waning looked at Lin Muheng shyly and said softly, "Thank you for the gift." She knew that although the gift was somewhat unexpected, it was a token of his affection. At this moment, Wanwan innocently tugged at her mother's arm and said, "Mom, you should go and try it." Chapter 56. Xiao Waning. Do you like it? Xiao Waning looked down at her daughter's chubby, rosy face and felt a surge of warmth in her heart, but then she felt a wave of shyness and said softly, I won't try." However, Wanwan refused to give up. She pouted, pulled her mother's arm even tighter, and headed towards the bedroom, her little face full of determination. "Mommy, let's try." Pulled by Wanwan, Xiao Waning had no choice but to bite the bullet and go into the bedroom. Lin Muheng sat in the living room with his hands folded on his knees. He secretly thought that Xiao Waning would definitely look very fair-skinned in that black lace camisole nightgown. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, and a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Waning, urged by Wanwan, finally changed into the lace camisole nightgown. After putting it on, she felt drafty all over. It was so cool and breathable. She had never worn this type of clothing before and was too shy to even step out of her bedroom. Seeing this, Wanwan smiled and praised, "Mom, you look so pretty in this pajama. Dad will definitely love it. Let's go outside and show Dad." With that, she took her mother's hand and walked outside. Xiao Waning quickly waved her hand, refusing, "No, I'd better change back into these clothes. Mom isn't used to them." However, Wanwan tugged at her arm, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "Mommy, are you shy? But you love wearing these pajamas the most." Xiao Waning was stunned. Looking at Wanwan's serious little expression, her face turned even redder. She found it hard to imagine that her future self would like this style. Strange, what's wrong with Daddy and Mommy lately? They've been acting weird. Wanwan tilted her little head, her brows furrowed, thinking like a little adult. In the little girl's eyes, her mother is beautiful and should be shown off generously. Then she took Xiao Waning's hand and said coquettishly, "Mom, why don't you go out and show Dad? Dad will be very happy." Faced with Wanwan's adorable advances, she had no choice but to let the little one pull her out of the room. In the living room, Lin Muheng heard the bedroom door open and his eyes widened instantly. He sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. When Xiao Waning came into view, he couldn't help but blurt out, "So fair-skinned." Wanwan didn't hear what her father said. She patted his arm and asked curiously, "Dad, what did you just say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng quickly explained, "I said your mother looks really good. This nightgown suits her very well." Upon hearing this, Xiao Waning couldn't help but smile, and her heart pounded even harder. She lowered her head shyly and tentatively asked, "Do you like it?" As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Did she seem too forward? Lin Muheng was stunned when he heard this, and he carefully looked Xiao Waning over. She had a slender figure and well-proportioned body. Apart from her slightly small breasts, she was practically perfect. especially her open back, which is very slender, coupled with her long neck and distinct collarbones, and her face that is as beautiful as Lu Yifei. She is simply blessed by God. How could he not like a girl like that? Lin Muheng nodded very honestly, his eyes full of appreciation, and said, I like it. I like it very much. His eyes were full of sincerity and passion, which made Xiao Wanning even more at a loss. She lowered her head shyly, then turned and ran back to her bedroom to change her clothes. Holding the lace nightgown, Xiao Wanning smiled, a strange happiness welling up inside her. Seeing that it was almost time, she had to go back to school. As she was leaving, Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muheng with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She began by saying, Our school is having a debate match with the school across the street tomorrow. Would you like to come and watch? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Muheng's eyes. He said gently, Was it someone you selected last time? Yes. Xiao Wanning nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. I'll go see you. I'll keep an eye on you. Lin Muheng encouraged, and before he knew it, he was also looking forward to seeing Xiao Wanning every day. At that time, in a high-end residential area in Shanghai, Song Qianyue was sitting alone in the spacious but somewhat deserted living room. Looking at the mortgage information from the bank and the repayment information from Alipay on her phone, she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and her mood became extremely heavy. At the time, in pursuit of a higher quality of life, she resolutely bought this house. However, now that she is unemployed, she can no longer afford her mortgage. Although she has saved money over the years, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the mortgage that is still more than 20 years away. Moreover, she is now blacklisted by the industry. No website wants her, and she simply cannot afford the huge mortgage. Song Qianyue drank her wine while sneering. She recalled all the contributions she had made to the company and all the dirty and tiring work she had done for Zhang Donglai, and now she was being kicked aside, which made her furious. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment, as if she wanted to devour the world. Song Qianyue raised her wine glass, sneering as she muttered to herself, Since you won't let me have an easy time, I won't let you have an easy time either. Zhang Donglai, Zhong Qiani, I will not let you get away with this, she said through gritted teeth, her eyes flashing with hatred. Then, Song Qianyue picked up her phone and dialed a mysterious number. After the call connected, she said coldly, Help me investigate 2 people. Money is no object. Inside the tiered classroom, a bustling scene unfolded as Xiao Wanning organized student council members to set up the venue, making final preparations for the upcoming debate competition. The debate is about to begin in 1 hour, and all preparations are proceeding smoothly. However, at that moment, Xiao Wanning suddenly felt something was wrong with her body, and she had a bad feeling. She glanced at the calendar reminder on her phone and suddenly realized that today was the day her period was due, but she hadn't prepared anything in her bag. Xiao Wanning glanced at Gao Xinyue, who was present, then squeezed her legs together and walked over shyly. She went to Gao Xinyue's side and whispered in her ear, Did you bring sanitary napkins? Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyue shook her head, then turned to Xiao Wanning and asked in alarm, Didn't you bring it? Her eyes were filled with worry. Xiao Wanning smiled bitterly and said, I just arrived. I didn't expect it to be so sudden. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Looking at Xiao Wanning's anxious appearance, Gao Xinyue couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. As a fellow girl, she understood very well. She comforted him. Don't worry, I'll give you some toilet paper to tide you over. I'll go buy you sanitary napkins now. It should be in time. Since the computer incident, Gao Xinyue's attitude towards Xiao Wanning has changed significantly. She no longer harbors any animosity towards Xiao Wanning. Instead, she feels a sense of mutual respect and empathy. To be honest, Xiao Wanning was very touched when she heard this. But the lecture hall was still quite far from the school's supermarket. A round trip would take more than 50 minutes, which would make it impossible for either of them to make it to the debate, so the proposal was rejected. At this moment, Gao Xinyue continued to ask, Think carefully if anyone happens to be passing by right now, and ask them to help you buy it. There's no one here at this hour. But as soon as she said it, a figure appeared in her mind. Chapter 57. Me, a grown man, going to buy women's products? Xiao Wanning completely trusted this person. Thinking of this, she quickly went to the side and dialed Lin Muheng's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she said shyly, Could you buy me a pack of sanitary napkins and bring them over? I urgently need them. Her voice was barely audible, clearly indicating that she was embarrassed by the request. Lin Muheng, on the other end of the phone, was taken aback when he heard Xia Wanning's request. He never expected that the other party would ask a grown man to buy women's products, and for a moment, his cheeks turned slightly red. This. Okay, don't worry, I'll send it to you soon. Although Lin Muheng was a little embarrassed, he agreed without hesitation when he heard Xia Wanning's anxious tone. After hanging up the phone, Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes and asked playfully, "Daddy, was that Mommy calling?" "Yes, Mom needs us to buy some things. Let's hurry up and leave," Lin Muheng said gently, then picked up Wanwan and hurriedly left home. Afraid that Xia Wanning would be anxious, he carried Wanwan and ran all the way, soon appearing panting at the supermarket at the school gate. It was during break time, and the supermarket was bustling with noise. Lin Muheng pulled Wanwan along, feeling embarrassed, as they made their way through the crowd to the women's products section. Several girls nearby were also picking out sanitary napkins. When they saw Lin Muheng, a tall boy, suddenly appear there, they became a little embarrassed, their cheeks flushed, and they quickly grabbed one and ran away. Watching the girls flee in panic, Lin Muheng wanted to call them back to ask how they should choose, but they ran faster than rabbits. Looking at the dazzling array of sanitary napkins on the shelves, Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had never used this before and had no idea how to choose. He scratched his head, looking somewhat at a loss. Considering the time crunch, Lin Muheng finally grabbed a basket, gritted her teeth, and selected one of each of the most expensive sanitary napkins from the shelf before placing them on the counter. Most of the supermarket cashiers are college students working part-time. Looking at the basket full of sanitary napkins, the girl couldn't help but glance at Lin Muheng a few more times. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "This guy is quite handsome. Could he be a pervert?" However, she remained very calm on the surface and said, "It's 128 in total." Feeling the gazes around him, Lin Muheng awkwardly swiped the code, then looked at the many packs of sanitary napkins and said embarrassedly, "Could you please give me a plastic bag?" The girl was very thoughtful. She gave him a black plastic bag so that no one else could see what he had bought. After packing all the sanitary napkins, Lin Muheng picked up Wanwan and ran quickly towards the lecture hall. On the other side, Xia Wanning stood anxiously waiting at the classroom door, glancing at her watch every now and then. There are still 20 minutes before the debate starts. Although time is tight, she is confident that Lin Muheng will deliver it to her in time. Soon, two figures ran over from the entrance. Xia Wanning looked closely and saw that it was indeed Lin Muheng and Wanwan. She ran over excitedly, her face beaming with joy. "You're here." Lin Muheng nodded, handed over the plastic bag in his hand, and said hurriedly, "I didn't know what kind you liked, so I just bought some random ones." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning looked down into the plastic bag and saw all sorts of sanitary napkins. Her face flushed, and a warm feeling welled up inside her. "Thank you so much," she said gratefully, then pointed to the classroom. "Take Wanwan inside. The debate is about to start." "Okay." Lin Muheng nodded and carried Wanwan into the classroom. Looking at the heavy plastic bag in her hand, Xia Wanning felt a warmth in her heart and quickly went to the toilet to take care of it. When the debate began, she appeared on the stage on time. With a command from the school leaders, a thrilling debate began. Looking at Xia Wanning on the stage, full of confidence and eloquence, Lin Muheng's eyes were full of admiration. Although Wanwan couldn't understand the content of the debate, when she saw her mother stand up to speak, she excitedly waved her little hand and shouted, "Daddy, it's Mommy." Her innocent and carefree appearance was so endearing that it was impossible not to smile. Soon, the debate ended, and Xia Wanning and her team won as expected. This victory was due to everyone's joint efforts. She held the 10,000 yuan prize money tightly in her hand, feeling extremely excited. After the competition ended, people gradually left the classroom. Lin Muheng carried Wanwan to Xia Wanning and said happily, "Congratulations to you too." "Thank you," Xia Wanning replied with a smile. Wanwan then threw herself into her mother's arms and said in a sweet voice, "Mom, I knew you would win." Xia Wanning smiled and kissed Wanwan on the cheek, saying with immense happiness, "Oh?" Wanwan's prediction was so accurate. At that moment, Lin Muheng smiled at the two of them and said, "Let's go home, and I'll cook you something delicious." As soon as delicious food is mentioned, Wanwan's eyes light up. "Daddy, Wanwan wants to eat meat." "Okay, Daddy will make it for you." Lin Muheng affectionately pinched the little guy's nose, feeling incredibly happy. At this moment, The three of them are a happy family of three. However, in the corner of the classroom, a sharp, eagle-like gaze was fixed on Lin Muheng. The man looked at the person next to him and asked, "Who is that kid next to the school beauty?" "Brother Zhang, I don't recognize this person." The person next to him said awkwardly after seeing that it was Zhang Fuqing. Seeing the school beauty smiling so happily at other men, Zhang Fuqing felt a pang of resentment. "Kid, you dare to covet the school beauty? Do you think I'm dead?" After returning home, Lin Muheng prepared a sumptuous lunch to celebrate Xiao Waning's victory in the competition. The table was laden with delicious-looking and fragrant dishes, making one's mouth water. The mother and daughter were truly delighted with their meal, enjoying every bite. However, after eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Waning remembered her important business. She looked at the two of them and said, "After the debate, the school allocated us $5,000 to celebrate on our own. We've discussed it, and we're going to have a celebration party at the barbecue restaurant across from the school tonight. Families can bring along. Why don't you and Wanwan come with me tonight?" After Xiao Waning finished speaking, she felt a little uneasy, fearing that Lin Muheng would refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Muheng readily agreed. "Okay, it just so happens that Wanwan, the little glutton, wants to eat meat skewers, so we'll get a free meal." Upon hearing their conversation, Wanwan's attention was immediately drawn to the meat skewers. She looked at Lin Muheng happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Daddy, are we having meat for dinner?" "Yes, Wanwan can eat as much as she wants," Lin Muheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's little eyes widened immediately, and she was so excited that she almost jumped up. "Ah, you can eat as much as you want. I want to eat so much." She waved her little hands, making a big circle, her quirky and mischievous appearance making everyone smile. Just then, Lin Muheng's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhou Shudong. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that Tongchu.com was up to its old tricks again? He immediately pressed the answer button, and instantly, a jaw-dropping message came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 58. The next target is you. President Lin, Zhang Donglai, the CEO of Tongchu.com, was killed by Song Qianhua. Zhou Shudong said excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. He really didn't expect that a woman could be so reckless when she went crazy. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he were on her revenge list, would he end up in the same situation? The man was stabbed at noon. The scene was extremely bloody, and Zhang Donglai didn't even have a chance to resist. The news spread throughout the industry in less than an hour. Upon hearing this news, the editors-in-chief of those websites were so frightened that their legs went weak, and some even collapsed to the ground, fearing that they would become Song Qianhua's next target. Upon receiving this message, Zhou Shudong immediately notified Lin Muheng. He knew that the feud between Lin Muheng and Song Qianhua had been going on for a long time, and he was worried that Song Qianhua's next target would be him. When Lin Muheng heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and a strong shock welled up in his heart. He never expected that Song Qianhua would go so far as to kill someone in order to take revenge. Seeing that there was no sound coming from the phone, Zhou Shudong hurriedly asked, "President Lin, did you hear that?" His voice was full of anxiety and worry. "I'm listening," Lin Muheng said in a deep voice, snapping out of his reverie. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong hurriedly instructed, "President Lin, Song Qianhua ran away after killing Zhang Donglai. The police haven't caught her yet. You must be careful during this time, and it's best to hide." Lin Muheng was silent for a moment, then said, "I know. Thank you for telling me. I will be careful. It's nothing. You've helped me before, and this is just a small matter," Zhou Shudong said sincerely. He is a simple man at heart. He believes in repaying kindness tenfold, especially since the website's success today is inseparable from the other party's help. Although Zhou Shudong warned Lin Muheng to be careful, the fact that Song Qianhua was still at large kept everyone on edge. To be honest, Zhou Shudong was also very worried about his safety. After all, his website was a thorn in Song Qianhua's side. These days, he plans to stay at the company and not come out, even having his assistant bring him meals. He didn't want to lose his life because of a moment of carelessness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muheng frowned and fell into deep thought. He wasn't afraid of Song Qianhua. If it were him, he would be fearless. But with Wanwan and Xiao Waning by his side, he didn't want them to get hurt because of him. However, hiding all the time isn't a solution. There's no such thing as a thief who can be thieved for 1,000 years. Lin Muheng knew that he had to find a way to lure Song Qianhua out, and then capture her in one fell swoop. He couldn't let this crazy woman continue to roam free and threaten his and his family's safety. Lin Muheng thought that tonight's celebration party would be a good opportunity. Maybe she was hiding in some corner right now, watching him and waiting for the chance to make her move. It must be said that Lin Muheng's guess was absolutely correct. At that moment, downstairs in his apartment complex, a woman wearing a baseball cap and white sneakers was hiding behind the bushes. Her eyes were sinister and vicious as she stared intently at the entrance to Lin Muheng's apartment building. This woman is Song Qianhua. She has been waiting here for an hour, just to see Lin Muheng appear. Looking at the photos on her phone, Song Qianhua was filled with hatred. She never expected that the Zhong Qianyi she hated was actually a college student. The thought of being dragged down from her pedestal by this young upstart made her eyes burn with rage. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, but she felt no pain, only a burning rage within her. Song Qianhua's eyes were fixed angrily on the building entrance. She planned to follow Lin Muheng as soon as he came out, find a secluded corner, and, as evening approached, Xiao Wanning glanced at the clock on the wall, smiled, and said to the father and daughter, "I'll go out and reserve a table first. You two can come at 7 o'clock." After hearing this, Wanwan tilted her little head, blinked her big eyes at her mother, and asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, what are you going out to do now?" "Mommy should go reserve a table, otherwise Wanwan won't get to eat any meat." Xiao Wanning affectionately rubbed Wanwan's little head. The little one immediately became anxious when she heard that she wouldn't get to eat meat. Meat. She clung tightly to her mother's leg, refusing to let go, as if afraid her mother wouldn't take her. "Wanwan wants to go with Mommy." Her little mouth was pouting so high you could hang an oil bottle on it. Lin Muheng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Wanwan's expression. He thought it might not be safe for Wanwan to be with him, so he chimed in, "Since Wanwan is going with you, then you should take her with you." "All right then." Xiao Wanning nodded, and then instructed, "Go put on your shoes. Mom will help you." "Hee Mom, I love you," the little one said sweetly, then obediently put on her little sandals on the small stool. She glanced up at her mother as she put on her shoes, as if afraid her mother would leave without waiting for her. After getting dressed, Xiao Wanning came out holding Wanwan's little hand. Wanwan waddled along with her mother like a little penguin. Lin Muheng stood at the door, smiling as she instructed, "Baby, you must listen to Mommy, okay?" "I know," Wanwan said, nodding her little head. Her braids swayed back and forth, making her look like a cute little elf. The elevator arrived, and she eagerly took her mother's hand and stepped inside, happily looking at Lin Muheng and saying, "Goodbye, Daddy." Lin Muheng waved happily, watching the elevator doors close. Seeing the sun about to set outside the window, he decided to wait until dark before leaving home to create opportunities for Song Qianhua. Seeing someone come out of the building entrance, Song Qianhua looked up and her eyes were full of disappointment. She cursed under her breath, then hit again. "Zhong Qianyi, I refuse to believe I won't be able to wait for you." A short while later, the mother and daughter arrived at the barbecue restaurant across from the school. This barbecue restaurant is a small house built with corrugated steel sheets. Although it is simple, the business is extremely popular. At that time, many small tables and stools had been set up at the entrance, and people were sitting in twos and threes, chatting and eating barbecue. Xiao Wanning settled Wanwan on a small chair and said to the owner with a smile, "Uncle, could you share a table with us? There are about 10 people. They'll be here in a bit." "Okay, no problem." The boss agreed with a smile and then began to assemble the table. He worked quickly and soon put together a large table. After the table was put together, Wanwan looked around curiously and asked, "Mommy, when can we eat meat?" Her little mouth was pouting, as if she couldn't wait. "Sweetie, we can only eat meat when everyone is here. That's basic etiquette," Xiao Wanning said gently to her daughter. After hearing this, Wanwan nodded as if she understood. "Oh, okay. Then Wanwan will wait a little longer." "Great job. Our Wanwan is so good." Xiao Wanning affectionately pinched Wanwan's nose, then looked at a picture book with the little one. Before long, someone sat down next to Xiao Wanning. Chapter 59, This is My Boyfriend, Lin Muheng. Gao Xinyue plopped down, her gaze immediately falling on the soft, cuddly little dumpling next to Xiao Wanning. The little girl was wearing a pink dress, and her hair was tied into 2 cute little braids, each adorned with a sparkly bow. Seeing the adorable little one, Gao Xinyue's eyes sparkled with joy. "Ningning, is this your little sister? She's so cute." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her slender fingers and gently pulled Wanwan to her side, asking with a voice full of affection, "Little sister, What's your name? Wanwan smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. My name is Lin Wanwan. Her voice was sweet and childlike, which was delightful to hear. After hearing this, Gao Xinyue happily patted Wanwan's little head, then took out a lollipop from her pocket. Here, have this candy. Upon seeing this, Wanwan's eyes widened instantly, and her chubby little hands eagerly tore open the wrapper and stuffed the candy into her mouth. The sugar was sweet, and the little one felt sweet inside too. She squinted her eyes contentedly, like a little glutton. Recalling the name the little one had just mentioned, Gao Xinyue said with a look of surprise, Ningning, your family is so trendy. Your little sister takes after her mother. Hearing this, Xiao Wanning smiled helplessly. What do you mean by inheriting the mother's traits? Wanwan is my daughter, although no one would believe it if she said it. Her heart was full of happiness and pride. Really? Gao Xinyue looked the two of them up and down, her face full of disbelief. Xiao Wanning said very sincerely, really. But Gao Xinyue was still somewhat incredulous, though she didn't take it too seriously. Thinking that he had something important to tell her, he patted her on the shoulder and gave her some instructions. Ningning, I heard some news from others. Zhang Jinfu and some others have planned to take turns getting you drunk tonight. I'm worried they have ulterior motives. You absolutely must not drink with them. Gao Xinyue's voice was full of worry. She didn't want to see Xiao Wanning suffer. A cold glint appeared in Xiao Wanning's eyes, a coldness as sharp as ice, sending chills down one's spine. Yeah, thank you for telling me this news. I will not drink with them. She knew in her heart that Zhang Jinfu was a kind and friendly person on the surface, but actually had a belly full of bad intentions. She had been on guard for a long time. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Soon, Zhang Jinfu and several student council members arrived. They came in a large group, with malicious smiles on their faces. Upon seeing Xiao Wanning, Zhang Jinfu walked over with a smile, a hint of cunning in his expression. Junior sister Ningning is here so early. Were you waiting impatiently? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning didn't even glance at him, coldly replying, Ningning isn't what you call me. I'm not familiar with you. Her voice was devoid of warmth, like the biting winter wind, piercing and icy. Having been met with a cold shoulder, Zhang Jinfu's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, and he thought to himself, what's with the high and mighty attitude? I'm going to sleep with you tonight. He glared fiercely at Xiao Wanning, his eyes filled with possessiveness and anger. The group then sat down opposite each other. Several men exchanged knowing smiles, a hint of cunning in their grins, and said, President Xia, our student council has really triumphed today. We have to celebrate properly. Let's drink until we drop, haha. They all knew that their goal today was to get Xiao Wanning drunk and then take advantage of her. Knowing their little scheme beforehand, Xiao Wanning refused without batting an eye. I'm really sorry. I've had a bit of a cold recently, and I took some cephalosporin before I left. You guys can drink it. Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Jinfu's smile froze. His carefully laid plans had fallen through, and his eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. That bitch! How dare she ruin my plans? The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Wanwan looked at the many people gathered around the table, tilted her head, and curiously looked at Xiao Wanning, saying, Mommy, are all the uncles and aunties here? Wanwan's tummy is rumbling. She covered her tummy with her little hand, a little embarrassed. Xiao Wanning checked the time. It was already time to eat. She smiled and said, Okay, let's start eating. Then, she called the boss to take her order. At this moment, the men looked at each other and their eyes fell on Wanwan, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. After placing the order, Zhang Jinfu eagerly asked, President Xia, is this little girl next to you your daughter? Yeah, is that not allowed? Xiao Wanning retorted irritably, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain and indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinfu waved his hand, but inwardly he muttered, Damn it, she's not a virgin anymore. Who is she trying to impress with her aloofness? If others can sleep with her, so can I. He was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction towards Xiao Wanning. At the dinner table, everyone had different expressions, but Wanwan was focused on eating her meat. She took a bite, and her little face was filled with satisfaction. It has to be said that being young means having no worries. Her happiness is so simple and pure. While eating, Wanwan suddenly remembered something important. She looked at Xiao Wanning, her big eyes sparkling with doubt. Mommy, why isn't Daddy here yet? Did he forget? Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and unease, afraid that her father would miss out on the delicious meat. No way. Xiao Wanning wondered, and immediately took out her phone to contact the other party. Just then, a familiar voice came. "Sorry I'm late." "Daddy, you're here." Upon hearing her father's voice, Wanwan skipped over and pulled him to sit down beside her. Her little figure was like a happy little elf. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning smiled and shook her head. "It's not late. The meat skewers just arrived and are still hot." At this moment, Gao Xinyue said in surprise in her ear, "Ningning, this handsome guy isn't from our student council, is he? I've never seen him before." Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and surprise as her gaze swept over Lin Muheng. "No, that's not it," Xiao Wanning replied softly, then introduced him in front of everyone. "This is Lin Muheng, my boyfriend." She winked at Lin Muheng, who nodded in response, his smile full of doting affection and tenderness. "Hello, everyone. Thank you all for taking care of my Ningning." The girls present applauded enthusiastically when they saw such a handsome guy, but Zhang Jinfu felt uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly's leg. He slammed the wine glass down on the table, the sound of it hitting the table particularly jarring. He said impatiently, "Anyone can say nice things, but you need to show some sincerity. Drink up a glass first." Upon hearing this, his henchman chimed in. "That's right. We have to drink to him for stealing our school beauty." Seeing that everyone was deliberately picking a fight, Xiao Wanning said coldly, "My boyfriend can't drink alcohol. If you want to drink, you can drink it yourselves." Seeing this, Zhang Jinfu looked at Lin Muheng provocatively and continued, "You coward hiding behind a woman. I really doubt Chairman Xie's judgment, don't I?" His eyes were full of contempt and mockery, as if he wanted to provoke the other party. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, "I'll drink with you." When he arrived, he noticed someone following him, and he was quite certain that the person was Song Qianhua. Just when I was wondering how to lure her out, this person came along just in time, delivering a perfect solution. At that time, Lin Muheng already had a plan in mind that would guarantee Song Qianhua's capture and brought to justice. Chapter 60. Mom, I saw great-grandma. Then, Lin Muheng's deep eyes slowly fell on the bottle of white wine beside him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, outlining a relaxed smile. "One glass of wine is not sincere enough. I'll drink a whole bottle. Do you dare to drink with me?" After saying that, he raised his chin slightly, his face full of smugness. Keep in mind, he was talking about baijiu, Chinese white liquor. One cup would probably make an average person dizzy and unsteady, and downing a whole bottle would be the end of their life. Hearing Lin Muheng's words, the henchmen beside him immediately perked up and crowded around Zhang Jinfu, saying all at once, "Brother Zhang, this kid is just bluffing you. He can't drink at all. Let's bet with him." "Yes, that's right. Let's fight for pride, not for the steamed bun, and show this kid how much you can drink." Zhang Jinfu heard every word his lackeys said. He gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, forced a smile, and said, "Fine, I'll drink with you, but you have to drink first." "No problem." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, a hint of disdain in his voice, thinking to himself, "You're not qualified to compete with me in drinking." Seeing the two of them on the verge of exchanging blows, Xiao Wanning looked at Lin Muheng with worry and concern in her eyes. She didn't want the other person to act tough because of her. If something happened, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. However, when she met Lin Muheng's gaze, his eyes seemed to be telling her, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." In the end, Xiao Wanning swallowed back the words she was about to say, but her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. Immediately, Lin Muheng leisurely picked up the liquor on the table, gently twisted the cap, and it popped open with a snap. He picked up the bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down with each swallow, as if he were drinking ordinary water, not liquor. Those around him, seeing the way he was drinking, couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing this, Zhang Jinfu couldn't help but feel a little regretful, thinking to himself, "This person isn't drinking alcohol, he's just drinking water." Sensing their boss's anger, the henchmen around him dared not speak and lowered their heads. Throughout the process, Xiao Wanning kept her eyes fixed on Lin Muheng, not daring to relax for a moment, for fear that he might feel uncomfortable in any way. Soon, after finishing a bottle of baijiu, Lin Muheng looked at Zhang Jinfu smugly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I've finished my drink. It's your turn." Intimidated by the other party's imposing manner, Zhang Jinfu stammered, "Ew. You didn't put water in here, did you? Otherwise, how could you drink it so fast? You're cheating. I'm not going to keep up." Upon hearing this, the girls in the room immediately erupted in anger, saying indignantly, Zhang Jinfu, you brought the wine yourselves? How could they have had a chance to cheat? I think you're clearly just too cowardly to compete. Exactly. If you can't outdrink someone, just say so. Why come up with some excuse? It's really embarrassing. Gao Xinyue and the others put their hands on their hips, shook their heads mockingly, and looked at each other with disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinfu's face flushed red and then turned pale, feeling both ashamed and angry. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared, "Who said I won't drink? I'll drink." After saying that, he picked up a full bottle of liquor, frowned, and began to drink it with a pained expression. After only a few sips, his brows furrowed even more, and he looked uncomfortable, as if he were drinking poison instead of wine. However, before he had drunk much, he felt a churning in his stomach. Seeing this, Lin Muheng mocked, "Your drinking capacity is so low that it's embarrassing. Don't ever say you can drink again, or I'll be ashamed for you. You? Ugh." Zhang Jinfu was about to curse when he felt a churning in his stomach. He quickly covered his mouth and ran towards the alley next to him. His followers saw this and hurriedly followed. At this moment, Xiao Wanning could no longer hold back and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell after drinking so much liquor?" "I'm sorry, they targeted you because of me." Her eyes were full of self-blame and heartache. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng smiled and waved his hand, his face full of ease. "It's all right. That little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. You don't need to feel guilty. Besides, you are Wanwan's mother. It's only right that I protect you." Xiao Wanning smiled and nodded upon hearing this, but a strange emotion lingered in her heart. Wanwan's mother? But she doesn't just want to be Wanwan's mother. Next, Lin Muheng ate the barbecue heartily, enjoying it immensely. Soon, the group arrived. Zhang Jinfu's face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and he was walking unsteadily. It was clear that he had drunk too much. He then fell asleep on the table. At that moment, Song Qianyue, hidden in the darkness, was lurking in a corner, her eyes fixed on Lin Muheng. Seeing the other person leisurely eating barbecue, she couldn't help but swallow, and her stomach started rumbling. She's been following Zhang Donglai since this morning and hasn't eaten a single bite yet. She's so hungry. She waited quietly, her eyes filled with resentment, muttering softly, "Zhang Qianyi, just eat your meal. This is your last meal." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muheng noticed that there were far fewer people in the alley, so he got up to go fishing for big fish. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Her eyes were full of worry, and her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of Lin Muheng's clothes. "I need to take care of some personal matters," Lin Muheng said softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning thought he was going to relieve himself, and her face immediately turned red, like a ripe apple. She quickly let go of his hand. At this moment, the henchmen saw Lin Muheng get up from his seat and were very excited. They quickly patted Zhang Jinfu and said, "Brother Zhang, wake up. That guy named Lin Muheng went into the alley. Let's go and teach him a lesson." Zhang Jinfu groggily opened his eyes, and upon hearing this, he immediately perked up, sat up abruptly, and said, "Fine. You've made me lose face so badly. I'll break your legs. Let's go." After saying that, the group stood up with a bang and headed towards the alley. Seeing this, Xiao Wanning's heart skipped a beat. "Won't they go after my boyfriend?" Her eyes were full of worry and unease. "I don't think so. He probably drank too much and felt like throwing up." Gao Xinyue patted her shoulder to comfort her, and Xiao Wanning didn't think much of it, but she still felt a little uneasy, as if a stone was pressing on her heart. Once inside the alley, Lin Muheng pretended to be drunk, swaying unsteadily, and finally squatted down to vomit. He pretended to be cautious while glancing around at his surroundings out of the corner of his eye, his eyes revealing vigilance. He noticed a figure quietly approaching him, its footsteps light, as if afraid of being discovered. Upon getting close, the man suddenly rushed forward, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and fiercely stabbed at Lin Muheng with a resolute gesture. Then came Song Qianyue's hoarse voice, "Zhang Qianyi die." Having avenged her great grudge, she opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her with utter astonishment. "Who the hell are you?" "You."